IB Nation, welcome back to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It is Monday, November 20th. It's Thanksgiving week, also Stanford week. And so it's going to be a very, very interesting week. I'm joined by Sean Davis. My guy over there is ready to rock and roll. And Sean, we are going to kick things off today with a mailbag, but it's going to be a very, very busy day, man, at Irish Breakdown. 6 o'clock, we're going to have a live show, IB Nation Sports Talk. Ryan Roberts is going to join Sean Stiers. They are going to discuss the 5:30 decision of Cree Thomas, whichever way that goes. And obviously Notre Dame's in a great place there, has been for a very long time. But whatever way that goes, they're going to break it down and discuss it. So we'll have that at 6 o'clock. So make sure you tune into IB Nation Sports Talk if you want to hear the conversation about the Cree Thomas decision. You can ask me any questions that you want about it. And then at 8 o'clock tonight, I'm going to go live for IB for the Upon Further Review. So we were going to do it last night, but Vince was traveling. He wasn't quite ready to go. And so I just decided to move it to tonight. If Vince can't go tonight, then I'll do a solo show, but going to be lots to discuss. I do have an update on the message board, not an update, a breakdown on the message board, Sean, breaking down the run game and really diving into the aspects of the run game that I thought I was really impressed with what I saw from the run game beyond what the numbers would otherwise show. And I broke down why and what I liked and put some film, all 22 film breakdowns on there and broke down the RPOs. They were 7 of 8 thrown RPOs for 55 yards, really efficient, 6.9 yards per play, 7.8, I believe, yards per completion. So not big plays, but really efficient plays, chain moving plays. And so broke that down as well. And we'll dive into a little bit of that tonight. We'll talk about some of the pass game stuff that I really liked from the game. So very, very, very busy day today, Sean. But you ready for Thanksgiving, man? I mean, our turkey's already in the fridge, thawing out. So we're ready to rock and roll, man.
Yeah, man. It's funny, man. The blessing of I want to say happy birthday to my wife today and her mother. They share the same day.
Nice.
Same birthday.
So happy 29th. Another 29th for Tiff.
Go down. She sets it at about 25. I think she's still 25, bro.
Once you have a daughter in college, you kind of start creeping up closer to the 30s.
But no, like you said, it's an exciting week. It's exciting for me, because of coming off Saturday and, seeing the emotions of the 31 seniors and Nana Osaka Menza on one knee in tears and just soaking in the moment and just appreciating the efforts of Bertrand Kaiser, Cam Hart, that were pretty much the foundation and backbone of a transition, that took place. And most of them really overachieved. Like most people won't really understand that, but understanding that Cam Hart came to be a wide receiver and then was put in a position to switch over because of the lack of depth in the cornerback room at that time and who he became. I mean, stories like that, this senior class is just littered with stories of overachievers and people that really exemplify what Notre Dame football players are supposed to represent on and off the field. So, but we got to see a lot of the future on Saturday as well, Brian. And when you mix that with the seniors being celebrated, it was really something to celebrate, feel good about, and then to feel really good about going into the Stanford game and the bowl game. And, as disappointing as the season has been, at the end of the day, with a victory in the bowl game, you can come away feeling really good about this season, despite some of the disappointment, because there has been improvement within the program, in my opinion.
Sure. Well, not as much as maybe we would have liked, but certainly there's been improvement. And we'll have a lot to talk about that when we get into December as well. That's what a lot of our December, pre-bowl. We won't spend a whole month breaking down the bowl game, right? But we'll spend a good time on it. But we'll have a lot of stuff to talk about the team. And you're correct, because it's like that whole we got to walk and chew gum at the same time thing. We can call this season a disappointment for what it should have been, but still look for and say, hey, this is where they had growth. And I think it was you asked me this, you and I were talking about this last night, just like, what would you rather do, comparing last year to this year? And I'm like, if the records were equal, if you could have said, let's say they got one more win last year, let's say they'd beat USC last year as well. What year would be better? I'd say probably this year, if you just weigh expectations and just look at the results, because this team at least proved that the teams beneath them talent level they can beat handily,
Mhm.
beat handily. Now you've got to improve the talent level and improve the coaching and those other type of things, and get better. I'll say my only issue at senior day, and this is more of a PR thing, but they like introduced Sam Hartman last.
Mm.
Kinda understood it because it was a unique situation, and it was a Wake Forest crowd there. I was initially kinda like, why did he get the loudest applause? Like, he's only been here a year. Then I remembered, wait a minute, it's the Wake Forest crowd also cheering for him, which I also then thought was really cool, because
Mhm.
they could have booed him, he left and transferred, but, like, they stood up and cheered for him, and I thought that was a classy move by the Wake Forest fans that were there.
Mhm.
But it just is kinda weird. It's like, let's honor the guys that have been there for 4 and 5 years and really put in that work, but they did end the home schedule off on a positive note, and that is certainly a good thing. And this is our last Monday mailbag before a game. Now we'll still continue the Monday mailbags, but last one before a game. So we're going to have a fun week this week, Sean, breaking down Stanford. There's no doubt about that, because it's a little
Oh,
payback this
yes.
weekend. I mean, that
Yes.
it's kind of like last year's loss adds a little bit more to this year's game, because you know how many times I'm going to talk about how bad Stanford is, and I'm going to get a million responses in the chat, and you're going to get them in your show. Yeah, but they were bad last year too. And you know what? They're right. They're right. They were bad last year too, and still beat Notre Dame. So,
Yeah.
um, Notre Dame's going to have to prove that they're not that team anymore. And then Stanford, so far they've done that against those type of teams, but Stanford's going to be that last hurdle to get there. But Sean, people came today for questions
Mhm.
and answers. So are you ready to rock and roll, Mr. Davis, with these bad
Absolutely.
boys?
Let's
All
get it
right.
going.
We're gonna get it started off with my guy, Iden Banami, with a super
Thank
chat.
you
Thank you,
for the
Iden.
super chat. Now we just need to see this O scheme, sequence, and purpose for the next two games. How did the O line play after looking at the tape? How do we like Cree and his decision coming up tonight?
Agree. I mean, I agree with the first part of what you said. It's I kind of talked to my dad yesterday, and I was like, he starts diving. He's like me. He starts diving into, why haven't we seen this before? You know what I mean? And I'm like,
Mhm.
it's like, Dad, I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to just enjoy the win for the weekend. And then
Mhm.
we'll get into, why haven't we seen more of this? Why haven't we seen them move the pocket more? Why haven't we seen them mix up tempos more? Why haven't we seen them use RPOs more? Things that we've been calling for all year. Why didn't they do more inside zone duo as the base foundation for who they are running the ball? And I think they did that because you had two redshirt freshmen making their first career starts, and it was a smart decision, Sean, to go out there keep it more basic and not running a bunch of pin and pulls. And they ran like two counters, one G scheme, play, and then they ran outside zone, and none of those worked. I mean, all their run game success, they were over 6 yards a carry on inside zone and duo against Wake Forest,
Mm.
which you'll see in the breakdown. And there was only like a 21-yard run on one, and like the longest on the other was like 19. It wasn't like they were ripping off 50-yard gains. The efficiency rate for both of them, I think their inside zone efficiency rate was over 70%, and that is an outstanding number, right? And 60% is pretty good. Getting over 70 is really good. And so there was a lot to like about that, and part of it was the play the young guys, Sean. Look, they played like talented redshirt freshmen, and what I mean
Mhm.
by that is it was impressive to watch. Sean, you said it to me last night when we were talking on the phone. I love how Ashton Craig and Billy Shrouth compete. They compete. The line looks so much more athletic when they're in there, and longer when they're in there. But they also looked like redshirt freshmen who were making their first career starts at times, with their technique wasn't always where it needed to be, and their hand placement wasn't always where it needed to be, and their angles of attack weren't always where they needed to be. And there was a couple. I think there was one play where Pat Coogan's running outside zone, and a guy just shoots through unblocked. There was some type of miscommunication there between him and Ashton. I don't know who was at fault for it, but clearly Patrick Coogan was thinking he had somebody coming with him on a fast swipe, and he didn't. Maybe it was Pat's fault, but there was clearly a miscommunication there between the
Mhm.
the new center. So there were some of those issues, but overall, if you put it in context, I really liked what I saw from the two young offensive linemen. I thought Blake Fisher had a good game, not a great game, but a good game. I thought Pat Coogan was just Pat Coogan. I mean, he is just who he is. And Joe Alt had a good game. That holding call against Joe Alt was very
Suspect.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw Clemson do a lot worse than that about half the plays 2 weeks before, never got called for a single penalty.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, a little inconsistency from the ACC officiating crew. I also thought that pass interference on Benjamin Morrison was not sure about that one either on that first drive of the game.
Do they have anything else? Because at this point, pass interference is the only way you can get yardage throwing at Ben.
Pretty much. Pretty much. You can get the occasional stop route against off coverage, and that's about it.
The only receiver I've seen make Ben Morrison turn the wrong way, and that was Jordan Addison. Like, there were a couple of plays at USC where he turned Benjamin around, and he's you're talking about a first round NFL wide receiver that's a darn good NFL player now. Yeah. So other than that, we'll get to it because I'm sure the questions will come up.
Yeah.
But I agree with everything you said about the O-line, bro. I don't even need to comment after everything you said, because we talked about it last night.
Right. Well, that's why I wanted to attribute to you the fact that we were having this conversation last night, because we're very much on the same page on how those kids played. I didn't watch them live. I rarely watch the offensive line live that way. So I try to focus on what I can't see on film, or at least on the TV copy. But going back and watching it, I was pleased with what they said. How do we like Cree Thomas? I love Cree Thomas as a player. Speaking of Benjamin Morrison, Cree Thomas is from the same high school, Brophy Prep in Phoenix. I love Cree Thomas. He's not quite he's not the prospect Benjamin Morrison was. I had Benjamin as a top 100 player, borderline top 50 player coming out of high school. Cree is more of a top 150 to 200 guy for me now. Like him at corner, is like a big field corner, could a real rangy guy, could play boundary. I question if he has just the pure man skills to be a boundary guy. He's got boundary body, but I don't know that he's got the pure boundary cover skills of a Benjamin Morrison, a Christian Gray type of player. And honestly, Sean, I love his versatility. I think he could play nickel as a big, long, rangy nickel, and I love him as a potential safety option down the road if you want to get a lot more cover guys in at the safety position with his size. And he actually, I was all on board of Cree Thomas as a corner, and Notre Dame's recruiting him as a corner. But when his senior season, they had to, out of necessity, they had to move him to safety. And I was like, this kid's a really good safety as well. So it just comes down to, they like him at corner. If it doesn't pan out at corner, or if there are better players at corner, that kid's a starting caliber safety as well. And Sean, you cannot have enough guys that bring 3 to 4 position starting flexibility, which is exactly what Cree Thomas brings to the table. He can be a starter at field corner, boundary corner, and both safety spots. And you could even argue 5 if you want to look at him as a nickel. Although I think he can play nickel, but of the 5, that would be at the bottom of my list as far as positions I like him for. I like Ivan Taylor a lot more as a potential nickel from that bigger body type, safety type position than I do Cree. But again, if Cree Thomas is your nickel, all right, cool, let's roll. So I'm very high on Cree. He's a legit 4-star, top 150-ish type of player for me. And I haven't regraded him off his junior film yet. My impression of his junior film is he got a lot better. And because he showed me versatility, he showed me more physicality because he needed to, because he was playing safety, not corner. Saw him a little bit on offense. I'm very high on Cree Thomas. Because here's the thing, Sean. Notre Dame's on some really high-ranked corners, like really high-ranked. I mean, Dallas Golden, Kevin Humes likes Notre Dame a lot. Mark Zachary likes Notre Dame a lot. He's another guy. Devin Williams from Georgia likes Notre Dame a lot, and they're pushing hard for Cree because they view him as on that same level as those other top players. I've said this before. If Notre Dame can get any 3 of Cree Thomas, Dallas Golden, Devin Williams, and Mark Zachary, I'm thrilled with that corner. That's a big-time corner class. And some will, look at 3-star and all that, and that's fine. But we had the same conversation with the last kid from Brophy Prep that was a 3-star when he committed to Notre Dame. He's turned out to be pretty good. Cree Thomas is not a 3-star recruit, y'all. I don't care what they say. He's not a 3-star recruit. This kid can flat-out ball. There's no doubt.
And that's one of the things that I love. Like, we talked to Cam Williams Friday on the recruiting hour, Brian. And before he got off, he said to us and Notre Dame fans, like, yo, we pretty much got a little chip on our shoulder because we feel like we're disrespected with all these stars and like, yo, we're better than people think. And I think that's what you're seeing. I also think, and I want to get your thoughts, I think you're seeing the evolution of how Notre Dame views themselves defensively moving forward. I think they want to stay aggressive, but they want to improve at the nickel and safety. I think they're pretty good as far as their cornerback situation, the confidence and development they've had there. And now they've done a better job in going out and protecting now their talented linebacking core moving forward, right? Let's get them some big dudes in front of them. So we won't have to be aggressive and get into gaps. And we can be standard against teams, so now we don't have to give up 100 yards per game every year. Now we can bring that down to 70. And now our defense takes another step and our linebackers can flow and be better in space. I see a lot of things in recruiting that we're seeing with guys like Creed, Ivan Taylor, the flexibility to play them in multiple positions. You're starting to see where Marcus Freeman and these coaches want to take the defense to. They're already good, really good, but they believe they can be dominant without possibly going out and getting like 4 or 5 stars and doing it the way that a Georgia might do it. They can still find another way and another path to get there. And I think we're seeing that with a guy like Creed Thomas.
Yeah. So to me, I think they're looking for big, long, physical guys up front and at least one twitchy edge guy. But if it's going to be a twitchy edge guy, it's got to be a Boubacar, a Josh Burnham, a Logan Thomas, a long Cole Mullins, tall, long, with some frame to him. And then they want their back 7 guys to just all be runners. That's really what it comes down to. Long runners. Jaden Osbury can run. He's long. Even though he's only 6'1", he's long. Drake Bowen's long and can run. Kingston can run. Bodie Cahoon is long and can run. Teddy Rizak is long and can run. Preston Zinter's long and can run. Nolan Ziegler's long and can run. Jalen Sneed's long and can run. You look at the safety position, again, looking for guys that are long and can run. And corner, obviously, they love the length and guys that can run. And if you're going to not be long, you better be an absolute burner, which is what Micah Bell was in the 2023 class, right? And so, yes, they want the D-line that's physical, that can get a push, but that's going to allow their linebackers to fly to the football. That's what they're looking for. There's no doubt about that. And they're recruiting to it. That's the thing, is like, I think they've adapted what they want to do a little bit this year. They've let their D tackles attack a little bit more because that's what they have. But now they're recruiting to what they ideally want to be, which is we want big guys can be fit like Georgia. They want to be like Georgia up the middle as best they can, which is why they went after Sean Sevillano, which is why they're going after Nnamdi Agboko, because they want those kind of guys, right? And, we'll see if they can consistently do it or not. I think it could be tough, in my opinion, to kind of consistently get that guy at Notre Dame.
Have the same depth.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can do that. But, it's going to be interesting.
Another super chat. Thank you. I think Kingston is going to make noise early.
It's possible. I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, he's going to get in as an early enrollee, and he's going to battle Drake Bowen and battle Nolan Ziegler and Jalen Sneed for a role inside. There's no doubt. And Preston Zinter, Jaden Alsbury. I mean, I don't leave anybody out, but it's possible. I mean, look, to me, I look at Kingston a lot like I look at Drake Bowen. He's not a 5-year player unless there's an injury. So don't worry about not having him on your special teams. Don't worry about, if he's not playing a ton at linebacker, but he's started on all your special teams, cool. I'm good. I'm fine with that, and we kind of saw that this year from Drake, who played, I think, like 9 games, I think, on special teams this year.
Yeah.
Right. And has played in all 10 of the 11. I think he had 1 game where he missed with an injury.
With an injury,
but he's played in the other 10 games.
Yeah.
Now, he hasn't played a lot of defense, but so what? Drake's not a 5-year player. He got a lot of experience playing in Notre Dame Stadium, playing on the road, having an important role, and hopefully these last 2 games he'll be able to get a lot more experience playing linebacker. Yeah. But he got a chance to play and get a lot of playing time as a special teams guy. That's the very minimum of what I would expect from Kingston next year. But here's what I love about where Notre Dame is at, Idan. is Kingston Viliama-Asa is not walking in the room and just taking over a linebacker job without a fight because they're loaded there. And that's where you like to be. Like, you like to be where you can land a top 100 player like Kingston, who's having a phenomenal senior year, who's an incredibly talented guy, and say he's going to have to battle if he wants to see the field. Because, I mean, we know the big names, right? We know Drake, we know Jalen Sneed, we know Jaden Osbury, but look, don't sleep on Preston Zenner. Don't sleep on Nolan Ziegler, right? You know, coming back from his stuff. So, man, they're absolutely loaded, in my opinion, in at linebacker, Sean. It's going to be fun to watch that position develop the next couple of years.
Yeah, I echo your sentiments, and the excitement. You never throw water on the fire of the excitement around Kingston and Notre Dame fans. But like I said, you just pretty much summed it up. There's some dudes in front of him. Like, he's coming into a situation where there's some talented players, very talented players in front of him. And I point out, especially if Al Golden is still the defensive coordinator, what he has talked about, the way Drake has absorbed the offense, the defense, and the way he's shown the ability to communicate is very important at that position for Al Golden and Marcus Freeman. And that is something that he'll have an upper hand on Kingston.
Yeah.
All right. That's something Kingston was. And you can only get that from reps, like in practice, spring practice, fall practice. And they're both natural middle linebackers. So I don't see one, have more of an advantage when it comes to that. They're both used to having control of the defense. So, yeah, I'm cool with having Kingston play his way into snaps defensively and being an impactful player on special teams on those units, just like Drake. So,
yeah, that's where you want to be, man. You want to have, if something happens to Drake, if he doesn't pan out, if he gets hurt, you've got Ziegler. If something happens to him, you've got Drake. If you've got Kingston coming in, you've got Bodie Cahoon coming in after a 200 tackle senior season. It's just, they've done a great job recruiting that position. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. So looking forward to seeing that continued development from that group.
John A1, thank you for the super chat. Now that the regular season is closing, how would you rank the Power 5 conferences? Do the top 25 rankings reflect the strength of conference play? That's an interesting question.
I mean, look, I've ranked them. So some people will say, oh, you're ranking them big picture or whatever. I'm ranking them with how they've been this season, how the conferences have been this season. And I think the evaluations of the conferences are completely jacked up, in my opinion, because a lot of people are going to like this, but I would rank the SEC in the Big Ten third and fourth in the conferences. And I'll explain it to you because I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that because they're going to look at all the SEC teams that are ranked. But what do those teams do in the non-conference? Alabama went out and got smacked at home by the best team in the Big 12, right? Now Bama's playing for the SEC title. Oh, that was back in September. Well, so they got smacked, right? You had LSU got absolutely curb stomped by Florida State, the best team in the ACC. North Carolina, who's one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the ACC, went out and smacked South Carolina in a far more convincing fashion than what Georgia did against South Carolina, who was beating them 14-3 at halftime, by the way, right? I mean, you go out and you look at the league, and so, the Pac-12's not as good as we thought it was. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. You know what I mean? Utah, who's got now 4 losses in the conference, curb stomped an SEC team that almost beat Missouri this weekend, beat Tennessee this season. And so, to me, the best team in college football, the best conference in college football this season, it's the Pac-12. I mean, there's no debating it. They handled business out of conference, right? You went out this season in the Pac-12. You've got 2 legitimate playoff contenders and great depth, right? I mean, everybody's like banging Washington because they're playing tough games every week. That speaks to how good the Pac-12 is. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody can beat you on any given weekend. And in the Pac-12 in November, unlike other conferences, especially the SEC, Michael Penix is out there. Like, I saw somebody, college football nerds, who I respect a lot. I think they do a great job, but there's some idiot like banging on Jaden Daniels, being ignorant with his responses to Jaden Daniels, and then they're responding to him with kind of like similarly bad arguments not taking into account, like, number one, that Oregon State has a phenomenal pass defense, but number two, did you see the conditions they were throwing in and some of the money throws he made? Like, it is not easy throwing the football in November in the state of Washington or the state of Oregon. You know what I mean? And so the Pac-12 to me is deep. It's the deepest conference this year of legit top 15 teams. I don't care what the rankings say. That is the fact. That's the facts. And I think the ACC is the second best conference because all these teams that everybody's like, oh, this team wasn't as good as we thought. You're only thinking that because they keep losing to ACC teams. They didn't lose out of conference. They had a winning record out of conference. They had a winning record against the SEC this year. And next weekend's going to show that. I'll be shocked if like Louisville doesn't beat Kentucky. Florida State's going to beat Florida with their backup quarterback. Georgia will beat Georgia Tech. But when you look at it, the ACC has handled business this year. And if you want further evidence, look at what they did to Notre Dame. Notre Dame has dominated the ACC for years. And they lost 2 games to the ACC this year and almost lost a third. And Notre Dame's a pretty good football team. So, I think part of the reason that Pac-12 is not getting enough love is because USC sucked, ended up collapsing. And that's the name team. I don't care about names. I'm just telling you Oregon's a really good freaking football team. Washington's a really good freaking football team. Oregon State is a really good freaking football team. Utah's a really good freaking football team. They just keep getting beat by even better football teams.
And you're not even
really
mentioning,
good league.
You still have yet to mention the job that Jed Fish has done in Arizona.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the only reason I didn't mention that one is because they actually have one of the black marks for the Pac-12 because they lost to Mississippi State non-conference.
Right.
Which they shouldn't have because Mississippi State's not that good of a football team.
What he's done with that, with losing his starting quarterback and having a true freshman come in.
And that guy's back, and they're not putting him back in there.
They're not putting him back in there.
They're looking so good. I mean, their defense is getting better. Their offense has gotten better. Yeah, he's done an excellent job. And Arizona State competes.
Mm-hmm.
They compete in that conference. So, I think Pac-12, ACC number 2, SEC number 3, and then it comes down to Big 10 versus Big 12. I'm going with the Big 10 4th, even though both of those leagues have a similar problem. 2 to 3 really good teams at the top, and then a bunch of nothing. And that's why neither one of those teams deserve Big Ten's got 3 top 10 teams. No, they don't. They have 2 top 10 teams. I don't care what Penn State's ranked. No one that's watched Penn State this year should have any thought of that's a legitimate top 10 football team. Give me a break. Michigan is a legitimate top 10 team. They're just not a top 5 team, in my opinion. And Ohio State is a legit top 5 team. And I had them in the college football playoff this year. I had Ohio State, Washington, and Georgia were 3 of my 4 playoff teams that still have a shot to make it. My 4th was Notre Dame. They won't. But 3 of the 4 are still alive. But the Big 10 is Michigan and Ohio State at the top. Then there's Penn State, and then there's a bunch of nothing. The fact that a team like Iowa can be 9-2 in that league right now says everything you need to know about how bad the Big 10 is this year.
And I'm so disappointed because they were thoroughly outplayed by Illinois the majority of their game. Thoroughly outplayed. And Brett Bielema, to me, that team has been a disappointment this year. And I think it speaks to the Big 10 expected Illinois to take a step, and they thought that West would be much better. It's definitely going to be much better now with the additions coming from the Pac-12, with the teams that will be coming into the Big 10. And now the Big 10 will be a lot more respected from a scheduling standpoint now. Because now, you'll have Oregon and UCLA or USC on your schedule, Michigan, Ohio State, before you get to the big game. So now you have to play. I agree with you. I would show them a little bit more love, possibly, because I do like the job that Coach Drinkowitz has done in Missouri.
Yes.
They gave the game away to LSU. They really should be a game better.
And they have a really good non-conference win over K-State.
Yes.
Kansas State's a good football team. That's a good football team.
Mm-hmm.
And they went toe-to-toe with them and played a physical football game and beat them. So they have one of the few good SEC non-conference wins because there aren't many this year from the SEC.
I agree. And then, before we move on to the next question, I agree with you, man. Let me tell you something, man. It is so refreshing to watch. Do you remember the conversations you and I used to have about Michael Penix at Indiana?
Yeah.
Like, this guy was an RPO, use my legs more than my arm quarterback. And the work he's put in to transform himself into the quarterback that we're watching, I have no problems with the comments that were made. He should feel the way that he feels. And that last play, that last third down conversion tells me everything, dude.
Shot
First of all, the guts for the coach, the quarterback, they on the sideline like, yo, it's on us.
Trusting their dudes.
Yes.
They trusted their dudes.
Yes.
Yep.
And that throw.
Because that was good coverage, Sean.
Heck yeah. That true freshman had good coverage most of the night, but that was a darn good throw. Back shoulder in Rome. Turns around. Perfect timing. Yo, that's your players making plays. Right. Like, you can call whatever play. Your players went out there and executed, man. And I agree. The Pac-12 has definitely been the cream of the crop.
It's just because to me, Sean, it's about you have to be the best conference. You have to have elite teams at the top, teams that are capable of winning it all at the top. And I think they do. Now, would I predict Washington win it all? No. Would I be shocked if they win it all? Not really. You know, it just depends on who they're matched up against and things like that, but not really. In Oregon, I think Oregon's probably a spot or two too high. You know, I know everybody gets all excited about Oregon, and Oregon's has looked good, and they've had some really good wins and all that jazz. But like they haven't really beaten anybody good, right? I mean, when you really really good. I mean, they don't USC. They beat USC by 9. USC is utterly collapsing. They have a really good win over Utah. It's a really good win. But they don't play. They're playing Oregon State this weekend. That gives them a chance to have a good win. But, you know, the only really good team they've played this year, they lost to. Now, they battled, but they lost. I mean, and so you have to have some level of, you know, what's your resume built on? And right now, it's not really built on anything special. You know, your best win is over a 4-loss Utah team. So, but they're still a top 10 team, a borderline playoff team. If they go out and beat Oregon State and then beat Washington, they've got a legitimate case to be in the playoff. You know, but it also is about depth. And this is where I think this is why I think the SEC has been overrated at times over the last decade, is because the SEC's won X number. That means they've had the best team for X number of years. That doesn't mean that they have had the best conference for X number of years, because depth also has to factor into it. And it's a down year in the SEC. It is. I mean, you know, Missouri's a lot better, but partly why Missouri's better is because Florida stinks. You know, and Tennessee's taken a step back this season, which we expected because of how many guys they lost. And, you know, Heupel doesn't even have his first full recruiting class aren't even seniors yet, I don't believe. I think this is his third year, correct, at UCF. So his first full recruiting class are sophomores still, right? I mean, so you kind of expected that. They peaked. I've said this. They peaked a little bit too early.
Yeah. You
know, and that caused them to lose some guys that maybe they otherwise wouldn't have lost in the NFL, that type of thing. You know, but they're down. Kentucky's having a disappointing season. Vanderbilt's awful. South Carolina's having a really bad season. Texas A&M's disappointing again. Mississippi State's taking a big step back. You know, so the SEC is good, and I think you could make a case. You could argue it's better than the SEC because of depth of the conference, and I think that's where the case could be, to me, for the SEC, is the depth of the conference. But I still go ACC because of the fact that they whooped up on the SEC in the non-conference. That's what it boils down to for me. And, you know, I just think the overall depth is better, because Duke looked pretty good until they got into conference play, right? I mean, North Carolina looked pretty good until they got into conference play. Miami looked really good until they got into conference play. You know what I mean? They whooped up on Texas A&M more convincingly than Alabama did. I mean, think about that. Miami had a far more convincing win over Texas A&M than Alabama did. Okay, right? Miami's what, a 4-loss ACC team right now? Okay, yeah. You know, so that's how I'd rank them, Sean. But I think the Pac-12 is clearly the best conference this season. Now, does that make them the best overall? No, this year they're the best conference, and that's what's going to make the Big Ten so much better, because two of the best teams, the two best teams in the Pac-12 are going to the Big Ten next year. And then two of the bigger names are going to the Big Ten next year. Just disappointing, you know, but the Big 12 is going to get a boost next year too, with Utah and Arizona and Colorado. So Arizona State, we'll see, you know, but Colorado is going to bring some name recognition, although a lot of the bloom is off the rose, so to speak, with Coach Sanders. But like, this is what should have been expected of Colorado this year. Like we told y'all what was going to happen when they started winning at the beginning. They're going to hype them up so they can tear them down when they start losing. That's exactly what they were going to do, and that's exactly what they've done. And but still, it's a name program, and it's a and they're going to get eyes. People are going to watch Colorado next year. So the realignment is going to shake it up, but it's just so disappointing that the Pac-12 is ending on this note, because there's some really good coaches in that conference, man. Like, that's why the conference. I mean, Kalen DeBoer's a home run hire. Jonathan Smith's a home run hire. You mentioned Judd Fish has done a great job at Arizona so far. Chip Kelly. The fact that UCLA is considering firing Chip Kelly makes me. They're just a bunch of idiots. I'm sorry, they're a bunch of idiots. Like, he's done a very good job at UCLA, and this weekend's game at USC showed that. It's just that the league is just really. I mean, Justin Wilcox is a good football coach. He's just at a place where you can't win. That's one of the worst Power 5 jobs in all of college. There's so much that goes into it, but from a politics standpoint, that has to be considered. Why it's a tough place to win and recruit, because you've got forces that are kind of against you, and the notion of not really wanting football. And it's a hard place to recruit to. I would not send my son to Berkeley if I had one. I'm just being honest with you. I don't know that it's a safe place in a lot of different ways, but it's a hard job. But he's winning. He's doing. I mean, he's getting them. Winning 5-6 games a year. That's a quality job. I'm sorry, it is. Stanford's really bad this year, but when you watch them play, Sean, like, they're coached well. They're coached well. They play hard. The talent's terrible.
Yeah.
But Troy Taylor's doing a really nice job of coaching that team. They just don't have the horses. I mean, they're really, really not talented. But you just look at the influx and coaching in that conference. And of course, Kyle Whittingham is one of the 10, 15 best coaches in college football.
Yeah.
So it's really, they've really upped their game, and it's just disappointing to see that conference go away just because of piss poor leadership and fan base apathy. And what's wild is the two most loyal fan bases in the Pac-12 are without a home right now.
Yeah.
Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, they're going out with a bang.
No doubt about
definitely
that.
One of the best Pac-12 seasons in a long time.
Just good football. Like that.
Yeah.
Not Oregon State. That was just good football, man. That was just two really good football teams.
And we talked about this, like, just watching. And I asked you this last night when we were having our discussion. I said, is it me, or does it just seem like the interior of both of their offensive lines are just massive?
Yes.
They're just massive. And
they go out and get a lot of those Samoan kids from California and Utah and those type of, and they're just tend to be bigger bodied kids. But yes, absolutely. Absolutely. They're big kids. They're very big kids.
So, yeah, it was physical football in the rain. And I'm sorry, Michael Penix was letting it ride in the rain. It was like, dude, they weren't passing. He was like, I'm taking shots into the wind, in the rain. Yo, and like I said, my hat's off to that young man, because he is a totally different quarterback than the guy we saw get injured in Indiana. And he was helping to turn that program around.
Well, and also, I mean, you got to give a lot of props to Bo Nix too, because he's really turned his career around as well and become a really good football player at Oregon, no doubt. All right, let's get to the next one from Tyler Evans.
I know we're going to hear Al Golden surrounding the Syracuse head coaching job. Do you think it's a good job? Or do you believe he's a fit for Syracuse?
Well, I'll take the second part first, Sean. He's definitely a fit there. I mean, Al Golden is a Northeastern guy. He played at Penn State. I believe he's from New Jersey, or Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's from New Jersey. So one of the big issues that they've had at Syracuse is they just haven't done a good enough job. Like, a buddy of mine and I were talking about this, Sean, and he was like, there's just not the talent in the Northeast there used to be. And I'm like, that's true. Pennsylvania's not. I mean, you think you got Marvin Graves was, I believe, a PA kid guy. Marvin Harrison was a PA guy. Qadri Ismail was a PA guy. Like, a lot of the guys that they got, back in the day were, those Northeastern New York, New Jersey, Dwight Freeney's from Connecticut, like they're not, there's just not as many of those, but there's still enough to where they should be better. They're just not getting the top guys from the Catholic schools in New Jersey anymore. They're not getting, the private school, enough of those private school kids from Connecticut and Mass. I mean, we're talking about Notre Dame in the last couple of years assigned, like 4 kids from Connecticut and Mass the last couple of years, right? So they're just not winning enough of those. And Al Golden, to me, would be a guy that knows how to recruit that area because he did it at Temple. He had some success there at Miami, but he did it at Penn State. As a young coach, he did it at Virginia, going up on the East Coast. And so, yeah, I think Al Golden would be a good fit there. I don't know that that's a job he'll want. I don't know that he wants to be a head coach again, or if he wants to be a D coordinator in the NFL. I have no clue. I have no clue what Al Golden's career goals are, but he certainly earned it. With the track record he has, what he's done at Notre Dame, his NFL background, plus the success he had coaching at Temple, which is going to be much more in line with what Syracuse is than Miami, and Al Golden at Miami did not do a great job, but he did a lot better job than people give him credit for. He had a winning record at Miami, like he would have gone to bowl games all 4 full years if they were bowl eligible, but his first 2 years they were on probation, if you remember. And they went 6-6 and 7-5 and couldn't make a bowl game. And they were against him from the beginning. I mean, the people didn't want him there. They were always on him. He was like, he had like a cloud over him of, every time they'd lose a game, oh, this guy is, Yankee, and all this. Yeah. I mean, he had no chance. That was why you say, man, you got to be careful with the job you take because, like Tom O'Brien going to NC State was a career killer. Randy Edsall going to Maryland was a career killer for him. Yep. And Al Golden's whole career got completely sidetracked by going to Miami. And I understood why he did it because when you think about Al Golden and when he played football, he grew up in the 80s, late 80s playing college football at Penn State. He knows all about what the U was about, and he wanted a chance to be part of that. And he shouldn't have, but I understand it. I probably would have taken that job too. Because it's a lot easier to say that's not the right fit as an outsider than when you're sitting there like, I got a chance to coach at the U, and so you completely understand why he took the job. But now he's getting back on track. And if college coaching is what he wants to do, I think he's earned that opportunity to be a college head coach. For me, I don't know that that's necessarily what he wants to do because there's a lot of recruiting involved. And that would be my biggest concern about that job, Sean, because you've got to be a willing recruiter. Mm-hmm. At Syracuse. Now that doesn't mean going after top players. I mean, you're not going to get those guys, but you got to be on the road. You got to be grinding. You got to be spending all your free time at the private schools in Massachusetts and the private schools in New Jersey and the private schools in Connecticut, and then hitting the public school leagues in Jersey and Pennsylvania, New York, and getting out to Illinois. I mean, Syracuse got a pretty decent quarterback from Illinois back in the day, Sean. What's that guy's name? Donovan McNabb. You know what I mean? Like, so I think Syracuse is a solid job. It's not a great job. I saw somebody on Twitter to say it's one of the worst Power 5 jobs, and I strongly disagree with that. It's a solid job because they'll support you. That's the thing. They'll support you. You're right there by PA. You can recruit PA. You can attract PA kids to come. There's going to be kids in Eastern Pennsylvania where it's like, dude, you're closer to Syracuse than you are Penn State and Pitt. Distance-wise, if you really look at the map of Syracuse, or of where Syracuse is in relation to Penn. I mean, when I drove out to Syracuse this year, Sean, I spent almost the entire drive in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. I was barely in New York, and went during that drive. So I think it's a solid job. It's not a top 25 job, but it's a solid job. And if you're an East Coast guy that wants to stay in the East Coast, like they need to either hire a young FCS guy that's a up and comer, or they need to hire a like a Greg Schiano type, which Al Golden is, where it's like, hey, I've been down that road before. I've chased the big jobs. I'm perfectly comfortable being here and taking this team to a bowl game every year, as long as you're comfortable with that. And I think the problem with Dino Babers is a couple things. Number one is he never built on that 2018 season. He never built on it. And he never was able to replicate the offenses from those years. And from people I've heard, there just was a lot of dysfunction. Like the reason he stayed as long as he did is because he's a great man that's very well respected in the community and at the school. So you're going to give him more leeway. As I've always said, if you're going to be a dick, you better win. Well, he's the example of the opposite. Like if you treat people the right way, you'll get more grace than maybe another coach would who people don't like. Sam Pittman's a perfect example at Arkansas. I think that's part of the reason Arkansas is staying with Sam Pittman for now, because he's liked. You want him to be successful. And Coach Babers is very much that way, but it just got to the point where they were just so wildly inconsistent, Sean, from year to year. And every year it's like you would almost like they would tease you, thinking like, hey, they've turned it around. They started this year 4-0, had a nice beatdown of Purdue, right? 4 double-digit victories. And then they've lost 6 of their last 7. And, losing games, you're like, how did they lose at home to Boston College? Right? Like you can't do that. Last season, they start off 6-0 and then lose, 5 of their next 6, lose 5 in a row and get smacked by people, and then of course it went 5-7 the year before. In the COVID year, they were terrible in the COVID year, went 1-10. So it's like, 2019, you were 5-7. So like the 2018 good vibes are long gone now. And both of the last 2 years, you come out of the gate well. They've scheduled perfectly for you. You haven't had these really tough non-conference games, but still, Purdue, where it's a Power 5, and he hasn't been able to build on it. So I just don't think Coach Babers did a very good job. He wasn't much of a recruiter. And I heard there was just a lot of dysfunction within staff, really keeping everybody on the same page. You need someone that's going to be a little bit more of a, hey, like a little bit more of a cracking down on people a little bit. And that just wasn't Coach Babers' personality, but very well-liked guy. And yeah. So I just my take on it. I think Al Golden would certainly be a guy that I would look at if I was Syracuse. I don't know if he'd be my number 1 fit, my number 1 pick, but he'd certainly be a guy that I'd want to bring in and talk to just because of the Northeast ties. I mean, the guy won at Temple.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
You have to feel like that it's a job that the framework is there. Now you have to see what path do we need to take as a program to go to the next level. It's been shown that you can start off 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. Why is this program consistently fading at the end of the season, right? For me personally, by the time Syracuse faced Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was coming off a tough loss, and I'm sitting here laughing like, do you see the size of this defensive line at Syracuse? Like, they have no shot against this offensive line of Notre Dame. Like, Notre Dame's offensive line would have to play a D-level game for them not to dominate these guys. And I think that's something physically, you have to, make sure you get a good SC guy, a good strength and conditioning guy, foundation of your program, hit the portal, hard. If it is a guy like Al Golden, like he might want to hit the portal a little bit harder than recruit. He still have to recruit, and then his staff. I would venture that he will attract a very experienced staff, and he has a lot of connection, and he knows guys, and not only people that have connected to the NFL, but he knows some guys that can recommend some younger guys, like you said. Let's get some fresh blood in here as well. So it's an opportunity with a baseline that hey, we can go to a bowl game every year. That should be the baseline. This is a program where you can go to a bowl game every year. How do we get it to the next level? And what is the next level? Next level might be what? 9 wins a year? Like,
yeah,
if we can.
I think the thing with Syracuse is they're okay being 8-4, 7-5 most years. If you get every 5 or 6 years, you have a 2018 type season. The thing that killed Coach Babers is they went below that so often. Where after that year, I think they missed a bowl game each of the next 3 years, if I remember correctly. They didn't play in a bowl game in 2019. They didn't play in a bowl game in 2020. They went 1-10. They didn't play in a bowl game in 2021, went 5-7. So after that great 10-win season, you went 3 years where you didn't make a bowl game, and then they made a bowl game last year, but like no one cared because they had lost 5 straight games to end the season and had a win over a bad Boston College team and then lost a bowl game to Minnesota. And then this year they're 5-6. If they don't beat Wake Forest at home this season, at the end, next week, they aren't going to make a bowl game this year. Now, my issue is I understand why they let Coach Babers go. And this season he needed to do better this year. I mean, and look, it was within his control. Like it's simple. Don't lose at home to Boston College. Simple. if they're 6-5 right now with a win over Boston College, they've won 2 of their last 3. I don't know that they fire him. I really don't know that they fire him, because you look at their record, you say, man, they lost to Clemson, they lost to North Carolina, they lost to Florida State, right? And then you lost to a Georgia Tech on the road. Georgia Tech's been a surprisingly good football team this year, Sean. I mean, they're bowl eligible, I mean, and they needed the Syracuse game to get there. Both of those teams were sitting there at 5-5, fight for bowl eligibility, and Georgia Tech got the job done, and Syracuse didn't. So I understand why they made the move. I just think it's stupid to do it with like 2 games left in the season. Actually, because did he get fired before this most recent game or after? It was after
I think it was after.
So,
yeah,
I just think that's silly. Why are you firing a coach with 1 or 2 games left in the season? That's just stupid. This is just absolutely stupid. But
unless you, I mean, I understand like a big time program trying to get a jump.
Yeah, but you can still talk to people. I mean, it's like there's no rule that says you can't do back channel stuff to let people know that we're going to be moving on to the end of the year. And if you're going to do that a month ago. It just like just the whole thing is just because, like, remember Florida did that a few years ago and they ended up with Billy Napier. Okay, I get it. That got a lot of them get a head start. Now, I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I mean, Billy Napier was a coveted coach in that cycle. And, some people say getting that early jump on him helped them. Okay, that's fine. But you can get that jump without firing your coach with 2 games left. Like 1 game left. The whole thing is just silly. Now, it could have been a thing where they told him they were going to let him go, and he said, "I'm not coaching anymore." That could have been true, because remember, Syracuse fired Greg Robinson in 2008, or was it 2008? But told him, if you want to finish the season, you can, and he did. He chose to do so, which I respected the heck out of. And he's since passed away, but like anyone that ever knew Greg Robinson will tell you, it's salt of the earth human being, and he was going to see it through because it was about the players, it wasn't about him. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they gave Coach Babers that option or not. I don't have a clue. But that's what hey, look, Coach, we're going to make a move. We'd like for you to finish the season out, but we just wanted to let you know that we're going to make a move. And I don't know if they did that or not, but that's what I would have done. All right, let's get rolling along, Sean.
TDD Brammy 4, thank you for the super chat. What things would you like the new athletic director and president to build on from the previous regime? Or what things would you like to see them improve or tweak?
Number 1, I still believe that you need to give more financial resources to Marcus Freeman when it comes to putting a staff together. I still believe that Notre Dame should always be willing and able to go out and get whatever coach they want or need as an assistant. If the head coach starts hiring coaches and paying them a lot of money and they're not successful, then you realize you have someone who's not good at hiring, and you should probably find a new head football coach, right? They need to give even more resources to continue improving the back office, the analyst aspects of it, giving Chad Bowden a little bit more resources for what he's doing, because he does a phenomenal job. I would say that obviously the Goog needs a major renovation. That needs to be a priority for the next AD, is raise the money you need to raise to do that. And so those are really big things for me. It's just about being committed to it. Hey, whatever you need, whatever you think you need to win, let me know, right? As long as it's within the framework of who we are as an institution, right? Hey, I want a bunch of 2.0s with, borderline SAT scores. No, we're not doing that, right? That's not an ask that you want. But like, hey, give me work with me on admissions to help me get maybe just 2 kids a year that are borderline academically, as long as we make the commitment to do what we need to do to make sure those kids are successful. And then you can evaluate them on the track record. As long as those kids are thriving and coming in and thriving, then we'll keep working with you on that. If they don't, then we're cutting that off, right? And make those deals. Work with the football department and the basketball team and the baseball team, your major sports, hockey as well, on the portal stuff. Be more willing to work. Bring me kids that have academic prowess, and we'll work with you to make sure that they can get here and graduate on time, right? I mean, those are things that you can do, but it's going to it's like everybody has this thing where it's like the school needs to give in. Well, the football programs and the basketball programs need to be willing to meet them in the middle as well. Hey, don't go get some kid who's taking general education in Michigan, right? And tell me he's a great student. No, But you go give me some kid like like let's say back in the day they had Myron Rolle decides he wants to come to Notre Dame after sophomore year because he realizes, let's say Florida State's just not doing whatever. I mean, that's not true. Florida State did great by him. I'm just making a point. Yeah, you should be able to work with them on that kid, even though because he's a legitimate student athlete who's doing great in school, who clearly has the prowess to be at a place like Notre Dame. You think of Josh Dobbs, and he was at Tennessee. Like if he wanted to transfer after his freshman year, what was that kid like in like some kind of incredible like engineering program? Like he wants to be an astronaut. Like that kid is a Notre Dame student.
Yeah.
If you bring me kids like that, we will work with you on undergrad transfers. Right. Yeah. But you better make sure you're bringing me kids like that have a legitimate academic interest. And then because there are more kids out there like that than people realize. And if a kid's not like that, he shouldn't be coming to Notre Dame, with all due respect. As an undergrad anyway. If you go get, like, I don't care if a post-grad. If a kid comes in as a grad transfer and he doesn't really care about the Notre Dame, graduate degree, he just wants to play a year at Notre Dame, help us in it, fine. He's already got his degree. I don't care. But as an undergrad, they flat out need to make sure that they're bringing in kids who are serious about the Notre Dame degree. Because if you're not, then I don't care how good of a football player he is. He shouldn't be coming to Notre Dame. That's just the reality. Now, not every kid that's that way is a great student. Tony Rice was not necessarily a great student. He had good grades, but he had a bad SAT score. But he wasn't like a 4.0 with a bad SAT score, right? I mean, they've brought in guys that were borderline academic people that came to Notre Dame and thrived because they were serious about the degree. That's the difference. It's not even so much about what your track record is. It's about, do you truly value the education that you'll get here at Notre Dame? And if they're willing to, hey, you make a commitment to finding me kids like that, and then we'll make a commitment to working with you to get those kids into school and make it work. That's something that the athletic director, to me, should be fighting for the football team, the basketball teams, the baseball team, and the hockey teams, like the major sports. Look, you can even throw lacrosse in there if they won a national title. But that's something to me that they should be. Those are the tweaks that I would make, Sean.
And just continuing what you were talking about, I point to listening to Aldrich Estime post game and point back to Jason Anye, in the spring when he talked about a kid like me isn't supposed to be here. I wake up every day at Notre Dame understanding how truly blessed I am. Like, just to be a student here, where I come from. And Aldrich Estime, where he comes from, just talking about, this school has changed my life. Like, I've been playing football, been a great player, but this school has changed my life. And so that's the opportunity. That's the opportunity that you want to give to young men. And I think as much as, Notre Dame is very similar to the Chicago Bears, Brian, because the Chicago Bears still hold fast to the 85 Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And Notre Dame still holds fast to Lou Holtz in 88. And it's the same. It's very similar, for the fan base and the organizations and the university. Very similar how they hold fast to those teams. And to hold fast to that 88 team is to recognize that Prop 48 was a thing. And it gave opportunity to young men that more than likely in any other situation would not be admitted to the University of Notre Dame. And a lot of those young men, like a guy like Chris Zorich from Chicago, who was dyslexic and became and still one of the greatest ambassadors for the University of Notre Dame. So when you see that, and that's what you hold fast to,
right,
you should feel like, yo.
But why was Chris Zorich that way? Because the education mattered to him and his mom, right? That's why. Even though he wasn't if you were to say, hey, let's design the ideal student athlete at Notre Dame as far as profile, Chris Zorich doesn't fit it. Like you mentioned, as far as he was dyslexic, his grades were good, but not great. The SAT scores was not where it needed to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But as you said, he thrived at Notre Dame. Why? Because it mattered. He valued it. And there's kids that have the perfect resume that don't thrive at Notre Dame. Why? Because they don't value it, and that's the difference. So, and sometimes the parents do, but the kids don't. Ishaq Williams that way. Ishaq Williams' dad absolutely understood the value of the Notre Dame degree. Ishaq didn't. which is why he
Yeah.
had people writing papers for him and was always rumbles to be a guy that just didn't really put in the work to thrive at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Wasn't that he lacked the intelligence. Anyone that spends 5 minutes around Eshak will tell you that's a smart kid. Just didn't matter as much to him as it did to his dad. Right now, I'm sure Eshak would look back on it and wish he could do things differently, because we all do when we look back at at times when we're younger. Yeah, that would be my takeaway
So
from
yeah,
the
but
show.
I do think this is my opinion. The legacy of the previous regime, especially I think Jack Swarbrick takes a lot of heat, but I tip my cap to Jack Swarbrick as well because he's done a lot to sit Notre Dame at the big table when it comes to the college football landscape during his tenure as athletic director. So you can talk about, the things we've mentioned that we would like to see change, but on the business side, the brand side, and Notre Dame still being recognized in the big room as, somebody that needs to be part of the discussion of what is going to take place in college football now and moving forward. That is part of his legacy. And Marcus Freeman, as much as we like him as a head coach, is part of his legacy. You know, uh, a national championship game and 2 college football playoffs, the hiring of Brian Kelly is his legacy. So, as much as you want to be frustrated by certain things, the legacy of Jack Swarbrick is
Yeah,
pretty good.
yeah,
It's pretty darn good, and you have to tip your cap to him. And as far as Father Jenkins, I'm happy that he is getting back to what he loves and is going to stay and get back to teaching and ministry and
yes,
doing
he needs
that.
to do that because he's a terrible president.
I didn't see. I'll let you go there. I
Yeah,
didn't. I didn't
yeah.
want to go there.
Yeah.
I'm look.
Adios. That's my response to Father Jenkins getting back to what he loves. Clearly, because I'm sorry, he is. Look, here's the problem with Jack Swarbrick. The problem is too many people take the things he did that we don't like and
Hmm.
just grab onto those
Hmm.
and ignore all the other stuff. Because there's things Jack Swarbrick's done that really pissed me off.
Hmm.
But honestly, when you're at Notre Dame, as long as he's been at Notre Dame, there's gonna be things that he does that you don't like, but you cannot ignore the impact that Jack Swarbrick has had at Notre Dame. I mean, just
No.
Sean, I think back to when I first started covering Notre Dame in 2010, and I just think about, just from a facility standpoint alone,
Hmm.
thinking about how different it looks around that place now than it did before. That that was, I mean, you're talking like over $1 billion in upgrades over the multiple projects and the different things they've done. And
Yeah.
that all requires an AD with the vision to go out there and raise the money for it. Because the way that Notre Dame works is they don't build anything until they funded it,
Yeah.
which is why Notre Dame's dealing with a surplus and why other schools are not, because Notre Dame actually runs like a smart business in many ways.
Yeah.
People are, Notre Dame's greedy. I'm like, no, they're just smart business people. You don't spend outside of your means. I mean, yeah, I think sometimes they're greedy, but sometimes it's like, but that case, it's kind of like you understand it, right? Like,
Yeah.
they took their endowment money, invested in it, and turned it into a lot more money. That's what every business should be trying to do, right? But there's been a lot of things he's done that I don't like, and a whole lot more things that I do like. But that's always going to be the case when you have someone who's been here as long as he's had. But overall, look at the impact that he's had on the athletics department. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you'd like to have a football championship, but I mean, you've got a women's basketball championship, right? Your
Multiple.
men's basketball team, you got them in the ACC, right? Which was great for them at the time. I mean, they had success. Your lacrosse program has been built up. Your hockey program, you got them into the Big Ten, which is big for the hockey program.
Yeah.
So all your sports are much better now than when he got here, in my opinion. And you have to give him credit for that, in my opinion,
Yeah.
Sean. And the
You have to.
facilities are a lot better now. I mean, we talk about football, but you got the basketball renovations, the new hockey
Yeah.
arena. Like, there's been a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that's happened
Yeah.
that Jack
And
Swarbrick deserves a lot of credit for that stuff.
I'll say this as well, and this is just from conversations with you. Pete Bavacqua walks into a situation that the alumni base, in my opinion, is ready and willing to fund
Hmm.
things that need to take place. I can't say that was the case years ago, I think there were some times where, Jack might have faced a little bit of resistance or previous athletic directors. I think just from my conversations with you that you've had with alumni, I think there are a lot of alumni that are sitting waiting to say, yeah, what do you need?
Mhm. Yes, and
What's needed?
that's part of the frustration with Jack Swarbrick that some of them have,
Yeah.
is like, "You should be doing some of these things, and we would
Hmm.
pay for it
Hmm.
if you asked us to pay for some of these things," and that's why we goes back to the tweaks is like, you've gotta be more willing to spend the money, and if you don't have the money or if you don't budget it, then go raise it because you can. I know 5 guys right now I could give Jack Swarbrick Pete Pavak with a number, "Here, call this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy."
Hmm.
And whatever staff needs you have, they'll pay for it, or they'll
Hmm.
find the people. Like they'll be responsible for going out and raising the money. Like I had 2 guys call me. He's like, dude, if they would have just called me, my buddy, and my buddy, and my buddy, we would have paid for the Andy Ludwig buyout like that. They never asked us, and so yeah, the whole thing is just it's frustrating, but
Yeah.
it also doesn't dismiss all the good things he's done, and that's
No.
kind of my point of where I'm at for that.
Yeah.
We had a couple of Florida State questions, Sean,
Okay.
that I wanted to get to here. We got a super chat and then another one about
Tyler
it that I wanted to get
Evans,
to.
we appreciate you. Could injury to Jordan Travis affect the Florida State playoff seeding or keep them out?
And then we had a similar question from Irish Blooded who said, "Would you move Florida State out of the top 4 with that injury?" To me, Sean, no, I wouldn't. I want to see them play because
Yeah.
here's what I know: we've only seen one game where Jordan Travis was the quarterback and Tate Rodemaker was the quarterback, and they were struggling when Jordan Travis was in the game, and they steamrolled North Alabama when Tate Rodemaker came in the game. Now,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean a hill of beans in regard to their ranking as far as like, well, look how well he played against North Alabama. Don't care. I'm making the point that how about we just wait to see what that kid does first before we start dropping him out? Because Florida State isn't just the Jordan Travis show, right? They've got a lot. They've got a great running back room. They've got one of the 5 best receiving corps in college football when they're healthy. And as good as Jordan Travis has been this year, it's not like he's been like just this unbelievable, holy moly, he's so great guy. He's rushed for he was on pace for his worst rushing season of his tenure. He only had 176 rushing yards. It's only 2.4 yards per carry. His quarterback rating was down from where it was a year ago. His completion percentage was down from where it was a year ago. Jordan Travis wasn't exactly like lighting the world on fire this season. And he had a really good supporting cast around him. And so let's see what they do against Florida this weekend without him. Let's see what they do against Louisville. Because if they go out and beat Florida convincingly, right now you have or don't, you have something to compare them to other teams, right? Like, so we know that Georgia's played Florida, for example,
Yeah.
right? And you can compare that to them. But if they go out and beat Florida and then beat a top 10 Louisville team in the ACC title game, they still deserve to be a playoff team. And let's not forget when this whole thing started, who was the starting quarterback for the team that won the very first national championship? It's Cardell Jones. When was Cardell Jones' first start of the season? The Big Ten title game. That was the first start Cardell Jones made that year because he got hurt against Michigan, or JT Barrett got hurt against Michigan. And then they went out and ran a table. The backup quarterback at Ohio State beat Alabama and beat Marcus Mariota in Oregon in the
Yeah.
national title game because they weren't just the JT Barrett show. And JT Barrett's role at at Ohio State is to me very similar to the role that Jordan Travis serves at Florida State. Very good player, leader, like makes plays with his legs, but not the dude on that offense. Like Keon Coleman's their best player. Trey Benson's been more dynamic and impactful this season, in my opinion, than Jordan Travis has. Jordan Travis has been a great trigger man, just like JT Barrett was for that 2016 or 2014 Ohio State team. He wasn't an elite player, but man, he was like the glue to that team. Well, the rest of the players stepped up, and Ohio State was, think about what they did. Cardell Jones steps in and they go beat Wisconsin, a top 15 Wisconsin team, 59-0. Right? Because the rest of the team said, hey, we got you.
Yeah.
We got you. I would give Florida State a chance to prove that, in my opinion, before I'd go out and just assume that they don't belong in, because you don't know how they're going to be, in my opinion. I want to see that first. So no, it should not affect them. Their resume is their resume. Now, if they go out and struggle against Florida and struggle against Louisville and then win, then you have to have an honest conversation about flip. Because, like, to me, I would have Washington already ahead of them, but I would have both of them ahead of Michigan right now. Michigan has to play their way into the top 4, in my opinion, not because of the cheating stuff, because they've played nobody. Right? Michigan's now played 2 decent teams, and they looked very mediocre. They looked very top 10-ish in both of them, but didn't look like a top 5 team, neither one of them, in my opinion. So that's my stance on that. Now, that's my take. Do I think the committee is going to look for a reason to drop Florida State out? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't think the committee respects Florida State because they get into this whole eye test bull crap, and they look at this close game and that close game. Here's what I know. They curb stomped LSU, who is a top 15 team. That's what I know. That's what I know about them. So we'll see how they finish.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes when you get into the college football playoff committee, the business side comes into play, and it becomes an unfair field. Literally, if you're going to be honest, I'll be honest. I wish that they had the gumption that if Alabama beat Georgia, that they would leave the SEC in the final year out of the Final Four.
Yeah.
I wish they had the gumption to do that.
Because you're saying is it would be Ohio State, Michigan winner. It would be let's say Washington
Oregon,
wins out,
yeah.
Washington, Oregon winner, and then Texas, and then Florida State.
Absolutely. Because you're going to tell Texas that win doesn't matter?
Right, because they'll have a rematch win against the only team that beat them. And then they would have a convincing 10-point win over Alabama at Alabama.
Which now, with Dylan Gabriel out and Jackson Arnold being the probable starter in that game against Oklahoma, it's very likely that Texas runs the table. And now I dare this committee to look I don't care how close to the games Texas has played. Look that team in the eye and tell them that Alabama deserves.
But here's what bothers me about that. We'll talk about the close games of Florida State and Texas play, but ignore the fact that Alabama barely beat Texas A&M, barely beat Arkansas? Like, Alabama's had several close wins over not very good teams. Had to come from behind to beat a Tennessee team that, I'm sorry, is just not good. Yes, beat Arkansas by 3, beat Texas A&M by 6. These games happened in October. They beat South Florida by 14. So they beat Kentucky and LSU. Who freaking cares? Right? We're just going to ignore because it's all about the narrative, Sean. That's the problem, is they create narratives. They don't actually evaluate what is. They make up stories to fit whatever they want. The committee didn't used to do that as much. The committee, I thought, used to be pretty fair, and now it's like this, and that's the problem with the college football playoff, is you're always changing over who's on it, and different people have different worldviews and ethical boundaries and emphases on all this kind of stuff. And this year's committee has been by far the most inconsistent, because they'll say one thing about this team that they praise them for and then punish another team because Alabama just keeps finding ways to win. That's spin for they keep winning close games against teams that aren't that good, right? But that's find ways to win. But with Florida State, it's like, man, they played like crap against those teams. Boy, they play down to their competition. Okay, so does Alabama. Do I need to remind y'all that Georgia was losing to South Carolina by 11 at halftime? You know, I mean, so yeah, it's become very much very inconsistent.
We need to stop with this narrative, because I've heard this on all of the shows after the rankings came out this past week. I think you guys might have talked about it on the All-American show. Yeah. Stop saying that if Alabama beats Georgia, it's the best win of the year. Stop.
Right.
It's a neutral field.
Right.
With a Hall of Fame head coach that knows Georgia and Kirby Smart very well.
And then wouldn't that make the Texas win at Alabama the best win of the season?
Yes.
Okay.
That's on the road.
Over the team that beat Georgia, and their
they
only loss was to Right.
They didn't just beat them. If Sark really wanted to put more points on the board at the end of that game, he could have.
He should have. Now you're looking back at it.
They dominated Bama
Which
at
is sad.
Bama.
Right.
So now if Bama walks in and beats Georgia by like 20, 30,
Right.
okay, we can have that discussion.
Right.
But if they win by a field goal, Texas walked into Alabama and dominated Alabama.
Yep.
They didn't just beat them. They outclassed them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm sorry, man. You look that team in the eye.
Outgained it by almost 100 yards, by the way.
With integrity.
Yeah.
I'm talking about with truthful integrity. And tell them, I dare the committee. Yeah, tell them that win doesn't matter. Then what the heck why are we scheduling games then?
Right. Let's just call September and October preseason, and games don't really matter till November. That's the thing that's so annoying, Sean, is this whole and I had this conversation, and this is what was frustrating me with Bill Bender's arguments last week. He wants to just ignore what happened. Well, that happened September. These are like, when did wins in September stop mattering as much? This is such a silly argument. Well, that was back in September. So freaking what? That's part of who you are as a team, is what you did in September and October.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise, why wasn't USC in the 2016 playoff? Because there was nobody hotter in the month of November than USC was back in 2016. Why should their 3 losses in September matter? They shouldn't. You know, if we're going to use that line of reasoning,
and
the whole thing
is
it's just weak.
If that's the case, then the win against Georgia doesn't matter. Now I have to debate eye test, because Georgia eye test is a better team to me than Alabama, regardless of how that game plays out.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion. Because I've seen Bama against their toughest opponents, and I've seen Georgia against their I just saw Georgia, like, once they got healthy, roll Missouri, roll Tennessee, and I think they rolled Florida, like 3 consecutive games.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Kentucky was supposed to be an issue. Rolled them too. The game with South Carolina, they ended up winning by double digits after trailing by double digits. I think the closest game was the Auburn game on the road. So it is, if we're going to go that route and discredit Texas, the win of Texas, how do you give so much credence to the win over Georgia?
Right.
Look at the full body of the season. And you can argue, Georgia will have an argument like, yeah, we lost to Alabama, but hey, we've been better all year.
Yeah. I just want to say something real quick. Somebody just said that Andrew Gilmore said talking about Jack Swarbrick, he deserves credit for upgrading all the sports, but I bet he feels like something is missing. It's like Marv Levy of the Bills, lots of wins and great memories, no titles. I'm sorry. Jack Swarbrick is not the director of the Notre Dame football operations. He's the athletic directors, and Notre Dame has won a lot of national titles during his tenure. You can't ignore those. And I'm not just talking about fencing, women's basketball, lacrosse. They've been to the Frozen Four. They've won Big Ten titles. They've won ACC titles in basketball, men's basketball. They won ACC conference championships in men's basketball. So Jack Swarbrick has national championships. And well, football is the only sport that matters. No, it doesn't. Football is number one. Always has been, always will be. But let's not act like Jack Swarbrick doesn't have national titles to his name. He absolutely does. And any attempt to say, well, it's incomplete because he didn't win a national title in football. Sort of, but at the same time, you know, you don't discount and ignore the fact that they've got a lot of titles. And I'm not I'm talking major sports, like women's basketball has a national championship under Jack Swarbrick's tenure. Lacrosse team just won it, first in history, first ever for the lacrosse team this past year. Men's hockey team has been to multiple Frozen Fours, has won a Big Ten championship. So he has championships. Yes, he has championships.
The baseball squad's been to Omaha.
Yes.
You know, the unfortunate thing about baseball is that baseball is really a launching job to other great jobs in college baseball. That's just an unfortunate thing. But his hires, what I want to say is you look at the people that he's hired to run these programs. I mean, that track record is pretty good too. Like Muffet McGraw and Mike Bray, that's pretty good. Ryan Kelly, that's pretty good. I think Marcus Freeman is pretty good. The fencing coach, the lacrosse coach, the hockey coach. Like, His track record with his hires are pretty. I think Jack recognizes, and Brian, this might end up being his biggest bullet point in his legacy. He recognized that it was time for him to step away, for Notre Dame to take the next step. Because if things go the way we think they can, with the additions you talked about, with the involvement from the alumni, and Notre Dame wins a national championship under Marcus Freeman, and Neil Ivey continues to build the program to the level of Muffin McGraw and get multiple championships. Michael Shrewsbury, I've been saying, like, he's a fantastic coach. Like, once he gets his guys,
you watching them scrap against Oklahoma State, man. It's like that team is not super talented.
No,
and their best players are true freshmen. And not elite 5-star true freshmen, right? A lot like the football team has done, like, lower floor, like Kerry Booth. That kid's going to need time. He's not that 5-star come in day one and dominate, but you just see it when it flashes, like, boy, this kid's going to be special someday.
Yeah,
if he
for the next 3 years,
right?
the pick and roll between him and Marcus, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
it's going to be a problem towards the end of this year.
Yeah,
because they're going to get better. And look, he knew when to step away. I truly believe that.
Who's that? Mike Bray?
Jack Swarbrick.
Oh, Jack Swarbrick, yeah.
Yeah, because with the NIL, certain things he was just uncomfortable having to deal with. And
well, here's something I had been told before. I was under the impression that Jack Swarbrick was going to leave a few years ago. But when COVID hit, this is just my read of the situation. I don't think he wanted to leave because he didn't want to have his replacement be forced into that type of situation. And he was like, I need to see this through. So I actually think, and I could be wrong on this, but I started hearing Jack Swarbrick was ready to retire back in 18 and 19 and had some other interest of different things. But he just felt like the job wasn't complete yet. And I think now, like you said, you've got a new football coach, a new basketball coach in both sports, your hockey team, your lacrosse team, your facilities. I mean, just overall, it's a much better place. And look, any coach should thrive. Ultimately, that I leave this place better than I found it. And there's no doubt. And I would argue that Jack Swarbrick gets as much credit for the football success as Brian Kelly does. I mean, just because of the resources he gave to Brian Kelly, because Brian Kelly would have had a much tougher time recruiting into the end of his career if not for the things that Jack Swarbrick fought for to get. And he cared a lot more about it than Brian Kelly did the last few years. I can promise you that.
Yeah. Wade Garrett, we appreciate you. Just want to say happy Thanksgiving to Brian, Vince, Ryan, and Sean, and Malik, and all the Indy fans here. I wish you all and your families a great holiday.
Thank you for that, Wade.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that very much.
We echo that as well.
Yep. I just accidentally took away a super chat that I got to go find. So let's get back up here with John A1.
Will the wide receiver depth be where it needs to be in 2024?
Don't know. It should be, but I can't answer that question without knowing who's going to still be here. I think it will be because I think there's at least one receiver that's going to leave, potentially two, through the portal. If it's just those two that I think it'll be, I'm not going to say who it is, then they'll be fine. There'll be plenty of talent returning. If it starts getting into like 3-4 guys leave because of some of the frustrations that are going on with the position coach of that, then now all of a sudden it's like, no, they may not be as in good of a position because they won't have some of the players that I got to be careful with what I'm saying. But yeah, if it gets more than two, then they're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot. If it's the two that I think or less, then yeah, there's a chance they're going to be loaded at receiver next year. If a certain guy stays and actually gets coached up, you know what I mean? And I'm not talking about Tobias Merriweather, just for people that think that's what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. But there's just, Sean, you and I were discussing this last night. There's a lot of frustration in that room right now. And one of Marcus Freeman's priorities this offseason needs to be addressing that. And it absolutely needs to be addressed big time. But there's potential for that receiver room to be absolutely loaded next year. I did find that question again, Sean. So I was able to get the super chat.
Trevor Rocket, thank you so much. Brian and Sean, job just well done today. Great insight and opinion on all the topics you lads are hitting today. I've never been referred to as a lad. I think I like it, B.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I like it.
We're sitting
Hashtag
with our
respect.
gray beards, and
Yes.
I kind of appreciate that. Yeah, man.
Hashtag Lindsay Tough.
Yeah, yeah. So just so you know, Sean, his wife is battling cancer. So that's who
Oh,
Lindsay
wow.
is. So as you can relate to that,
I can
obviously.
relate to that.
So
And I'm telling you,
yeah,
she's more than an overcomer.
yeah.
And this situation will be overcome as well. Trevor, you have my prayers. Michael Pate, or maybe it's Pat Tate.
I think it's Pate. This just remind me of a funny story.
Let's have fun, Michael.
When I was I think it was a freshman in high school, my dad was driving my sister and I to school, and we were both being cranky, and he was trying to just change the subject, and he's like, oh, hey, that's a sharp looking rodeo right there. And I just looked at him, I was like, it's a rodeo, Dad.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
And the thing is, he was being serious, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah, it's like people, you say, where'd you get that from? They say Tarjay. Like,
Tarjay.
Really? Tarjay? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
Did any non-starters really flash for you this past week that you think will have a serious chance at being starters or impact players next year?
Well, I know one for sure, and that's number 29. That would be Christian Gray.
I thought you were about to say Matt Salerno. No, I'm just
No.
playing.
You just had to ruin the moment. Christian Gray looked outstanding again. He has all year. He's going to be really, really good. He impressed me. Eli Raridan, we finally got a glimpse into the Eli Raridan talent level. And look, I love Audric Estime. Love Audric Estime. Respect what he's done. Fully anticipate him going to the NFL. Notre Dame is in a position now where I'm going to be excited to see the running back room next year. Not because Audric's gone. Sometimes it can come across that way. But because I just watched the gear that Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price play at, and I keep telling myself they need to touch the ball more.
Yeah.
And I understand why they're not. And Notre Dame's trying to get Audric his yards and whatever. But use them both. I mean, that's my one frustration from Saturdays. We didn't see more of them, but it was good because we did see the receivers and we needed to see that. That's good. But man, I'm thinking about what the running back room is going to be like next year. And I'm like, man, it's going to be explosive.
I'm thinking like, certain players in that room might want to have serious thoughts. Because I'm thinking like you might end up 5th on the depth chart, man.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Keedron Young is a dude. Like,
yep,
he's a dude. He might be the Jeremiah Love of next year. Aeneas Williams is super versatile.
Mm-hmm.
Might not be as explosive as the top 3 guys we just mentioned, but he is super versatile and knows how to play the position. That's a conversation where you're like, you tell your kids you're always welcome to come home. I'm not giving you a key, but you're welcome to come home. And that's kind of Audric. Like, hey man, we love you, but we actually don't mind if you go ahead and choose to go to the NFL. Like, you can always come back home to see us, but the room is okay.
Mm-hmm.
You left the room in really good shape.
Yeah.
So, Cooper Flanagan,
yes,
Eli Raridan.
Cooper Flanagan is their best blocker right now.
And that's something that you've been saying for weeks about Cooper Flanagan.
But Eli Raridan, this game against Wake, looked more like the blocker he was last year.
Yeah.
If you are a premium member, go to the run game breakdown that I did, because I put a duo run on there where Eli Raridan just destroyed it. The DN that Ryan kept talking about was an NFL draft pick and all that last week, and he's correct in that, by the way. This isn't a shot at Ryan's evaluation. That's the guy. Eli Raridan on the duo run just blows him off the ball, just because he gets his long arms on the guy's like fighting to get his hands on Eli, and he can't. And he just drives him off the ball, and then he just runs by people down the field. It was just like, oh my gosh, like the tight end room is going to be so loaded next year.
Is it possible that this will be the best running? When I say not run, I'm not talking about run game. I'm talking about just athleticism, the way they run and move. Is this the most athletic tight end room they
From a
could have
from a
next year?
number standpoint, yeah,
Yes, yes. I
because you've
think
got Mitchell
3 or
Evans,
4
who's a
guys.
quality athlete. Holden
Hmm.
Stace is a really good athlete. Eli
Yeah.
Raridon is an explosive athlete. Cooper
Hmm.
Flanagan's I mean, Jack Larson's
Jack
arguably your worst
Larson.
athlete. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like he's a good football player. You know what I mean? So
He might have the best
depth
hands in
of
the room though.
depth of athleticism, sure. I mean, the
Yeah.
2020 tight end room was pretty athletic too. Yeah, obviously Michael Mayer, Brock
Yeah.
Wright was a really good athlete. Tommy Trumbull was a really good athlete. But
That's
that group
true.
had 3, right? Because Cole Kmet had
Hmm.
left. This group's got 5 like really good athletes at the position. And
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, when you can make a case that Mitchell Evans is maybe your 3rd best athlete at a position, that's pretty good. Because Mitchell's a good athlete. Kid played
Yes.
quarterback his senior year of high school. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, and it wasn't a stiff drop back quarterback. I mean, he was running. He would run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really loaded room. So that position did obviously, I kind of count Ashton Craig in this and Billy Schrouth in this conversation too, because I know they were,
Hmm.
I count them as non-starters because they're only starting because of injuries. They looked great. I mean,
Yeah.
for context, look great. Look, Devin Houston in limited snaps really flashed to me.
Hmm.
You watch Drake Bowen play, and you're like, he still don't know what he's doing yet, but he just moves different
He moves different.
than the other guys. That impressed me. You just see Adon Schuler again moves different. He just looks different to me running around. So those are some of the guys to me, Sean, that really. Oh, and Braylon James, did you see the play, the route he had on the touchdown pass to Jordan?
Yes.
Now Steve Angeli made the right read.
Made the
He
right read.
read where he's supposed to go to. This is not but if he would have read it backside, he has Braylon James torched a guy. He was
Hmm.
actually more open on that play than Jordan Faison was. Again, Steve made the right read. That's people forget that sometimes. Like, well, man, if he would have looked at that backside, yes, but he should have never got to the backside post because his initial read was open. Right? That's part of football. Now, sometimes a veteran quarterback will read pre-snap, like, hey, I know this is my read, but I think I can manipulate the safety over and bang that backside post. And sometimes you'll do that. I'm not asking Steve Angeli to do that as a redshirt freshman coming in off the bench. I'm just simply making the point. Had he looked backside, Braylon James smoked a dude on the backside.
And Braylon James has had the best look the previous time that they were in at home. He ran the best delay slant route
Yes,
backside.
all season.
I was like,
Yeah.
yo, that's the best route.
Yeah, but we
I've
can't get
seen
him on
in
the
a long.
field when the receivers are struggling for some
Right.
reason. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever. It's so annoying. So annoying. But yeah, he's another one. I mean, look, there's so much young talent on this roster, Sean. Where
Yeah.
just you put these kids, you're like, yeah, I get why they're not playing yet. But like Brennan Vernon, it's like,
Yeah.
man, that guy's just different.
Yeah.
Boubacar, you just watch some of those young guys, you're like, man, these guys just move different than
Yeah.
everybody else. It's impressive to see. There's a
And
lot of those guys.
guys like Josh Burnham are still part of that young talent. It's like you said, it's a really talented team, inexperienced, but it's some real athletic talent that's going to be on the roster next year.
Yep. Sorry, I just read Tommy Gunn's question. I'm not answering that one. Let's see here. Irish Blooded says, with the terrible injury to Jordan Travis, do you think that causes Jaden Daniels to sit if LSU gets in a bowl game? I doubt that Travis's injuries. I think Jaden Daniels is going to make whatever decision is best for Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that'll happen. I mean, if he was going to do something because of what happened to Jordan Travis, he wouldn't play against Texas A&M this weekend. So, because it was a regular season injury. So I don't think he plays in a bowl game, but I don't think it has anything to do with what happened to Jordan Travis.
Now, something that I do think across the NFL and college football that we will see is that type of tackle is going to be outlawed because it is causing way too many injuries.
Yeah.
Ankle injuries, sprained ankles, high ankle sprains, and the tragic injury that Jordan Travis suffered, that pulling down from the, it's going to be outlawed.
Yeah.
So I think linebackers and safeties are going to have to find another way to get people down. I didn't with another question. I asked last week what a fair punishment was for University of Michigan, and you said don't vacate wins because they still won the games. They had an unfair advantage steps on players. We vacated wins for academics.
But they shouldn't have. That's the thing is Notre Dame shouldn't have vacated wins. I have said this a million times, Sean. I think vacating wins is dumb because you're not changing the outcome of the game. You're just not giving one team credit for a win. It's not like they gave those other teams wins. And then the other thing about vacating is Notre Dame is considered basically 0-1 in 2012 and 0-3 or 0-4 in 2014. That's dumb. Vacate the whole thing if you want to. But I just look, yes, they had an unfair advantage. That's why they deserve to be punished. That's why there's a penalty. However, those games still were a result of what they were, right? Like this isn't like an election where if you find out after the fact that 20,000 votes were rigged, that changed the outcome. That's different than an actual physical football game of players playing, and the outcome was what it was. You can go back and change a vote because you can change the numbers, right? If you find out that the count was wrong, or let's just say there was an accounting error in an election, like somebody added an extra zero accidentally, right? So people get conspiracy theory, although whatever, my stance on that, Sean. But let's just say it was an accident, and you find out later that, hey, we accidentally added an extra zero. You can kind of go back and rectify that because you can get a real number, and the real number says this, which means the result should have been that. That's not how it is in a sporting event. That team had more points than that team. And you can say whatever you want about unfair advantages, and that's true. That's why there's punishment. If it wasn't something that gave you an advantage, then it wouldn't be punishment, right? But I have a philosophy that vacating wins is pointless. It's absolutely pointless because those games were played. One team won, one team didn't. If you want to rectify things, be forward thinking in your punishment. That's my whole thing is we're always looking back. Notre Dame vacated wins. They should not have. Notre Dame should not have vacated those wins. They should not recognize if the NCAA chooses to vacate those wins. Just like the Michigan. Michigan was wrong to vacate and give up the Final Four banners under the Fab Five. That was dumb. They played. I can go on YouTube right now and watch Final Four games that the Fab Five played in 2 years in a row. Taking the banners down doesn't change what the reality was, right? Now, you want to say, hey, X player can't be on campus for 10 years for whatever. Okay, fine. I think that's kind of silly and petty. But if that's what you feel you need to do to, I don't know, do whatever, then do what you got to do. But taking down banners, vacating games, we all watched Notre Dame play 12 games that they won in 2012. Does Notre Dame vacating that take away from the games we watched? No, it doesn't. So I understand where you're coming from, my Den. I really do. I just think vacating wins is just – and here's the thing. That's not punishment. That does nothing to the school. There's no, consequences. There's no, to me, penalty should be somewhat of a, hey, don't do this because of this. There's certain penalties in our country. There are certain crimes in our country that I don't think are penalized nearly enough. There are certain things that I believe should have I'm talking some biblical, ancient, righteous judgment for. You violate a woman, I think prison is the least of the things you should be concerned about. You know what I mean? But right now it's punishment is this, and I just believe punishment should be something that tries to get people to say, I want every athletic director in the country sitting down saying, hey, if this is going on, stop it, get rid of it, do this, do that, because if this happens to us, we're done as an athletic department. We're done. Yeah. That's what I think it should be. Vacating wins, they chuckle because we're still getting our bowl money. We're still getting our TV money. We're still getting scholarships. What's the punishment really? You want to make it hurt? Don't let them get bowl money. Don't let them get TV revenue for X number of years. Then see how they feel. You can keep all your wins, but this is what we're doing.
Absolutely.
That's how it should be.
I look at it like this, and it's similar to Barry Bonds and his steroid use, regardless of whether or not you believe he took PEDs or not. Before the PED stuff came up, his career was Hall of Fame.
Yeah. That's what's so frustrating about it.
If you want to keep him out, That's fine. Keep him out of the Hall of Fame. But every one of the players that played against him will tell you that's a Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the people that played against Michigan, like you mentioned, like people that play against Michigan, that's a really good football team, man. Yeah, y'all can talk signs or whatever, but when it comes to like lining up and having to physically play them, that's a really good football team.
Right.
Did it give Barry Bonds an advantage? We can't sit here and judge how much of a better play it made him because he was already one of the greats when he started. That's why it was a horrible decision on his part. But how much better? I'm not saying Michigan did not have an advantage, but in games, I mean, they're beating Big Ten games. They're blowing Big Ten games. Okay, so you want to judge them on the Penn State and Ohio State game every year? Because other than that, everybody else they're demolishing. So I don't think the signs meant that much in those matchups. Now, Ohio State might have a gripe.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a gripe, right? And Ohio State has the opportunity
Right.
this Saturday
Bingo.
to say everything's equal.
This is a huge game for Ryan Day, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
You cannot lose to Michigan without their head football coach. But like the thing about Barry Bonds is this. Like, am I okay putting an asterisk by his numbers? Yes. Am I going to say take his numbers down as the records? No. No. Because he still hit 70 home runs. He still hit 700 whatever home runs. He still hit those home runs, right? There's a lot of guys that took steroids that could hit 700 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, with Barry Bonds, just quickly on this one, I would say go back to when you first believe he cheated with steroids and evaluate his career up to that point. And if you feel it's Hall of Fame worthy, then put him in the Hall of Fame. And that's kind of my thing with Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa was not a Hall of Fame player until he started taking steroids. I think Roger Clemens, to me, was borderline Hall of Famer before his because he started to kind of break down a little bit. Like Roger Clemens, his first, like when he was really young, was like phenomenal. But he started to break down around 30, around 29, 30. And so you could say, was he Hall of Famer? I would say yes, but it's just a little bit more debatable than Bonds. I mean, before he was really accused of taking steroids, Roger Clemens was a 3-time Cy Young winner, 3 times Cy Young winner, right? Evaluate him up to that point in time because I think they allege that stuff started when he went to Toronto, correct? Well, so evaluate what he did with Boston before he went to Toronto and say, is he a Hall of Famer or not? And if he is, then you put him in. If he isn't, then you don't. So to me, I don't know that Mark McGwire has a Hall of Fame career without steroids. I don't, because I don't think he lasts long enough to have a Hall of Fame career without the stuff he took. I don't think Sammy Sosa is a Hall of Famer without steroids. I think Barry Bonds is. I think Roger Clemens probably was. I would argue for, but I've heard people make a case against him that like, okay, yeah, fine. Because they look at pitchers, they look at longevity, other than like Sandy Koufax, they look at longevity and all this other kind of stuff. That's kind of how I look at it. You know what I mean? Is what were they before that stuff allegedly started? Best evidence that you have for when it started, was he a Hall of Famer or not?
Yeah.
And to me, those two guys were Hall of Fame guys before they did that. That's how I look at it. And somebody just said, give Notre Dame back. It's 25 wins. I don't think it was 25, was it? Was it 20? I thought it was 21. But either way, yes, correct. Notre Dame should not have vacated those wins. And they should still every time I ever talked about Brian Kelly's record at Notre Dame, I included those wins.
Yeah.
Because nothing that happened in Notre Dame had anything to do with those guys were ineligible players. It's dumb. That's dumb. I don't care. Notre Dame did not win a single game that year because Kavari Russell had someone take a test for him. That was about laziness is what that was about. And that's simple as that. So that's kind of how I look at it.
That's like I look at Michigan, and as much as vitriol as people have had, I still have respect for those young men. This is the thing. At the end of the day, the young men walk on the field and they do what their coaches ask them to do. Right? And then at the end of the day, they have to play. They have to make plays, win games. That's what it comes down to, right? You can call a great play in football and the offensive team can still score. Like you can have the right call defensively, and a playmaker can just make a play. It happens all the time in football, right? How many times last year? I think twice. Ohio State was in position to make a play, missed multiple tackles on the Donovan Edwards long run and the Cornelius Johnson hitch pass, a 2-yard pass, broken tackle, touchdown. That's 14 points. That wasn't a call. That wasn't a bad call. That wasn't sign stealing. That was playmakers making plays in big games. And I give credit to players. And when we talk about this steroid stuff, I don't need Cooperstown, dude. See, baseball is my favorite sport, Brian. So I don't need Cooperstown. I don't care about plaques in Cooperstown. I can sit down. We can talk about Barry Bonds is a top 5 all-time player. Period. And you're not gonna argue that away from me. I don't care about the steroids.
Well, I would argue it, but you're not.
I'm not changing my mind.
Right?
Yeah, you're not moving me.
I know what I saw with my modern generation, sure, but all time,
I know what
I can't go there.
I know what I saw with my eyes.
Yeah,
I know I watched him play, coming to play the White Sox before the steroids.
Yeah,
I know what I saw. So it's like
before steroids. Do you view him as a better player than Ken Griffey Jr.?
More consistent? Yes.
No.
All around? Oh yeah. Yeah.
No.
I think that's the one thing that caused
Griffey
him.
was very consistent until the injuries was.
I think if you go 7 years deep, Barry Bonds has better stats. Go 7 years deep.
7 years of what? Their first 7
years?
Their
career. Their first 7 to 8 years.
Okay.
Barry Bonds has better stats, more awards, and this is what people slip. Barry Bonds was just as good as he was defensively. Just as good.
As a left fielder, but he would not have been able to play center field the way that the position he was.
That's the position he was asked to play.
Because he couldn't play center field the way that Ken Griffey.
That's like saying somebody that wins a Gold Glove at shortstop is a better defender than someone that plays first base. You play the position you're asked to play.
No, it means you're the best at your position, but it doesn't mean that you're the best defender in the game. It's more impressive to watch what Ozzie Smith does than what any first baseman does.
I didn't say he was. I said he was just as good
at his position.
Perhaps, he had just as many putouts. Fielding percentage was very comparable. See, people get Ken Griffey Jr. was more flashy. He was the young. Barry Bonds was just up in Pittsburgh, thoroughly, not liked, and underrated and disrespected.
You have to remember. You have to remember. I watched Barry Bonds a lot because who was the Reds' biggest rival back in the 80s and 90s when I was a Cincinnati Reds baseball fan?
Yeah, the division was like totally. Divisions were totally different back then.
Right. And so when the Reds went to the World Series in 90, they had to beat a really good Pittsburgh team. If you remember, with Bonds, Bobby Bonilla, Andy Van Slyke, Doug Drabek, absolutely. That was a really good team back then. But no, I don't agree that if you look at their first, let's just say to the age of 30 before the injury set in for Griffey, I don't think it's close. I think Griffey was, to me, the better player. In my opinion, he was the better player. So, but that's the thing about Bonds, and that's what frustrates me so much with him making that choice, Sean, is the fact that that he didn't need to do that because like they both came up at a young age. Griffey came up his rookie year he was at 19, Bonds was at 21.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look through their age 30 years, Bonds had more MVPs because of different leagues. He had 5 Gold Gloves to the age of 30. Griffey had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Gold Gloves, more All-Star appearances, more home runs, more RBIs, and he hit over 300 more times than Bonds did. Bonds had at the age of 30 had 4 300 seasons. Griffey by the age of 30 had 7 300 seasons. Griffey by the age of 30 had 4, 5, 6, 7 40 home run seasons. Bonds by the age of 30 had 1. Bonds had 500 RBI seasons by the age of 30. Griffey had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The one area where Bonds was a much better player than Griffey, he was a much better base stealer than Ken Griffey ever was when he was in Pittsburgh. He was 30, 40 plus every year when he was in Pittsburgh.
I think early on Griff was just as good as base stealing. I just think Jim Leland was a very aggressive manager.
I mean, Griffey's highest stolen base season ever was 24. He only went over 20 twice his whole career in stolen bases. Bonds was stealing 36, 32, 17, 32, 52, 43, 39, 29, and his base stealing percentage was higher than Griffey's.
Yeah.
If you look at the success rate, was higher than Griffey's early in his career. Heck, freaking Bonds had 28 and 33 with the Giants.
Bro, this Michael Parks comment is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The disrespect that was being given, the lack of respect that was given to Barry Bonds when he was in Pittsburgh, when this dude was winning
definitely was not a slap hitter. He
back-to-back MVPs. This dude was hitting 30 home runs in Pittsburgh. What are you talking about? A slap hitter?
Yeah, he had. Well,
that's the disrespect that was paid to Barry Bonds early in his career
in Pittsburgh. So if you just look at Pittsburgh, forget the MVP he won in San Francisco. Let's just say hypothetically that we assume that the minute he got to San Francisco, he started cheating. So he played 7 seasons in Pittsburgh. He had 16 homers in only 113 games as a rookie at 21. He had 25 the next year, 24 the next year, 19 the next year, 33 the next, 25 the next, 34 the next, and he was over 30 doubles every year. He was definitely not a slap hitter. I mean, he led before he went to San Francisco. He led the league in slugging twice and led the league in OPS 3 times, the National League, in those categories. So
that's what drove him. Unfortunately, he might have been a little bit immature emotionally. Heck, I think he's immature emotionally still to this day.
Exactly.
Honestly, if we're gonna keep it a buck.
That hasn't changed.
So we're gonna be honest, but I think that's what led, because he saw Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, people that was nowhere near the baseball player, Sammy Sosa, getting all this attention, and he's being disrespected as a 2-time NL MVP, and he's like, okay, if that's how you get attention, watch this.
Yeah,
and honestly, he did PEDs better than they did.
Yeah, and he was the hitting. His eye and the numbers he put up were phenomenal. But I think he was I'll take this. You're not, just like I'm not changing your mind, you're not changing mine. Barry Bonds, before steroids became the part of his career, was a much better player than the Barry Bonds that did all those home runs late in his career and won all those MVPs.
All around.
That Bonds was a mediocre defender.
Absolutely.
He refused to drive in runs. He was a lot. That's why Joey Votto has always drove me nuts as a Reds fan. Runner on second base, bottom of the 9th, and Joey Votto will take a walk because they keep throwing 2 inches off the plate. Like, dude, you're the best hitter on the team. Slap that ball in the left field and drive in the run. You know what I mean? Barry Bonds did that in Pittsburgh. There's no doubt he did that.
Is your dad okay?
Why?
Didn't they move on from Votto?
No, my dad hasn't paid attention to baseball since they canceled the World Series.
Okay.
My dad gave up on baseball in 94 when they canceled the World Series. That's like the cardinal sin for my dad.
Yeah.
I stopped watching baseball about 3 years ago, but yeah.
So
my dad was a big baseball guy. So he doesn't know a whole lot about Joey Votto, to be honest with you.
The Sosa McGwire thing didn't bring him back, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Because like my dad was very old. I mean, he grew up when guys weren't making a lot of money and they just loved to play the game of baseball. And to have them cancel the season was just like which I understand completely. It's the unforgivable sin. You know, I mean, NFL's had more strikes, I believe, in my lifetime than Major League Baseball. But you know what? They never canceled the World. I mean, they had scrubs the one year, and was it 86, 87, something like that? They had scrubs playing half the year and all that, but still had the Super Bowl. That was the unforgivable sin for my dad when it comes to baseball. Absolutely. But yeah, it's a fun conversation. But yeah, I can't go top 5 of my generation, but he's in the conversation. If you're going to include hitters, pitchers, and hand hitters. But I'm always going to say Griffey was pre-steroids. Griffey was the better player.
I think Greg Maddux paid Barry Bonds the greatest compliment you can pay anybody recently when he said If I walked him 4 times, that was success.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that's part of the thing that to me I didn't like about Barry Bonds late in his career, because you could walk him 4 times.
mhm,
You couldn't walk Barry Bonds early in his career 4 times unless you just literally intentionally walked him, because he would drive the ball into left center field and hit it opposite field and set up Van Slyke and Bonilla and all those kind of guys. So, but yeah, Maddox. Now that's what I missed. That's when I loved baseball, is when you'd watch those pitchers duels. That's to me the thing that modern baseball has. You're still seeing it because you have great pitchers, but like the leadership of baseball has tried to go away from that.
yeah,
They don't want the John Smoltz versus Jack Morris World Series game, because it's not entertaining enough. I'm like, that was one of the most entertaining baseball games I ever watched.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
when you watch a pitcher that is absolutely dealing, like when Pedro really had his stuff moving,
yeah,
you're just like, dude, this guy he's an artist. It's like I'm
yeah,
watching someone paint. I'm watching Picasso paint right now, but it's a
yeah,
lot more fun to watch.
yeah,
I'm watching when Maddox could just place the ball wherever he wanted and strike you out
yeah,
at 88,
yeah,
and it's just like those were things like watching Schilling in the World Series, and both times that he was in the World Series. That's another guy who absolutely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, by the way. It's a joke that Curt Schilling's not in the Major League Hall of Fame. But I
yeah.
mean
Maddox in
that's what I
Chicago
love,
was
man.
the thing about Maddox in Chicago when he first came up was like 91, 92.
Mhm.
By the time he got to Atlanta, he had lost a little steam
He
off
was
his
people
fastball.
forget, Sean, he was low 90s coming up in
Yeah,
Chicago. I mean, he could hit
yeah,
93, 94 early in his career.
yeah,
He
yeah.
chose to lose a little bit too, Sean, because he started moving it and placing it.
Hmm.
He realized, if I can move it and put it right where I want it, that's going to do a lot more damage than flat 94.
Yeah, I have a story that my grandfather and my dad always tell me. It's actually a Harry Carey story, but the Cubs are playing the Cardinals. It goes to what you said though, and Bob Gibson was pitching, and he
Mhm.
said it was the third inning, and Lou Brock came up, and Lou Brock walked, stole second, stole third, came in on a sacrifice fly, and Harry Carey famously said, "And that's the ball game in the
Mhm.
third inning," because Bob Gibson was on the mound.
That's right.
He was like, "Dude, they got Bob Gibson one run. That's the ball game,
Yep.
folks." And
Yep.
it was like, that's crazy. Like that type of baseball that you're talking
Yeah.
about, like duels, and like you get a,
Yeah.
a great
I
pitcher,
miss it.
one run, two
Yep.
runs. Yeah.
I miss it. Let's get back on track here to some football stuff here, Sean. Let's go to I'm gonna get down here to PJC.
PJC 1122. Thanks, man. Can you talk about the differences between Cam and Benjamin that's causing quarterbacks to seemingly avoid Cam more often? I know quarterbacks have to pick their poison, but they seem to target Ben more.
Well, I don't think that that's as much about Cam versus Ben as it is about field versus boundary. So Notre Dame plays field and boundary with their corners. Cam is almost always to the field, and Benjamin is almost always to the boundary.
Mhm.
And so that's what a lot of this comes down to is that. And you have not had a lot of teams that are willing to throw at Cam. Here's why that matters. Unless I'm in the middle of the field, which doesn't have, I mean, I'm breaking down the game last night, Sean. And when you look at the stats of where the ball is, right? So one of the things I do in my breakdown is I look at the field versus boundary breakdown, right?
Mhm.
And so I'm looking at the weight game, and there's the first, let's go first 30 plays of the game. The ball was in the middle of the field twice, and it was kind of like between the middle and a hash twice. Every other time it was like right on one of the two hashes. For me to throw a comeback or a stop route against Benjamin Morrison is a much less riskier throw than it is for me to throw a deep out cut or a stop or a comeback to Cam Hart, where it's a much longer throw. That's why a lot of teams will be more boundary oriented in how they throw the football. And so you're just not going to see teams. Those throws are a little bit harder to complete unless you've got a dude out there, or unless um, you have a quarterback like with just a really strong arm. So I think that's part of it. you're also getting a little bit more help underneath at times to the field than you are in the boundary. You have Thomas Harper jumping under different things. I think the other part of it too is just like you said, you have to pick your poison. So I'm going to pick my poison. I'm going to go the boundary's a shorter throw, and most teams put their best receiver into the boundary, and that's going to lead to that success as well. But yes, teams have definitely targeted Cam more this year, but that's to be expected. And like when you look at 2018, and you look at how often Julian Love was targeted, he was targeted more than Troy Pride was. Why? And he played because he was a boundary guy. That's just kind of the nature of that position, and so, yeah. Troy Pride was the most targeted player in 2019. Why? Troy Pride in 2019 had one of the most underrated cornerback seasons that the Notre Dame cornerbacks ever had. And fans still don't appreciate how good he was in 2019. But why did teams throw at him so much more? Because they moved him to the boundary. That's just the nature of the field versus boundary. But that doesn't take away from how brilliant Cam is. It's just if all things are equal, I'm throwing to the boundary than I'm throwing to the field if I'm a quarterback, and more often than not.
And I think this question highlights, especially coming off senior day, in my opinion, one of the great stories for Notre Dame football. Just and the comments that Ben Morrison had post game about Cam and the leader he is, and we've been talking about that for 2 seasons now. Just like his leadership, and like it's evident when if you think the defense is impacted when JD Bertrand's not on the field, go look at the games Cam Hart didn't play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go look at the games Cam Hart didn't play. So he's a leader. He's respected. What he's going through, the injuries, and the willingness to play through injuries and to be on the field. He is a great, great Notre Dame football story. He really is. He really is. So, I see why. Because the NFL now is going to taller, longer, and they've always preferred taller, longer defensive backs. And a lot of scouts view Cam Hart very positively on the next level.
The medical's got to check out. That's the big thing. That's it. That's it. But he's only been thrown at 24 times this year, Sean. That's it. 24 times. That's incredible. And he's only been thrown at more than 3 times once this year. And that was NC State tried to go at him 5 times. Remember they completed that one early ball against him and like, "Ooh, we can beat Cam Hart." It's like, nope. And he can catch another pass the rest of the game on him. 5 targets, caught 1 pass on him. So yeah, Cam is. And then one team USC went 3 of 3 on him for a whopping 10 yards. Right. So, I mean, even when they go at him, they're not going at him down the field. I mean, he gave up 1 catch for 4 yards this past weekend. He gave up 1 catch for 6 yards against Clemson. I mean, teams just don't throw at him. And again, teams tend to put their bigger corners into the boundary too, which is why or their receivers into the boundary too, which is why they'll be more willing to kind of take some shots at Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin's actually been very good this year. I think there's this perception that Benjamin hasn't been good this year. He's been very good this year.
Stop throwing slants against Benjamin Morrison, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's not successful. He was upset. Did you see the play? Because you were there. It was 3rd down. And first of all, on 3rd down, I don't stop blitzing Benjamin Morrison on 3rd and long. Like, I need him in coverage. That's number 1. And number 2, there was a play where they asked him on 3rd and long to play back in zone, and Maris was supposed to come underneath and bracket the guy, but he went way too wide, and they were able to bring the hook in. And Benjamin was so mad after the guy caught the ball. He was howling at Maris, like, dude, what are you doing? Like, so if you're gonna ask me to play zone, do your job.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can just play man on this.
Yes. I think the other thing that separates Cam and Benjamin is Cam is so much more impactful in non-coverage situations,
Mhm.
3 forced fumbles. He's a great tackler. He's great at taking on screens. That's what to me makes Cam a truly a complete corner.
Mhm.
He's and Ben's been okay against the run this year, but just okay. He
Mhm.
hasn't been great against the run, but he's not asked to be a run defender. Cam playing the field has to do more, coming up
Yeah.
and playing the screens and playing the runs and things like that. And he's been so good.
Yeah.
He's been
Yeah.
so good. I hope the Notre Dame fans understand and appreciate just what they've been watching the last 2 years,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Cam Hart the last 2 years has been an outstanding football player.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding.
Brian, I actually like that question that Tommy Guns asked you in the chat. Because
I'm
I
not
think,
answering that question.
if we go to the Battle of Marathon and what they were able to do against Darius, with less soldiers, and to use their phalanx and allow the center to give way and then surround them, that was absolutely genius. Genius
Oh,
work
goodness
by
gracious.
the Greeks. Genius work.
Goodness
Tommy
gracious.
Guns, man, I'm right there with you, my brother. Great question. That phalanx is dangerous.
All right, let's go. We got another one from Michael Pate.
This might be an all-season type of question, but what position group do you think most concerns you going forward? I am afraid 2 years removed from he stand the offensive line could struggle.
Well, this is definitely something we'll discuss in the offseason, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I'll say this, that's in my conversation for biggest concern. Yes, is the offensive line. And it's not just because of losing Harry Heaton. You're going to also lose Joe Alt. And there were some recruiting issues early in Jeff Quinn's career, because Jeff Quinn finished well recruiting wise, but I don't think he
Mhm.
started well. His first class only had 2 guys in it. They missed out on Zach Zinter and several other players they could have had if they wanted them. And Michael Carmody hasn't panned out because of injuries, and Tosh Baker hasn't panned out. But early in their tenure, I didn't love the early recruiting.
Mhm.
And then of course, the 19 class, it's been okay, but it didn't live up to what we'd hoped it would be, that kind of stuff. 18 class was disappointing. He stands last class was not good for a number of reasons outside of Jarrett Patterson. Cole Mabry had an injury. I mean, they really liked Cole Mabry, but the injuries just kind of, kept him from developing. But so there's the gap between you've got veterans and then a bunch of young guys, and there's not a lot of in between, because a lot of the veterans are the Pat Coogan types and, nice, tough, hard-nosed kids, but just not dudes,
Mhm.
like Notre Dame has been putting on the field in recent years in the offensive line, or should be. So that's the concern I have. And look, Joe Rudolph's done an okay job this year, but that's just it. Okay, you need your O-line coach to do a great job. Now, year 2 should be better, just like it
Mhm.
was for Al Golden. It's always better when you have more experience with well, it's almost always, not always, because I think Chancey Stuckey has regressed as a coach in year 2. But Al Washington was much better this year. That he knows his players better. They know him. Al Golden's a lot better in year 2. Mike Mickens got even better in year 2 with his corners. So I'm optimistic it'll get better. I just don't know how much better. I'm more concerned about who's going to be the tackles, right? I mean, who's going to play here, who's going to play there if Joe Walt leaves. And people keep talking about Blake Fisher leaving. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. He'd be foolish to leave, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Absolutely foolish to leave. But kids make foolish decisions all the time. So hopefully Blake doesn't make that kind of foolish decision, because he needs another year. And we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I that's probably my biggest concern. I mean, I have question marks about the defensive line if certain guys leave, but I don't know if they're leaving yet. If
Mhm.
Riley Mills and Howard Cross both leave, yeah, D line's going to be a big concern, because there's just the unknowns. But I don't know if they're leaving yet. So some of it I just want to wait till the season's over with. But right now, with who we know is leaving and what we know, that's my biggest question mark. It would be offensive line, but it's got potential. There's some, and we saw it on Saturday, some really talented young players. How
Mhm.
quickly can they get Trouth and Craig to take that next jump? How quickly can they get Emil Wagner going? How quickly can they get Charles Jagasaw and Sylvan Absher and Sam Pendleton and Dearby Lambert and those guys going? That's going to be the key. But the talent in the freshman, sophomore, and junior classes next year on the offensive line, Notre Dame is going to be phenomenal. It's just that's one of those positions you don't want to be playing a bunch of young players, because there's just so much more. People ask why. There's just so much more technical and experience needed to thrive beyond
Mhm.
just the physical. If you're a gifted corner, just go cover, man. Like, I
Yeah.
don't need you to just go cover. If you're a great, really twitchy edge rusher, I can play you. You can't do that on the offensive line. You kind of got to be a complete package to a degree.
Yeah.
And there's so much more physical or mental understanding required and technical understanding required, but also there's some grown man strength needed at that position.
Yeah.
That even Joe Walt as a freshman was phenomenal, but he was just kind of a do your job phenomenal. He didn't really start dominating until kind of like late, like physically dominating until late last year going into this year, because it's just, I don't care how good, talented you are, you're still an 18-year-old that's spent 2 months in a college strength program,
Hmm.
and that's not as needed at running back or wide receiver or corner, safety positions like that, in my opinion. So,
Hey, it should be this is one of the most exciting all seasons, in
yeah,
my opinion. For guys, we get to go around, whether it's during the winter and the spring, and just watch guys kind of develop. And like you said, usually Vince is watching the O line and giving us his feedback. So I agree, Brian. I think the O line is, something else. It's a huge off season for Coach Rudolph, in my opinion.
yes,
Right? Like, okay, what is not what would I prefer to do? What would be best
right,
for the guys we have in this room? Do we need to be more of a duo power team
right.
moving forward and move forward with that? Because that's really the base for
And
most of these
because it
guys.
allows us to get younger players on the field, it does.
Absolutely. Or do we continue to do, because as I said before, you can implement, individually game by game, like, yo, against this team, we want to attack the edge more. So now we'll pin and pull, we'll do this, we'll do that. But
5, 6, 7 times in a game.
yeah, absolutely. But I think you would prefer to be a power running team
Yeah.
at a school like Notre Dame.
Yeah, when you've got the size and stuff that Notre Dame has, you shouldn't be running 75% of your runs or pin and pulls.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just no,
yeah.
no, no.
Hmm.
And I was glad. I just hope that becomes, they look at them like, hey, we're pretty good at this downhill running stuff, and it just allows your backs to be, just make the read and hit it. You don't have to be as perfect with it. So yes, that's why I'm a big zone. And duo is not a zone blocking scheme, but it's much more similar to zone than it is to power,
Hmm.
counter, things like
Hmm.
that. It's
Hmm.
still a vertical combo to vertical type of run scheme that allows your backs to kind of hit it, read it and hit it, and that's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. Here's one. Here's one from Irish Blooded. We'll get to this one, the quarterback one.
Do you honestly think Hartman plays in the bowl? And if not, should we get Angeli as much real game time as possible against Stanford to prepare for any potential opponent?
No, no. If Sam Hartman's the start, if Sam Hartman's your starting quarterback, you keep playing Sam Hartman and let him finish strong. That's just how I believe. I don't. Um, is he going to play in the bowl game? I have no idea. I mean, based on what he said after the game on Saturday, I would assume he plans on playing in the bowl game. He said, "Thank you, we got 2 more." I mean, that Stanford bowl game, so I would assume he's going to play in the bowl game. Based on that, kids change their mind though. He may get agent feedback or whatever the case may be, but look, Notre Dame's got to win these next 2 games, man. And I'm all for get Angeli time, blah 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 blah. But number one, I I still don't think Steve Angeli's the best option moving forward at quarterback. And I know he's done well in mop up duty and all that kind of stuff, but there are going to be better quarterbacks on the roster than him that I think just give them a higher ceiling. And the problem is if you put Steve Angeli in and he does a good job, then how do you displace him for someone who can do better? And the other thing is, like, we get into these things when back of, well, this guy did really well when he got in. How do you know that the other guy wouldn't have done that when he got in the game? You have no idea. But at the end of the day, my big thing is these next 2 games, Sean, is you have to win the games. And if you feel that Sam Hartman gives you the best chance to win those games, then you need to play Sam Hartman. And it's simple as that. Like, I'm sorry, if let's say Notre Dame is playing LSU and Jaden Daniels is playing quarterback, that is unfair to Steve Angeli to put him in that situation. And I don't care if you do play him against Stanford, to put him in that situation. He's got to duel Jaden Daniels. And then let's say he doesn't play well. Now that hurts his chances to go out there and be the starting quarterback the next year. That's also not fair to Steve
Yeah.
Angeli. And so he'll have plenty of time in the winter, in the spring, in the summer and
Mhm.
fall camp to battle Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr, and whoever they get in the portal for the job next year. Right now, my focus is on winning these next 2 games. Now, there are some positions where you can kind of rotate in some younger guys like I've talked about, but quarterback's a little different animal than that. If you want to rotate Steve in and get him a series, okay, all right, I can have that conversation as long as it doesn't limit your offense's ability to go out there and move the football. That's my stance on that, Sean. What do you think?
Look, Notre Dame backup quarterbacks have a history of looking good, right? 2014 USC was blasting Notre Dame. Malik and Greg Bryant came in the fourth quarter and put together 2 touchdown drives. Right, looked good. Brandon Woodbush came in, I think, against Boston College and ran an RPO. I think he got chased down from behind. Wasn't that like the running joke? Like he broke free and somebody chased him down from behind and he got real tired towards the end. It
You
was like
talking
a long run.
2015?
2015.
I think
Was
it might
that
have been against
Brandon?
UMass.
It was at
It might have been
UMass?
against
Okay.
UMass, yeah.
And Phil Jacoby came in and threw a long,
A lot
bomb.
of long bombs.
Yeah, and had success. Notre Dame backup quarterbacks come in against lesser opponents and
Tommy Rees in 2010,
I'm a reason,
right?
Yeah.
Everybody
It's
thought
like,
he was going to be the guy after what he
yeah,
did late in the year in 2010, and then you find
yeah,
out, like, when you're the starter all the time, it's a little
yeah.
different animal than when
You
you're not.
never find out about quarterbacks until you find out.
Right.
That's the nature of the position. You
Right.
don't know until you know.
Yep.
And look, Angeli will have his opportunity. But like Brian said, and I've said this, and people are saying Notre Dame will have 2 more talented, operative words, more talented quarterbacks on the roster, in my opinion, come December or
Right.
come January.
Doesn't mean they should be the starters,
No,
but I'm not handing this job to Steve Angeli this offseason.
no,
Absolutely
no.
not.
If this team was just supremely talented offensively, and you had 2 studs at wide receiver that can take the top off the ball and do multiple things, 6'3" first round wide receivers, and the offensive line was like settled, and you had no questions, okay, you might want to trust a Steve Angeli in that position because he's surrounded by so much. But there are questions that the coaching staff has to ask itself, just like with the offensive line and we said about Joe Rudolph. Like, what do we really want to do moving forward? Like, what are we trying to do? And who gives us the best shot to accomplish that? So that's why I said this offseason is going to be, yes, they should dominate Stanford, and Steve Angeli should get the third quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter, and then Kenny Minchie should play.
Yes, now that I'd be all about, Sean, is
Yes.
if they make a decision where, like, look, if we're whooping Stanford at halftime, Sam, we're going to put Steve in and give him his chance. I think that I'm all for that. All for that. Yes, absolutely.
Because they should have been whooping Wake at half by more points. And Steve should have gotten in earlier, honestly. So hopefully they get off into a fast start against Stanford. Treat them like the team they are. And then we'll get to see Steve Angeli a lot more.
Yeah. There's one for my guy, JP Buellsfeld.
What's good? Florida State and Louisville, 2024 night games.
It's possible. I hope that's the night games. Notre Dame in the past has made that late September, October game against USC one of their night games. That's been a traditional one. 23 this year it was USC. In 2022 it was Stanford. Although you could argue there was no potential game. They had a road game, a bye, and then a neutral site game before Stanford. So it was harder to do that. In 2021, same deal. The night game, the night game was night games were later. It was against USC and then North Carolina. They didn't have an early season night game. Yeah. So it's been a little bit hit or miss over the years, but they've always tried to make that October Pac-12 game the night game. So based on history, JP, there's a chance that it could be the October 12th Stanford game. I personally think it would make more sense for it to be that September game against Louisville, personally. But I'm just going off history. My guesses would be Stanford and Florida State. I think it should be Louisville and Florida State. My personal opinion is on what that should be, because Louisville's going to be a top 15 team going into the season next year. Should be anyway.
Yeah, should be.
And because they got a lot of kids that are going to come back, and they're going to get some portal kids because they're but that's who it should be. It's just I'm just trying to also give you, based on history, that it could be a different one. It could be the October 14th, October 12th game against Stanford could also be it. And but I think it's a pretty good bet that the Florida State game is going to be a night game. That's a pretty good bet. I mean, that game's been a night game both times they've played Florida State at home in recent years, and neither one of those Florida State teams are any good. This Florida State team's going to be they're going to be a top 25 team. They're not going to be as good as they are this year. I don't think they're going to lose a lot, but they're still going to be a top 25 team, in my opinion.
I think, Will, the next 2 weeks will probably impact how we view them next year.
Yes, good point.
Based upon how Rodemaker looked.
Good point.
Like, okay, if this is a guy that takes them to the college football playoffs, now he's a quarterback coming off a playoff berth,
having to win 2 big games.
Yes.
Rivalry game and the ACC title game. 100%. Yes. Yep. It's a good point. Very good point. Here's some fun ones, Sean. We got some of these here. We got a couple of these fun ones.
What is on your first plate at Thanksgiving? I'm glad you said first plate, Sean Paulus. Mine, turkey, mashed potatoes, and gravy, stuffing and gravy, roll, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce. Happy Thanksgiving. My first plate is always light.
Okay.
I'm
so what like guy. Do you have different foods on your first plate than your second plate? Like what exact? Okay, it's just smaller portion on your okay.
No, I just go with my faves. Right. So my mom makes a fantastic. I'm a goose person. It's a gamey or bird, but my mom does a fantastic job with the seasoning. So the dark meat of the goose, and then I have the mac and cheese and the greens.
Okay.
Oh, that's the dressing and stuff. I'll come back for the dressing and the cranberry sauce and some other things that she might have. Like my mom is literally doing 5 meats.
Wow. Yeah, you told us about that the other day because all your different siblings like different things.
Yeah. So I'll try. I don't really do ham like everybody else. So
if you find me a ham that's kind of lean, because I don't like the fat on ham. Like I just like I don't like a ham that's fatty. If you can give me a nice lean piece of ham, I'll eat it. But it's just like if it's there, but I don't love ham either.
Yeah, I like ham, like thinly sliced ham, deli meat.
Yeah, I'm not a big ham guy.
I'm not a ham guy. And
now, what Angela has done at times is she'll take a ham and she'll kind of cut it into like little chunks, and she'll cut the fat out and then like make like little ham sandwiches.
Ham sandwich
that I can deal with.
Yeah,
that I can fool with, because she'll get like the real meaty part of it and then get the fat out of it, because she knows I don't really like fat on meat. Yeah, like I'll eat a ribeye. It's about the only thing I can do that's fatty. Like if I do New York strip, because I actually like steaks that have some fat on the outside because it keeps the flavor in, but then I won't actually eat the fat. My mom will. My Thanksgiving plate, Sean, my menu for Thanksgiving is very narrow. So if I'm having a second plate, it's basically refilling the second things. Or sometimes what I'll do is I'll start off with the turkey, mashed potatoes and corn, and I mix it together. And then I'll have some rolls. And then I'll go back for some stuffing and turkey next. You know what I mean? So like I'll mix it up, but I'm mashed potatoes and corn, stuffing and turkey and rolls. That's me on Thanksgiving. And then if there's a good pie available, I'll eat some pie. My grandma would always make chocolate pie. It's phenomenal. Yeah. And then I bought a apple pie, apple crumble pie.
Yeah.
Dutch apple pie, I should say, for us to cook on Thanksgiving. But I'll usually have that like later in the day, like when I'm watching the night game. And then, you know what I mean? Like we'll eat earlier in the day. And, but yeah, I don't really have an extensive things. Like I don't do green bean casserole. I don't do gravy. I don't do cranberry sauce. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm turkey, mashed potatoes and corn and stuffing. I'm a pretty basic guy when it comes to my likes and dislikes. And I'd rather just eat more of that then now Angela will make kind of like a homemade gravy from like the liquid from the turkey.
Yeah.
Which I'll have when we reheat turkey later. I'll actually put a little bit of that on there because it just
Fantastic.
moistens it up when you know. But
Uh-huh.
I don't do like my dad will take a big old plate and he'll have all his different things on it and he'll just pour gravy on it. I'm like, man, I can't do all that, man. I
Mhm.
was in my late 20s before I started eating food that would touch. Like literally, when I growing my whole life, Sean, I'd get on a plate that had like mashed potatoes and corn and stuffing, and I'd
Uh-huh.
eat from the outside in until I got to the parts that touched and wouldn't eat the parts that touched. Ridiculous, but you know, I am what I am. So
I guess you wouldn't like the corn mashed potato gravy bowls from Kentucky Fried Chicken then.
yeah, no, no, no. You know what's funny is the only real gravy that I like is actually from like actually it's a place in Lime, Ohio called Lee's Famous Recipe. It's like a local KFC, but better.
Mhm.
And I'll eat KFC's gravy. I don't know why I'll eat that gravy. It's like with the stuffing. I don't like homemade stuffing. I do
Mhm.
stovetop. So my grandma, when I was my whole life, my grandma would make Thanksgiving dinner, and she would make like the stuffing for everybody, and then she'd go cook a little thing of stovetop for me to have because I've never been a. I don't know why. I just like stovetop better.
Mm.
Don't know why. Weird guy. Weird guy.
Pete Weber, thanks for the question. What do you make of these slow starts that we've been seeing? The team that came out in the second half versus the struggle we witnessed in the first cannot happen for a top tier program.
I agree and don't agree with your statement. I think the slow start I agree with, and you can't have that. And Marcus Freeman talked about that day in his press conference, right? I mean, you fell behind Louisville 7-0, you fell behind Clemson 7-3, right? Like you can't fall behind those better teams. You fell behind Ohio State 14 or 10-0 and had to battle back. And each of the 3 games they lost, they trailed somewhat. I mean, it was nothing at halftime against Ohio State, but then Ohio State
Yeah.
scored 10 in the third quarter and all that. But to your point, I agree with that. I don't think it's a first half versus second half thing because you started to see the offense figured out in the first half. Same
Mhm.
thing against Pitt. They started to figure out in the second quarter. Against Wake Forest, they started moving the ball in the second quarter. Uh, so, yes, you are correct. I just don't think it's a second half versus first half thing. I think it's a first quarter thing
Mm.
and not coming out and just not just it. And it's been different every time. But a lot of times it's just the quarterback just not getting caught up to the speed of the game. Well, I mean, first drive of the game, third down, you got Chris Tyree coming open on an in cut. That's the read, and he goes away from it so quick because he was processing it so he goes through his reads too quick. He rushes his reads, and he just misses the guy coming open. I mean, just read it out. That guy's coming here. You know, there's somebody coming behind it. Hit it, bang it backside. Stuff that we saw him do in the spring, early in the season that we're not seeing him do now. You know, stuff like that. The Pitt game. I mean, Notre Dame started slow because of mistakes. They moved the ball up and down the field on Pitt. I mean, their first drive against Pitt, they went deep into Pitt territory, and then Rico Flores didn't run the route correctly on a ball that should have been a 20-something yard gain by
Mhm.
Sam Hartman. I mean, execution mistake. Next drive, they get deep into Pitt territory. Sam Hartman forces a ball into traffic he shouldn't have forced into traffic. But they were moving the ball on Pitt early. Pitt never really stopped Notre Dame. Notre Dame stopped themselves. So it's just about it generally comes down to execution. I mean, first play of the game, running RPO, Chris Tyree drops the ball. It's a little high. You got to catch that ball. You know, I mean, and that stalled the drive. I mean, so you look at those things, and that to me is the bigger issue. I mean, Notre Dame's second drive of the game, they move the ball on Pitt, right? I mean on Wake Forest, they get the ball all the way down, and then you have Jordan Faison doesn't compete for a football on a second down throw that if he competes for the football, maybe catches it. And on third down, Jordan Faison bends the seam inside. Sam thinks he's going to stay vertical, throws it to Sam. And I see people talking about that ball was Tobias and Tobias. That ball was not to Tobias Merriweather. You saw me tweet that out last night. That ball was to Jordan Faison. He bent the route inside. Shouldn't have. You got inside leverage by the safety. This should not be your thought process of bending that route inside. Freshman mistake. It happens. I'm not beating up Jordan Faison for it, but those are 2 back-to-back mistakes by Jordan Faison. But
Yeah.
Sam needs to see the coverage and say, I got a one-on-one into the boundary. I'm taking that shot against this pressure because Tobias Merriweather smoked his guy coming off the line. So again, they move the ball. They move the ball down the field. Their third drive, touchdown. So on three of their first 4 drives, Notre Dame scored a touchdown against Wake Forest. Right? Actually, hold on a second. Notre Dame scored on 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. 3 of their 5 first half drives, Notre Dame scored. And on their fourth first half drive, they didn't score. They missed a field goal. So they got in a field goal range. So there's only one drive that Notre Dame didn't get into scoring range against Wake Forest. That's not a slow start. That is execution. This is why Marcus Freeman talks about execution. You have execution mistakes that led to those drives stalling in both games. Now, that's on coaching as well, right? I mean, you've got to coach them up to execute better. But I wouldn't call them so slow starts. That's the frustrating thing, because they are moving the ball. They moved the ball on Clemson early. Just couldn't put in the end zone. They moved the ball on Ohio State early. They'd turn it over on 4th down, miss a field goal. I think Notre Dame got into Ohio State territory on like 5 of their first 7 drives and didn't score until the 7th drive. I mean, so they move the ball. They're just not finishing drives off, and that's why the key number 4 on our keys to victory on Thursday was you got to finish. They didn't finish early, and it cost them. But yeah, I mean, Notre Dame 2nd drive got into field goal range, missed. 3rd drive touchdown, 4th drive touchdown, 5th drive field goal at the end of the half, 6th drive touchdown. So that's what I'm saying is, like, yes, there are issues where you got to start better, but I don't think it's this. I think it's something different for me.
What do you need to see in the next 2 games? Thank you, Brandon K. I'm sorry. What do you need to see in the next 2 games to change your view of Jared Parker? What do you think the fan base needs to see?
I've given up trying to figure out what the fan base needs to see. I really don't. It's like, because we'll just like memory hole certain games as if they didn't happen and just focus on other things that fit a narrative. But what I need to see is more of what we saw on Saturday. Creativity, mixing things up, moving the pocket, using RPOs, being aggressive, and going at people. That's what I need to see. If I see that, I'll be happy. If I don't see that, then I'm just going to be like, the Wake Forest game is a one-off. It comes down to this, Sean. It's simple. The Wake Forest game can't be a one-off with the different things they did. The creativity we showed, it can't be a one-off. It's as simple as that for me.
For me, Brian, honestly, Jared Parker is in a situation where you can't detach facts. Like, people like to place blame at his feet, but at the same time, when you say Notre Dame is averaging 37.5 points, you can't take that away from him. They're averaging 37.5 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the highest points per game in the season, over the last decade when we look at the Notre Dame offense. Now, you can question like big games and everything, but Jared Parker isn't the only big question in this program in big games. There's a big picture question of this team on the road,
right,
in big games, not being prepared.
Yeah.
It wasn't offense. The defense started off slow against Clemson too. Now, it wasn't just the offense that started slow. That great defense started slow as well. And, the low-hanging fruit that is always the offensive line with Notre Dame fans. Like, why? Because Notre Dame doesn't go into games with big-time playmakers at quarterback like other teams. So if the offensive line doesn't play well, then more than likely Notre Dame is not really going to have a shot to win the game. Now, you judge whether or not that's fair or unfair. Because it's not like that at Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson when they had their run, Georgia. It's not like that because they have playmakers at quarterback, wide receiver. That hasn't been the case for Notre Dame going into big games. They haven't had the difference makers. So, with Jared Parker, I think he came into a situation, in my opinion, that was advantageous with what he had. But there were a lot of things that happened. Like the veteran receivers he thought he was going to have at his wide receiver position, they didn't play because
of poor development from your wide receivers coach.
That is something as well, that you've talked about, and I'm sure we're going to continue to document that as we move into the offseason, bowl prep, all of that, and how the wide receiver room is going to look. So this thing hasn't been a perfect situation. It really has been the word that I've used. It really has been, a representation of what you've seen on the field. The inconsistency, the chaos at times,
Yeah.
the
Communication
offseason,
problems.
the Ludwig situation, all the things that have happened, man, have kind of played out on the performance on the field. And, as you pointed out with the earlier question, cleaning up, developing, coaching changes, possibly. All of this, get that stuff straight.
Right.
And so now we can move into the offseason and next season with more of a flow. So everybody just wanted to lay, like you pointed out, man, dude, Notre Dame had a chance to really take the air out of Clemson on that first drive.
Yeah.
You run it down their throat, you
Put that
get
ball
it,
in the end zone.
you get it into their territory, and then Jared Parker calls the perfect play. Yeah, dysfunction. Thank you. Dysfunction is the word I've been using.
That's from Jason Smith. Yeah.
Jared Parker calls the perfect play, right? And looking on TV, I text you upset. Like, what was up with that play call? And you're like, Sean, he had Clemson so confused.
Right.
That if Sam just gets the ball out there and Notre Dame's wide receivers make their blocks, it's a touchdown because it's 3-on-2. And Clemson's confused. But nobody thinks about that. So as much as you want to talk about his play calling, like that pick six wasn't his play call. The play call that Jordan Faison was wide open at the end of the game and Sam Hartman missed him, that's not on him. The dig route on a key second down where he threw the ball behind Holden Stays when he's wide open coming across after they cleared out with the underneath route. That's not on Jared Parker. Now, if you want to argue about they didn't give the ball to Aldrich enough in the second half, that's fine. But they were down. They were down big at that point.
Yeah.
They could have been more patient, possibly.
Look, and Sean, I'm not trying to say that Jared Parker's not blameless here. He's ultimately somebody said in the chat earlier, like, oh, coach speak, saying execute as coach speak for the players need to do their damn job. No, I have said this a million times. Execution by the players is on coaching. It's a part of preparation. If your players don't go out on Saturday and execute, you don't sit in the office and say, well, we had a great game plan. They didn't execute. No, because being a great coordinator, being a great position coach isn't just about game plan and play calling. It's about getting your players prepared mentally and physically through their technique and their effort and their conditioning to go out there and thrive on a snap-by-snap basis. That's coaching. My issue has not been to let's take blame away from the coaches and put it on the players. It's let's stop bitching about play calling when, in fact, play calling is not even in the top 3 reasons why this offense has been disappointing in big games.
And I think we both agree that there should be more motion, more play action, more creativity. Like, you're not, we're right there with
even without that, execute better and you beat Ohio State. Execute better and you beat Louisville. Execute better and you beat Clemson. Simple as that, even with all those other issues. But that's also on coaching. It's just we're misplacing the coaching because we're taking the easy way out, which is play calling. Like, no, there are bigger issues at hand than play calling. Now, if you're calling plays and guys are getting open and you continue to make those mistakes, that's on you too. Because whatever you're doing, you're not getting them prepared to execute those plays in those big moments. That's coaching as well. The players also have to step up and make those plays. Simple as that. Sam Hartman, read it out. Get the ball where it's supposed to go. Receivers, make the plays. And so that's all part of it. It's just we kind of tend to take the play calling route. But why is the play calling when we don't like it? Why is it an issue? Why don't we see more motion? Why won't we see more RPOs? I know for a fact Jared Parker loves RPOs. Why do they not do them in certain games? Is that a Jared Parker decision? Is that those are the big I don't knows. And we're all assuming that it's this. But here's the thing. We saw the same exact things. We were bitching about the same exact stuff last year with a different offensive coordinator.
Facts.
So, is it truly them? Is there something? I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the offense has to be better. That's not in dispute in the big games. And I don't think the Stanford game, because people talking in the chat about how they're a different team at home than they are away. I think that's true to a point. I'm still wondering if this is good defense versus bad defense, because last year they had some really good road games offensively, but they were
Heck
against
yeah.
bad defenses.
Yeah.
I mean, the offense moved the ball up and down the field against USC last year. Drew had 2 bad turnovers.
Right.
It's cost a point. They shredded North Carolina on the road last year. They
Syracuse
moved the
too.
ball pretty good on Syracuse
Yeah.
last year, but they struggled at home. They struggled at Ohio State,
Yeah.
right? So is
They
it a
struggled
home
against
versus a
Cal at home.
yeah? And the 2 most lethargic games we saw all season from Notre Dame last year were home games against Marshall and Stanford.
Yeah.
And you could argue 3 against Cal as well. This year, Notre Dame has kind of rolled at home this year, but they've had, you say, well, they've struggled on the road. Yeah, true. But is that because they didn't struggle in Ireland against Navy? That wasn't a very good defense or a very good team. So my question is it home or away? Like, here's my point, Sean. If they go out this week and struggle against Stanford, it's home. It answers the question for me. It's your plan for playing on the road is not good.
Right.
If they don't play well, or if they do rip up Stanford, I don't think that answers the question for me, because now I'm still left of, is it a home or a road thing, or is it a good or bad defense thing? Like, I don't think, my point is, I don't think ripping up Stanford answers the question of, they figured out their road problems. No, because Stanford's a whole lot different than Duke, Louisville, and Clemson, because you've only played 3 true road games this year, and you're 1-2 in those games, and almost lost the 3rd one in true road games this year. But those 3 teams all had really good defenses. So I don't know that ripping up Stanford this weekend necessarily answers that. And you couldn't handle the noise at Duke. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do in Kyle Field next year when there's 100,000 people screaming? You couldn't handle the noise at Duke. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, to me, there were 40,000 people in the stadium that day.
Oh, wait a minute. The Duke game. They left 13 points on it. They should have been up by like 23 points on Duke.
Exactly.
They should have been blowing Duke out. They moved the ball early in that game.
Yes,
They just didn't convert.
But there were communication issues and false start. Like, so to me, that's what makes me think there is something to the road versus home thing that happened this year. But I still think a lot of it has to do with, because they didn't play great against Ohio State at home. They looked like a whole different team. They looked way different on offense against Ohio State than they did every other home game this year. What's the one good defense they played at home this year? It was Ohio State. So, those are just the questions that I don't know if they get answered. Somebody just said it's Ireland. That's basically their second home. That's well played. So those are the things that, to me, that have to get addressed, that go far beyond Jared Parker. Because as you mentioned, Sean, the defense didn't play very well in the last 2 road games either.
No.
Now, I don't blame them. I mean, they buckled down a little bit against Louisville early, but they let Louisville go right down the field and score that first drive. Just boom, right down the field and score. So it's not just an offensive problem. Although I still say the defense played much better than the offense did in both games. It's not just an offensive problem.
But this is the thing. Al Golden is really tweak here and there week to week, but Al Golden is like, we're coming. We're coming. We're being aggressive, and teams know that, right? So I expect coaches like smart offensive coaches to have something early on against Notre Dame, because you can actually use Notre Dame's aggression against them, especially the way they like to slant, come down with the end, and if you catch them in the right play call, you can hurt them with the run. You can hurt them with the run on the edges. And we've seen that. Ohio State hurt them with the run. Louisville hurt them with the run on the edge. Another team recently, I think Clemson with Maffa, hurt that first big run. DN crashes down. They want the linebacker to come around. That was when
TJ Brown came on that safety fire, yeah.
And it's funny because Malik actually said this. Malik said, everybody thinks DJ came too wide, which technically he did.
A little bit.
Right? He said, but DJ is thinking like, I don't want to get beat to the outside.
Correct.
He knows his limitations.
That's why I say that was a great play call as much as anything, because Notre Dame had shown that blitz early against motion away.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that was a great play call because you're going to cut right back. He's not coming off the edge, crashing on the back. He's crashing on the mesh.
Mm-hmm.
And he's taking the quarterback because if he crashes the back and it's a read zone, that guy pulls that sucker. Now the quarterback's running for 41 yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that sometimes you tip your cap and say, great call, great execution. And then Notre Dame, don't be so tendency oriented where they can make that kind of call.
Yeah.
But it's easy to say, oh, DJ, blah, 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 blah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. But yeah, anyway,
It is what it is.
There's just a lot of things that got to get addressed. I just don't think it's as easy as the coach, the offensive coordinator stinks. I think there's a lot more to it that you can fire Jared Parker if you want to.
Yeah, that's not going to change.
That doesn't fix anything.
Better.
Exactly.
No.
That means we're going to have a third straight coordinator in 3 straight years, and the problems are not going to go away because there's more to it than just that.
That's because, and that's why I say, man, we have to be better as fans. And this is why, Irish Breakdown and the way they go about breaking down the games and giving information during the week, this is why it's important. Because you have to understand, us watching on the TV view, it's totally different than being in the press box, totally different than getting the all 22 and the breakdowns like he puts on the message board about the run game, everything. It's a little bit more nuanced, and it keeps you from grabbing the low-hanging fruit of, oh, the O-line didn't play well. Oh, the play calling was bad. Sometimes 10 was just bad. Sometimes 10 just bad.
Yeah.
Bad. It was there. This was there. There were routes.
Right.
You sent me 4 steal shots from Ohio State or receivers like
open. Yeah.
Open. 10 didn't.
No, that was just 4 for Chris Tyree. I didn't even send other ones. That was just Chris Tyree. Right.
Right. And it's like from the TV, like maybe you don't see it, but that is everything that we've seen is a combination of dysfunction and failures. And we don't know why consistently 10 has not pulled the trigger. I don't know if he has Ian Book-itis. I don't know. Opportunities have been there. He had Saturday, he was double clutching in the pocket. And it's like, dude, why you have protection?
Right.
Yeah. And by the time you go to your second hitch, now the pocket is collapsing. And it seems like the O-line is not giving you protection. Like
I will say this, Sean. People have asked me, does he need to get deeper in his drops? And I don't know that it's deeper in the drop, but I do think that there is a timing problem with the drop compared to the routes that you're running. Because I do think Sam kind of rushes his drop where he's getting set before the receivers are getting out of their breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a part of your drop is meant to be a timing mechanism with you're getting your drop, you're selling, and you're gathering, and you throw. And that's part of it too. And I think at times Sam has struggled with that. But I don't know. Again, I don't know. Is that a 10 problem? Is that a coaching problem? Like this is the whole thing. I'm not trying to take the blame off the coaching staff because as a former coach, I'm a firm believer that if my receivers, when I was coaching receivers, or if my quarterback, when I was coaching quarterbacks, or my running backs, if they don't play well, I can't say, well, hey, if I'm a good coach, well, I did everything I need to do. They didn't go execute.
Mm-hmm.
Your whole group just, maybe there's like if you're a teacher and your whole class fails a test, you're just going to tell me you're assuming the whole class didn't study, or maybe there's a disconnect in your teaching method with them. And with some of them, it is. Some of them would have failed anyway because they don't know the material, they don't work hard, they don't study. But others, there's clearly a disconnect. They want to learn, they want to know, they want to do better on the tests, but there's a disconnect. If 1 or 2 kids fail your test, you work with those kids because they are struggling, and then you put in the extra work to help them. Same with your players. If you have a couple kids that are struggling, you spend the extra time. You sit down with Tobias or Tyree or Faison or Rico or Jaden or whoever's struggling and say, hey, let's figure this out. You don't just push them to the side, which we've seen way too much. You want to get a little glimpse into some of the beef that Sean and I have? It's that right there. If it's a guy has a bad game or struggles or whatever reason, doesn't click with him, they'll just push him to the side and move on to somebody else. That's not coaching. That's bull crap. That's not coaching. You want to do that crap? Go to the NFL. You know what I mean? That's not coaching. That's not development. That's the problem. It's not just about he's not teaching the proper slant technique. It goes way deeper than that. Way deeper than that. There's no trust in him, and he's not showing trust in them. And the people he is showing ultimate trust in, he shouldn't be right now because, I mean, in the last, how many, and so Louisville, USC, Pitt, Wake Forest, Clemson. You talk about Rico Flores is the primary reason for 3 turnovers in those games. 2 interceptions and then the fumble. Does that mean I'm down on Rico? Not at all. I love Rico. He's going to be a very good player in Notre Dame. But why do you show that kind of grace with him, but Deion Colsey never can do anything right in your eyes? Tobias Merriweather can never do anything right in your eyes. He goes out and catches a touchdown, smokes it, and we don't see him but for like 5 snaps the rest of the game. Why? Why? Are you too worried that he's getting open too much? You know, I mean, it's just Jordan Faison makes a mistake, and it's just keep trotting him out there. And this isn't enough, but Chris Tyree does it. Well, he's a senior. He's played receiver a lot less in his life than Jordan Faison has. Again, this is not a knock on Jordan Faison. I love Jordan Faison, but there needs to be consistency in the accountability. That's the key. And there's not. And when it's very clear, when the feedback I'm getting from inside sources and outside sources is he likes some guys and doesn't like others, and everybody in the room knows who he likes and who he doesn't like. That's a problem. That's a problem. And so now you're not getting the most out of your guys. That's something that needs to be addressed. And until that gets addressed, this group's not going to live up to their expectations. Because even the guys that you may like see that lack of accountability or that lack of consistency, and it's going to affect them too. And so that's what I'm saying is there's a lot bigger issues than play calling going on in this offense. And just fixing the play caller, to me, doesn't really address a whole lot. That's my whole thing, Sean, is there's a lot bigger issues that need to be addressed than just that. And that's where I think we're missing the boat here as a fan base and just taking the easy, lazy way out of play caller sucks. There's a whole play calling, as I've said before, Sean, not even the top 3 of most important jobs of an offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't matter how good of a play caller you are if you don't do those other 3 things really well. We've seen really smart guys not be great offensive coordinators. Why? You draw it up, man. That's a great design play, but it didn't work. Why? Because I didn't properly install the timing, the technique, the teaching points, the things like that to make it work. We didn't have the proper focus and practice. We didn't rep this play enough to where my quarterback knew how to handle it when the read wasn't what we practiced. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of stuff. So the play call may have been fine, but you didn't do what you needed to do Monday to Friday to make it good on Saturday. That's the stuff that I'm getting to. And sometimes the play call may look bad because somebody didn't execute it properly or adjust it. That's also coaching. So it's simply to say, let's get our eyes on the right things here and not just, and that's kind of where I'm getting at on that. So Sean, I need to go check on something here real quick. Can you answer these next couple here for me? And this one right here. Answer this one for me.
So, Alan, thank you for the question. The contract extension with NBC means what to you? General question, not trying to be stupid. I don't know, because it's 2 ways of looking at this, Joe. And out the chat, you guys, I'm interested in how you feel about it. The NBC situation just confirms, the way Notre Dame does business, right? The same way a lot of us wanted to see some change with their apparel deal, and they stuck with Under Armour because Under Armour aligns with the ideals of Notre Dame, right? The university and the football program. So it's not shocking that they stuck with Under Armour, but just for branding purposes and excitement, a lot of people wanted to see a change to Adidas or Nike. NBC is no different. Like you see NBC, you think Notre Dame, right? Even though they've added the late night primetime Big Ten package, when you think NBC, you think Notre Dame. So that's pretty much, how I view the new TV deal. And I don't think we'll see, right? NBC is going to be the major player. They're the incumbent. They have the first shot. I'm sure some other people might be entertaining Notre Dame, with TV deals and things of that nature. But what it means is that Notre Dame is going to continue to be independent, like Jack Swarbrick said, until they're put in a position where their path to the college football playoff is put in jeopardy. And that's, simply how I looked at the television deal. It is definitely um, a positive. It can't be a negative for Notre Dame. I know people will say, well, it's not like you're the only ones that have your own national coverage now, like it was at first. It doesn't make a difference. Notre Dame has their own network without having their own network, if that makes sense, right? They don't have, it's just like Texas having the Longhorn network. It's very similar to that. And I love in a space, Brian, of independence, especially when it comes to the arts, whether it's music, film, and people not having to go to the major studios and still being able to produce independent content that blows up, is impactful, i.e., Tyler Perry, for example. I love Notre Dame still being able to make decisions independent of conferences and the influence of other presidents of
Yeah.
universities and things of that nature. They handle their own business without having to depend on the thoughts of someone else. I like that. So I think it's positive. I don't know how you view it.
It's hard for me to know without knowing the numbers. And that's really what it comes down to for me. And I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why Notre Dame's so resistant to let the numbers get out there. We're hearing speculation that it's more. Look, if it's 50, if it's around 50, that's great. There's somebody, again, it's just rumors. We don't know what the numbers are because Notre Dame refuses to put it out and NBC's not putting it out. But if it's 45 plus, 50 plus, that's a win for Notre Dame. They were making 25 million, basically, 25 million off their TV deals the last couple years, last 10 years. I have five, a little bit less than that because of the ACC deal. But if you more than double your current TV revenue, that's a win. Well, SEC teams are getting 100 million. I still don't think that's true. I've seen different numbers thrown around, but again, Notre Dame doesn't need 100 million, right? Notre Dame is perfectly fine financially making 25 million a year off their TV deals. You get up to 60, 65 because it'd be 50, 45, 50 for the TV deal for the NBC plus another 13 to 15. I think one year they made I think last year they made 17 from the ACC. You're usually between 13 to 15. Some years you've topped out more with the ACC deals. You're getting up to 60, 65 million. You're way more than double what you were making. Plus you have a bigger apparel deal now. And you've only locked in for 5 years because you can now see what the landscape does the next 5 years. You're not locked into a 10-year contract where you might miss some windows here that may come up. So if the numbers were good, I feel good about it. But just re-signing with NBC just to re-sign to me doesn't do anything for me because I think I'm just so over NBC treating Notre Dame like they treated Notre Dame like they were a minor league team when they didn't have the Big Ten. I don't know what they're going to do now.
Right.
Now, maybe the numbers this year were so good because the numbers were the 80%, 86% increase in TV viewers this year. Part of that's the home schedule, right? You had some really good home teams, but, other than Ohio State, most of your home you're talking Navy, Tennessee State, Central Michigan, Wake, Pitt. It's partly because of the excitement of this team. That's part of it too. Is that going to be the same next year? I don't know, but I am glad that they're getting the deal if it's for enough. If it's not for enough, then I don't, it's really hard for me to have a full opinion until I know exactly what the numbers were.
For me though, I just love independence, especially now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you ever heard of the 360 deal in music that dominated the early 2000s, where the labels became the A&Rs, the road managers, anything that an artist needed. Because the artists used to just have a relationship with the labels, make the money, whatever percentage they got off record sales, that's what they got. But then their money, as far as shows on the road, that was their money. 2000, the record labels got wise and they gave artists deals with a little bit more money up front, to whereas now the label was really getting a piece of the road money, their bookings, all of that stuff. And to me, that's what being in a conference is like. It's just not the team you share. Okay, you share the revenue, but you also share the liabilities. as a conference.
Right.
Like you have to meet on that as well.
Right.
Like you sell 1 million t-shirts at Ohio State, which you're going to sell more than Rutgers. Rutgers is getting a piece of that because that Big Ten stamp is on that t-shirt. You have to think about all of this. So even though you see 100 million, is it really 100 million when it comes to what they clear? It's almost like hearing somebody makes an NBA player makes $50 million a year. Well, it's really 25 because the government's taking half. Then you take the 10% or the 15% from the agent and the attorneys. Right. That's another. So what are they really clearing in a year to live with? Now it's great either way because it's millions, but it's nowhere near the 50 million that you're thinking about. Yeah. So this whole deal with the SEC and Big Ten teams, with it's really you don't know what
the numbers
really
just don't make sense. Like I know the overall number of the deal. I know how number of teams in the league. I don't know how the math is not getting me to that number. You know what I mean? So that's my confusion by it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But yes, they're going to make more money, but the gap is going to be closer. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And the Big Ten deal for the NBC, honestly, is a smart deal because the evolution of college football, there's only one conference that Notre Dame is going to go to. More than likely. And that would be the Big Ten. So if NBC is already connected to the Big Ten, it makes the transition simple if they also have a contract with Notre Dame. So in my opinion, if I was an exec like Pete Bavacca was at NBC Sports, I would be thinking down the road, like, okay, if it does get to a point where Notre Dame has to make a jump, this is where more than likely they're going to end up. So it's all business. And Brian, I think, I don't know if you heard this, but it reminds me of the same thing with you're comfortable with the relationships. And we can sit up here and look, Notre Dame is, they were very comfortable with Under Armour.
They don't have a problem being treated that way by NBC.
No.
That's my biggest problem with Notre Dame is they allow themselves to be treated that way. And to a degree, they kind of had to for years because it's like we don't really have any bargaining power. And that's why this season, to me, in some ways, just from a business standpoint, was a missed opportunity. Because if Notre Dame's 10-1 right now or 11-0, all of a sudden their bargaining power in this thing is like, hey guys, we're a top 5 team, and imagine what the numbers would have been like for the weight game this weekend if Notre Dame is 10-0 and fighting for a playoff spot. All of a sudden, it's a lot higher. So those are all parts of it, but I just would need to see the numbers more than Sean. You and I are on the same page. I very, very much value being independent, but I just need to see the numbers. That's the big thing for me. That's the only thing that makes me nervous. Also want to address this kind of about NBC. JP Buellsfield says Florida State, Louisville 2024 night games. Why would Stanford be second game instead of Louisville? Why has Stanford been a regular night game, NBC, or some other reason? The night games are normally Notre Dame's choice. Notre Dame has chosen to make that Pac-12 game in October road night game. That's been their choice. Normally it's, different factors. It's a rival. Louisville's not a rival. Stanford is. And with all due respect, for a number of years, it made sense. Stanford, for the first 5-6 years of Brian Kelly's tenure, was the best team they played almost every year. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so if anything, you'd be arguing, why is USC a night game every year? And more so than Stanford. And I know Stanford's fallen on hard times in recent years, but even as late as 2018, that was a top 10 matchup between two top 10 teams. So that's just what they've chosen to do, JP. And I'm not telling you that they're going to pick Stanford over Louisville. I'm just telling you, based on history, that's what they've done. That's all I can tell you. That's the choice they've made, with the exception of the COVID year, which had some weird, because you didn't have the Pac-12 team on there and all. So you had like Florida State was a night game. Clemson was the night game. So Florida State replaced Stanford, USC. Makes sense. I'm just telling you what they've done. And if you're planning trips around the night games, I mean, I'm just saying, be prepared for the potential that it could be Stanford and not Louisville. As I said, JP, I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm simply telling you what based on history would make sense to predict that that's what they're going to do, as opposed to making the Louisville game an afternoon game. Plus, look, even if Louisville's a top 10 team next year, it's still Louisville. It's still not going to carry the brand
Same
recognition
brand
and
recognition.
that other
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Now, and
Yeah.
neither does Stanford anymore, but Stanford's at least a rivalry.
Yeah.
And you recruit the West Coast, the West Coast kids in for that game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I personally would have it be Louisville. I'm just telling you, based on history, that's always the Pac-12 team. I mean,
Yeah.
has there been a year where that wasn't the night game? I'm trying to think. 19, it was USC on October 12th was the night game, right? And then you also had a night game actually only had one that year, correct? Only had one night game that year. So, yeah, USC, Virginia Tech was not a night game. Navy was not a night game. Duke was, and BC was not a night game. So you only had one that year. 2018, you had Stanford at home as a night game, and then Florida State later in the year as a night game. 2017, you had a night game against USC. That's the game you won 49-14. Your other night game, actually, they didn't have another night game that year. They only had the one that season, because I don't think NC State was a day game as well. 2016, I mean, Stanford was a night game, and then Virginia Tech. I mean, you only had one. So, actually, yeah, only had one. So the 2 a year is kind of a new thing, and that's just what they've done. So I'm not saying
And
I agree with it,
honestly,
like it, don't like it. I'm just telling you what it is.
like you said, the brand recognition is something as well. And then, October is usually like a nice pocket to have that big recruiting weekend at night, and it usually lines up, like you said, with the West Coast teams, with both are rivals and both have been pretty good. I mean, Stanford is really just falling on hard times the last 2 or 3 years. So to have Stanford at night, which they didn't. Stanford was usually an afternoon game
Sure.
when they were really good. Um,
Early on in the tenure, because they were
yeah,
not having a bunch of night games back then.
yeah,
They were all afternoon games.
yeah.
Correct.
So, and I'm not so look. We talked about this earlier, and then we can move to the next question. We don't know what Florida State and Louisville are going to be next year.
Right.
Louisville is a heavy transfer portal. It
Right.
worked this year. It might not work.
Well, and the nice thing I like about Louisville is that a lot of the transfers they had actually were here before Brum got here.
Mm-hmm.
Like Thrash, I think, has been there a couple years. Jordan's been there a couple years, and then they've supplemented it. But like you said, it worked for the first year for USC too, and it was a disaster the second year.
Mm-hmm.
Worked for Michigan State the first year, disaster afterwards. To your point, we don't know how they're going to be. Whereas at least every year, good or bad, Stanford's a rival.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's what, and then next year is going to be the first year it's an ACC game. You could kind of talk about it that way, and so yeah, and I don't know, Sean. Night games are fun and exciting, but I don't really care that it's a good opponent. It's nice if it's like an Ohio State, but like I don't think you need to force it into a Louisville type
Mm-hmm.
of thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're the better opponent, but sometimes it's like maybe you're putting too much on that game. Maybe just make it an
Well,
afternoon 3:30 game and just do your normal thing.
yeah. Notre Dame was in consecutive night games because they're Notre
Right,
Dame.
right, and because of their home schedule.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like part of the reason they played all those straight games in a row is because of their own decisions to make basically back-to-back home games, night games.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a Notre Dame choice that they
Yeah.
did that with Ohio State and USC, and then you had the 2 games in between. So,
Yeah.
when you look at the 24 schedule and you look at that Stanford game, you run the risk of if you make Stanford that night game, you could run the risk of the next week you're at Georgia Tech, maybe that's a night game, and then you're Navy, and maybe that's a night. So I mean, then you play Army, but you're not going to have that problem this year because Louisville and Stanford are surrounded by not great opponents, and then you've got a bye week between Louisville and Stanford as well. Although that
Mm-hmm.
could end up being filled by Army. Although I don't know where they're going to put Army on the schedule. That's going to be an interesting development. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that one, Sean. Again, I'm not saying they should do it. I'm just telling you why I think that's the case.
If the Stanford game is a blowout by halftime, thank you, Brandon K. How many drives do you give Angeli before moving to Kenny?
Well, I would assume that we're making the assumption that you're putting Steve in the third, like to start the second half,
Start the second half.
2 to 3, depending on how those drives go. I mean, if Steve goes 2 drives and they go right up down the field and score, I don't need what else I need to see from Steve. Like, okay, you're rolling, buddy. Good job.
Yeah.
Let's see what Kenny can do.
Because Kenny's only played 2 games, right?
2 games, correct.
So you can play him.
Yeah, they could have played in this past weekend too, because you can play 4 games plus the bowl. It doesn't count. So, but I mean, because Steve only was in the game for 1 drive or 2 drives on Saturday, 2 drives, because you had the fumble by Rico, that was 1, and then you had the next one. So for all we know, the plan would have been if Steve would have led them down on the drive the first time and not had to fumble, they might have put Kenny in the next drive. But when Rico fumbled, it was kind of like, he deserved that chance to kind of go out there and have that next drive.
Right.
Because he only had those 2 drives were all he had.
Right.
So if you can get a couple of them for each of them, like that'd be good for me. Like and honestly, Sam plays a half and there's a chance if Notre Dame does what they should do that he could have 200 plus yards by then, Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, we'll see. All right. Get to some more here. We got one from John A1. Here's a good one.
Based on how IB views the national recruiting picture in the 24 class at this time, top 3, top 5, 10, or 15?
I can comfortably say of what I know of all the other recruiting classes, I can comfortably say top 10 for sure. Top 5, I'd have to study a couple classes more, right? Like I don't know them well enough to say that Notre Dame is definitely top 5, but definitely top 10 in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And you had enough misses on defense this year, safety, D tackle, to right now where it's like the offensive class is top 5 easy. I would argue the top offensive class is top 3. I would argue like there's not more than 1 or 2 teams I would even consider trading this offensive class with. You got an elite quarterback, elite running back room, big time receiver class, top 250 tight end, and a big time offensive line class in a year where it's not a very good offensive line year nationally.
Yep.
That is a top 5 offensive class. Defensive class is more top 10 to 15 overall. Now, if they can flip the kid from Georgia, that changes it for me because that's one position where there's a little bit of I'd like to have seen one more guy. You missed out on Justin Scott. If you can get this kid, I really like that. And Justin Scott hasn't had the senior year that I had hoped he would have either, to be completely honest with you. But he's still a highly ranked kid with a lot of talent. But so is this kid's not highly ranked, but he's got some tools. There's no doubt about that. But comfortably top 10, top 5. I'm not saying they will be top 5. There's just a couple classes I got to study a little bit before I can comfortably say that, to be honest with you.
In that defensive class, I would say, if you had the opportunity after 2 years, like re-rank the Notre Dame defensive class from 24, it'd probably be ranked higher. Like you would say 10 to 15, potentially. Yeah.
See, that's the thing with that class. There's a lot of low floors, high ceilings. Like Logan Thomas, low floor, high ceiling. Bryce Young, ceiling's higher this year. Ceiling is definitely higher now. But he's still a little bit of a not quite sure how good he's going to be. He's still, Teddy Rizak, Bodie Cahoon, Bronte Johnson. There's still a lot. Carson Hobbs. There's still a lot of those guys that are like, they got some tools, but there's just a lot of that where like Cam Williams is a dude right now. CJ Carr is a dude right now. Kedron Young's a dude right now. Gilbert Lambert's a dude right now. Micah Gilbert's a grown freaking man right now, like as a football player. Where Logan Thomas could end up being a top 15 NFL draft pick. And he could end up being just a guy.
Hey, Bryce Young.
Yeah. Same thing.
Could end up being
at least Bryce right now is jumping up in the rankings because he had a great senior year, but he's still got a little bit of like let me see. But those guys could end up being, and then Cole Mullins, that hurt them too, not having him play his senior year to me. But he's another guy that could end up being a day 2 draft pick, or he could end up just being Andrew Trombetti. I don't know yet. There's a lot of that in that defensive class where offensively it's like dude. Defensively, it's like dude, and then potentially a dude, potentially a dude, potentially a dude, potentially a dude. I'll say this: if everybody hits their ceilings, there's more potential first-round draft picks in this defensive class than offensive class. If everybody hits their ceilings, because what I would say, offensively, if everybody hits their ceilings, there's 4 first-round draft picks: CJ Carr, Kedron Young, Cam Williams, and Gary Lambert. That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
Defensively, Logan Thomas could be that guy. Bryce Young could be that guy. Kingston could be that guy. Bronte could be that guy. Leonard Moore could be that guy. You know? So.
You know what it reminds me of? Did you like skyrockets? You know, for the 4th of July, the fireworks?
I wasn't a big fireworks guy. It's like I owned fireworks as a kid.
Yeah, we were. We, like, my block, like, man, we would go to Indiana, stock up on the fireworks.
Other people do the work.
Bring it back. And sometimes you would light a skyrocket and it would fit, you know.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't take off.
It'd fizzle out, yeah.
It would fizzle out and be kind of a dud. And, you know, that's what you have, right? When you have these guys that have low floor, high ceiling.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, some of them can pop off.
Right.
And some might just.
And if you have good coaching, you expect more of them to pop off. And that's what we'll need to see.
And like on the offensive side, like you just have more that will pop off. Like you're sure in this. And you didn't, I totally agree. I totally agree, man. I love this class. And I think the 25 class has the potential to exceed the 24 class. So
25 class is going to get popping here really fast. This class is going to start filling up really fast. Sean, I'm going to ask this next question because I want to get your opinion on this from PJC 1122. Thank you for the question. Do you think Lincoln Riley is going to bolt for the NFL after the season? The team seems to have quit on him and he seems to be phoning it in. I agree with his second question. That team plays with no, they just don't care anymore. Like this, they're done. And he doesn't seem to really have like a whole lot of fire in rallying the troops. So, Sean, do you think Lincoln Riley is going to bolt for the NFL after the season?
He'll have interest. I'm not sure how NFL teams view him.
Yeah.
Right now. His best bet would be to be a package deal with Caleb in a situation. Because then at least teams will feel like, okay, he had him at Oklahoma, he had him at USC, you know, why not get 2 for 1, the quarterback developer and the head coach, and not worry about him having to hire somebody as the OC to develop him. But as far as just him independent, I don't know how he's viewed based upon what you just said, Brian. I don't know how NFL scouts and GMs view this situation. I jokingly, you know, the buzz here in Chicago has been that the Bears have moved off of Caleb Williams and moved on to Drake May, which I have to be honest, gives me chills because I'm not about to sit here and debate who's going to have a better career. I just feel like as a Bears fan, I've been down this road. A number 10 from North Carolina being taken ahead. It's like, do you take that chance once again? You know, my preference is, dude, just keep Justin and just build around him. Give me Joe Alt and Marvin Harrison, and I'm just fine.
Right.
I'm just fine. But so I think if I had to rank, I think Harbaugh would have a better shot with NFL teams right now, even with the scandal of coming in and getting the interview. Lincoln Riley early in the season, yes, he was a hot name. I think his name has kind of fizzled a little bit. And then does he really right now want to leave USC on this note?
Well, I think absolutely he wants to get out. And this is just 100% speculation, Sean, because here's why. It's kind of like what you and I just were talking about, right? The whole transfer, completely remaking your roster with transfers is kind of not panned out for him, right? And the way he recruited his first 2 years, he recruited like a guy that was going to win in the portal. And so you can't just shift gears right now. You're stuck here in this lane for a couple of years. And you look at his schedule next year. This is USC's schedule next year. This is nuts. First game of the year against LSU in Las Vegas. Utah State, bye week, at Michigan, home against Wisconsin, at Minnesota, home against Penn State, at Maryland, home against Rutgers, at Washington, bye, home against Nebraska, at UCLA, home against Notre Dame. That schedule is freaking brutal. And they're going to have less talent next year than they have this year because he's not going to have a quarterback in the same class as Caleb Williams. Now, maybe that actually benefits him because it forces him to not be so put everything on your quarterback's shoulders, which is what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Maybe that helps them next year. I don't know. And a lot of the transfers they got this year are guys that can stay for additional years. Obviously, Bear Alexander could potentially stay for another year. Anthony Lucas has to stay. Some of those other guys are younger players, but you've got Zachariah Branch and Deuce Robinson on offense. You know, maybe they do that, but man, if they couldn't win this year, what's to make me think next year against that schedule they're going to be better?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I could see him wanting to get the heck out of there because I think Lincoln Riley's focus is Lincoln Riley. That's what I think. I don't think Lincoln Riley's necessarily like down for the struggle at USC. I think Lincoln Riley's down for Lincoln Riley. That's what I think Lincoln Riley cares about.
But then you're talking about who?
No, that's a fair question.
Now I'll give you one team. They're cheap as a family.
Oh, I know you're going with this one.
But Justin Herbert and Lincoln Riley, in my opinion, now if he's going to make a move, he can stay right there in LA.
He doesn't have to get a new house
right
or anything.
there in LA, doesn't have to move anything.
And Ryan and I have talked about this in past shows. Sometimes teams like if they had a defensive guy that failed, they like to go to an offensive guy or vice versa, right? Which I think is kind of stupid, but that's just what they do. Brandon Staley's a defensive guy, so you make that move. But you go out and get a guy that's a quarterback guy for your young quarterback, an offensive guy. I can see that. But to me, part of me is like, does this 1 year kind of eliminate all the other past years he's had? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think that's a more fair question, and I don't have an answer to that, Sean, as far as who would actually want him. But my thing was, if the opportunities are there, I could certainly see. Because the Raiders are going to need a new coach, right? Unless Antonio Pierce goes out there and they just win a bunch of games with him as their coach.
He's not. See, this is the thing about a guy like Lincoln Riley. He's not in a position where he's not one of those guys, in my opinion, that he just has to take oh my God, this is an NFL opportunity. You can't pass it up.
I think he's turned him down.
He can sit and wait for that right opportunity, which could be connected to Caleb, could be Justin Herbert and the Chargers. And, 4 to 5 jobs open up every year. So
he may not take a job just to take a job. Having said that, to your point, though, if you're looking at next year's schedule with what your roster is going to be next year, and you just prove that you can't go to the portal and just fix everything in one off season. Because one of the dirty little secrets about USC's team last year, outside of Caleb Williams, a lot of their best players were guys that had been there for a while, or at least been in that league for a while. So you got Travis Dye in last year, but Travis Dye was a Pac-12 guy. He had been in that league. He knew the league. And, obviously he did pretty well. But when you look at USC last year, all of their top offensive linemen were guys that had been there for a while, right? Defensively, the stud kid they had last year that had all the sacks, Tuia Pelotu, he had been there for a year, right? The Tyrone Talani kid was a transfer, right? And then the linebacker Gentry was a transfer. They had some guys, but their top players were guys that were USC guys that had been there.
Gentry was a Pac-12 guy anyway, right?
Right. I believe so. He was Arizona. He was one of the Arizona State. Yeah. Let me look there. Yes, Arizona State. So again, you had a lot of guys that had been there for a minute. You know what I mean? At key spots, offensive line, defensive line, positions like that. It's a little easier to plug and play. Skill transfers. Their issues are not skill. Their issues are trenches. That's their problem. And so, but my point is they struggled this year. If the shine is off a little bit, what is it? Was it the bloom is off the rose, or that expression is, whatever the case may be, it might get worse next year. And that's my whole point. You think Lincoln Riley wants to be playing November games in the cold? I don't think so.
But that happens, right? Like Saturday night, it was Ryan and I. We were texting and we were watching the Iowa State Texas, and it was just like Yo, this cat Matt Campbell was such a hot name just 3 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
But now I can't see him any other place but Iowa State.
Like a couple years ago, they were like, if Jim Harbaugh leaves, Matt Campbell's the guy they're going to look at. That town would get burnt down if they hired Matt Campbell to replace Jim Harbaugh now. Right? I mean, that's the reality. I mean, that's my whole point is like, dude, you run the risk of a second down year in a row. Now you've had 3 of your last 4 seasons have been disappointing seasons. You're not that guy anymore. Now you don't have the jobs to go to, or whatever the case may be. So that's why I could say, I think he's going to be looking. Now, do I think he's going to take any job? No. Do I think he's going to, like, could Arizona be attractive? Like, if they decide to go a different direction, I don't know if they would or would. I know they just hired a new coach, but I don't know how he's doing this year. They still stink. Could they say, hey, look, let's, we've got this franchise quarterback we committed to, we gave a long-term contract. Let's go get his college coach and see if he can fix them. Right. I mean, that's another potential intriguing option. So I think there will be options for him this offseason that could disappear next year if that's his ultimate goal. So I just feel like timing is important. And I feel like if he doesn't make that move now, he may be stuck where he can't make the move next year. Because next year he may, if he wants to leave, may not have the same options. Well, you just have to take any job that comes your way because, I mean, you got people in USC, he's on the hot seat now. That's what happens when you go 7-5 at USC. And get your butt kicked by both of your rivals. Got butts kicked by both of their rivals.
It puts USC in a very tricky situation because he's going to flirt and interview, but you're going into a new conference. You don't want to go into a new conference with a shaky situation at the head coach. Even if he comes back, like how many years is he going to be here?
Right.
Somebody
just pointed out too in the chat, Sean, Dave Aranda. I mean, he was a hot name a couple years ago.
Yes.
And now, he's in trouble at Baylor. They're struggling at Baylor. So like we talked about this, man. Timing is important.
Striking while the iron is hot. Yeah. Striking while the iron is hot. Yep.
Matt Rule's done a nice job with that his career. As soon as he's hot, he uses it to springboard. You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting, man.
And going to the NFL, that's the beautiful thing. Coaches know, hey, NFL, let me go take a shot. I can always come back to college.
Right. Because if he goes to the Chargers for 3-4 years and does okay and, or even gets there's going to be some team that's going to take him. There's going to be some team that'll take him back as head coach in college. There will. Some former Pac-12 team or former Big 12 team or current Big 12 team or whatever. Like if if Lincoln Riley goes to the Chargers and doesn't do well, just is okay, or doesn't like it, does okay, doesn't like it. Deion Sanders leaves Colorado for some job. You're telling me Colorado wouldn't beg to have Lincoln Riley back as their head coach? Of course they would. Of course they would. So that's a good point, Sean, is he can always go back. But you can miss your NFL window. You can always go back to college when you're someone like him. No doubt about it.
Johnny, which 2 players in the wide receiver room need to make a jump in bowl prep for 24 momentum?
Tobias Merriweather, number 1, clearly. He needs to have a good bowl prep season and be given the opportunity for it. And then my second one, this is going to sound kind of weird, Sean, but my second one's Jaden Thomas. Because it's like, you were the best receiver this year, but you missed almost the whole year, and you're letting those young bucks kind of
catch up,
kind of pass you
by.
Up. Yeah.
As far side would say.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, I mean, that would be my case for the second guy.
Yeah,
honestly. And then you could also make a case for Braylon James. I think you could make an argument that Braylon's the other one. If Braylon has, like, we've heard this plenty of times, where you hear about a guy that finishes the year off really well on scout team or young, like we heard this about Jaden Thomas going into last year, how good he was in bowl prep going into Oklahoma State and all that. And then he's used that to springboard into being a very important part of the rotation in 2022. Right. And even though it didn't pan out in 2020, like this is what I say, like people writing guys off. Jaden Thomas did nothing as he literally played 3 snaps as a freshman, something crazy like that. But he kept working, kept grinding, goes out, has a great November, ends bowl prep. Now he doesn't play, but he used that to then put himself in position to be a factor in 2022. Got off to a little bit of a rough start, but he had earned their trust by how well he finished the year, that they looked past the early struggles, kept putting him out there, and then he has a little bit of a breakout against North Carolina and BYU, and by the end of the year, he was their most reliable receiver, right? But it started the end of the 2021 season with what he did at the end of the year. And hopefully like a Braylon James can do something like that. Tobias Merriweather, because if you're Tobias Merriweather and you don't finish the season strong and you're bringing in Cam Hart in a couple weeks and you're bringing in Micah Gilbert in a couple weeks and Jaden Greathouse and Rico Flores aren't going to get worse. Braylon James isn't going to get worse. You hope not anyway. I think it's big. I think it's big for him. But if you're going to go young guys, let's go Braylon James and Braylon and Tobias Merriweather. If you're going to go young guys.
And I'll go ahead and I'll just say the two guys that are getting the most reps, right? Because it's an opportunity for them to take even another.
You talking about Rico and Jaden Greathouse?
Yeah. Because you're depending on them to be guys, independent of Dion and Jaden, right? Because you can't. How much faith can you place in Dion Cozy being healthy? If we're being honest.
Yeah, I could have you and I could have an interesting conversation about that after the show, off the air.
And Jaden Thomas, with the hamstring. So it's like we want those guys to be the vets leading the room, but these two right here, you want them to take another step, have a great bowl game, and then go in to spring just like, yo, we're coming. And I love what Rico said, in his post game. Like, yo, yeah, it was good that Jaden and I had great games along with Jordan. And, we're showing that our class can really be impactful. But, we just want to keep working. We just want to keep working. And I love hearing that. Like, we're not satisfied. We just want to keep working. But once again, that's development and coaching comes into play as well.
Yeah, here's an interesting super chat here from Rob Tidoff, Sean.
Brian and Sean, I know both of these items are important, but what is the most important? Fixing the Notre Dame offense or hiring a strength and conditioning coach on the level of Matt Bayless?
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
It is absolutely strength coach.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely strength coach. Yes, that's an easy one.
Especially based upon the conversation we had around the offensive line.
Yeah. And just the younger players getting stronger. I mean, I would argue the strength coach is going to have as much of an impact on Tobias Merriweather taking that next jump as the receivers coach would be, even if they do make a change at receivers coach and bring in someone that, just hypothetically, if that were the case, or Stuckey and Tobias finally come together and get on the same page or whatever the reason may be. I would still say the strength coach is going to have as big of an impact on Tobias taking that next jump as the receivers coach. Just from the strength standpoint. So yeah, that I've said this a million times, Sean, and I truly believe this. I think the most important hire that a head coach will ever make is a strength coach. The second most important hire he'll ever make is the offensive line coach. Those are the two most important hires you can make. Now, that doesn't mean OC, DC, corners, D-line aren't important. They are. But if you have to rank them, right, of 10, 11 most important jobs, they're all very important. Yeah. But which ones you have to get right? I have to get that strength coach right. I have to get the O-line coach right. Because here's the reality. If I got studs at running back and I don't have a great running backs coach, I'm still going to have studs at running back.
Yeah.
To a degree, you just kind of take over. Now, ideally, you want to be like where Notre Dame is, where you have studs and a great coach. That's obviously where you want to be. But honestly, do I need a great running backs coach? I don't need one. It's just better when you have one. I can have a great offense and have kind of a mediocre running backs coach, honestly, just because of the nature of the position, if you have the talent. And now, if you don't have the talent, it gets exposed. But with what they're going to have at running back next year, it's like, that's at the bottom of my list of most important to get right. Mm-hmm. Got to get strength coach right. You got to get O-line coach right. Got to get those right. Because those can undermine a lot of other things. Flat out can undermine a lot of other things, in my opinion. Yep, good question. All right, let's try to knock out some of these, Sean, because we're going to have to wrap up here soon. But let's try to knock as many of these out as we can.
What is your confidence level in the tight end room now, knowing that every tight end has caught a touchdown? Thank you, Seth Clark.
I mean, Seth, honestly, my confidence in the tight end room would be phenomenal, even if they hadn't all caught a touchdown. But I didn't even think about it. I didn't realize that till he just said that. But every tight end in the room has caught a touchdown pass. You know, what's funny about that is I believe Mitchell Evans only has one. I believe. As good as he was, I think he only had one touchdown. Mitchell Evans had one touchdown. Yeah, Holden Stace has 4, and then everybody else has 1. But yeah, I mean, look, I think the tight end room is loaded, and you have different types of players. You have different, Mitchell's kind of that smooth all around player. Holden's more of the athletic type. Eli's more of the tall, explosive, vertical guy. Cooper's more of the throwback. So you have like a lot of different. Davis Sherwood's kind of an H-back, fullback type of guy. You have a lot of different types of running backs or tight ends, which I love as well, but it's incredibly talented. So my confidence levels in tight end room right now is 10, and they all got playing time. Like Cooper's not getting mop-up minutes anymore. He's playing. I mean, he's in there in the first quarter on Saturday as the only tight end in 11 personnel. So, hey, they had a 10 personnel snap on Saturday, Sean. I didn't know if we I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Like, I didn't know that was possible at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like, we're allowed to do that.
Yeah. So it's 10. I got that scene from Varsity Blues. 10. A freaking 10. Like that's how I feel about the tight end room right now. That's how I feel about it.
All the tight end talk we've had today, I understand why Carter Nelson stayed in Nebraska.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, kid, because you're gonna have to battle to get on the field if you come here.
This is a really interesting one from John A1, and then we'll get on to some from a lot of others after this one. But
if all the position coaches are equal, which position group on offense has the most talent?
I'm probably going to say running back room. That's where I'm at. I mean, it's a battle. Running back, tight end, O-line has a lot of talent. Looking to 2024, especially when you talk about getting Gearby Lambert on campus and Styles Prescott and those guys. But it's running back. And it's only going to get more talented because if you lose Audric and Devin Ford, you're replacing them with Keedron Young and Aeneas Williams, and you're still freaking loaded. You're younger, but you're loaded, absolutely loaded. So tight end would probably be number 2 for me. O-line or a receiver would be O-line would be next, then receiver of the skill positions of talent of the current roster. When you consider Deion Colsey being out and Jaden Thomas being out and those kind of things. But yeah, running back room is definitely the number 1 for me.
Cajun Domer, thank you for the question. Are any of the coaches that were let go or on the hot seat? Did I read that right? Are any of the coaches that were let go or on the hot seat do you want on the ND staff as analysts or anything?
I mean, I've said before I would have liked to seen David Cutcliffe be brought in as an analyst. He worked with Jared Parker in the past.
Yeah.
And I think he could help just swim some structural things. I'm not into the whole, coaching rehab thing that other people are. So I mean, the coaches that were fired that I, if Sam Pittman would have been let go, I freaking flat out would have made that call, but Arkansas wisely chose to keep him. But yeah, I'd have called Sam Pittman. Hey man, what is it going to take for you to come be with us for a year to help us out? All that kind of thing. Dino Babers, I think Dino's a great guy. He's a good offensive mind. He was, worked under Art Browse, but that's not really the offense that Notre Dame wants to run.
Yeah.
And I don't know that bringing in Dino as like an advanced scout would really move the needle a whole lot for me, nor would, you know what I mean? Like, we
had a similar question last week, if I'm not mistaken, Brian. And we said, I would definitely have David Shaw come in for 2 weeks.
Yes. Yeah. But not as well, if David Shaw wanted to be an analyst, I'd flat out hire him as an analyst. I mean, there's no doubt. But we were saying like that's not realistic.
That's not what he is. But I think let's bring it in, guys. Even is beneficial. Like you're still some type of analyst for us, consultant.
Right. Yeah. You're coming in there to shake up the room. What do we need to do better? What do we need? Yeah. Sometimes it's not offering solutions, but it's like, hey guys, you got a problem right here. You need to figure it out. It's as simple as that. Like, help us identify the problems.
Yeah. A name that is pretty much doing the same thing at Illinois. Jim Leonard.
Yes.
As is an analyst for them. Right. He would be a great name to bring in as an analyst. But I'm at next year. I'm sure he's looking to probably land.
Because didn't he have like some health issues that's why he decided to take the year off? Yeah. Recovered from a surgery or something like that, and which is smart. But I doubt he's doing that for a whole lot.
Brett Bielema is his. He has a great relationship. Worked under him at Wisconsin.
Right.
A shout out to Howard, not Houston Griffith.
Yeah. Yeah, he's coaching there too, right? Who's someone
coordinator.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good for
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
You know, someone that I would consider looking at if he does get fired as someone to bring in as an analyst, especially if Al Golden leaves, Tom
Yeah.
Allen,
I like that. I like
because
that.
he's a high character guy.
Very
Let's
well
because like to
respected.
me, you know, would be a great scenario is if a great scenario if Al Golden leaves is promote Mike Mickens,
Hmm.
but bring in a guy like Tom Allen to kind of help him learn the ropes a little bit of different things, because Tom Allen to me is not a very good head coach, but had a really good reputation as a defensive mind
Hmm.
as a football you know, as a football coach. And so that would be something that I would say would strong, and everything you've ever heard about the guy is high character. You know, he's an Indiana guy, so he's an in-state guy, you know, coached at Ben Davis. So, you know, you're going to have some connections there from a recruiting standpoint. I think there'd be a lot of benefits to bringing a guy like Tom Allen in as sort of an analyst, kind of help, especially if you lose Al Golden, because you
Yeah.
can help that transition to a Mike Mickens or
Yeah.
whatever decision route you want to go with that. I think and he strikes me as someone who's got the kind of character that he's not going to be undermining, trying to screw them over to get the job himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when I heard that they were replacing, the Lewis guy at Colorado with Pat Shermer, I was like, "Oh, I bet you I know how that happened." You know what I mean? Like, I bet you I know how that happened. And guess what? Since they made that move, their offense has gotten worse,
Yeah.
which I'm not shocked by. But that's an intriguing one for me. He hasn't been fired yet, but that's a hot seat guy that
Yeah.
I would really look at, Sean. The fit would make a lot of sense. It really would. That would make a
Yeah.
lot of sense. I don't know what you think about that, but that would make a lot of sense for me.
No, I definitely can see that. I can see that. Makes sense.
Yeah,
And it's
Jimbo,
just
definitely not bringing in.
it's a there are a lot of good, smart coaches,
Yeah.
that you can reach out to from different systems and
And
different
in different ways,
mindsets
some
and
as
in different
analysts, but
ways.
some as just like,
Yes.
dude, come in. Let's
Yeah.
evaluate what we're doing. Talk to us. Help be
Hmm.
brutally honest with what you think when you play. Like that's the other reason why David Shaw would be a great resource. Cause like, dude, you've played against us, you've coached against us, you've had success beat Marcus in your only time going against him. Like,
Hmm.
what do you see that we're lacking? You've gone against other top programs, you've coached against, in big games before. What do you think? You evaluate a ton of film for NFL. What are we lacking? Not go get better players. That's not what we're talking about. It's like
Hmm.
what do you see that's keeping us from maximizing who we are and what we have? And those are things I think that you got to look into if you're Notre Dame.
Brandon Plensner, thank you so much. If Riley Mills returns, could you see him shifting back out to strong defensive end to fill the void there, or will he stay inside? Also, what do you prefer?
Prefer him to stay inside. I think he'd have to reshape his body again to move
Hmm.
back outside. I mean, he had to put on weight. Riley's an inside guy at the next level. At the very least, a sort of a 4-eye and a 3-down type of look. He's an interior guy at Notre Dame. Just I would say let him get another full year playing inside and then take his game to another level. That's what I think would be best for Riley. Stay where you are, but turn him loose a little bit. He learns certain things and
Yeah.
becomes an even better player. I think that would make way more sense than, hey, lose 15 pounds and move back outside. It just look, because here's the thing: if you get Howard Cross back, especially, but even if Riley doesn't come back, you've got even if Cross doesn't come back, you got Riley, you got Onye, you got Gabriel Rubio, you got some. You should be okay up the middle if one of those two comes back, especially if Riley comes back, because I think Riley has a chance to take a jump in year 2, where Howard is just who he is, which is really good, but he is just kind of who he is, and coach the young guys up.
Yeah.
If you bring back Nana and let Nana be a depth player, if that's what you want to do. But look, get Brendan Vernon ready, get Boubacar ready, get those guys ready. Maybe move over Josh Burnham or Junior Tuihalamaka, one of those two guys, or even Jordan Patelho, and whatever you want to do. But coach those young guys up and then solidify up the middle, because you want to be strong up the middle. I would
Right.
much rather have a locked down 3 technique and have questions at big end than the other way around, where I now have questions inside, but I'm good at big end. I would much rather. I'm an inside out builder, Sean.
Right.
Just on
Right.
defense,
That's the
that's
way you
flat out how
build
I am.
most teams, right?
Yeah,
Across sports, inside out. Inside out. I
yeah.
totally
It's
agree.
a good question, Brandon. It's a good question. That's what I would do.
Ben Tarnowski, thank you for the question. Y'all know Mike Denbrock way more than I. Is he a name that should be consideration for the Michigan State job, or do you view him as more of a coordinator? Jamie Chadwell could be interesting too.
I'm not a big Jamie Chadwell fan, to be honest with you. I mean, he did a nice job at Coastal Carolina, and he's just kind of building on what Hugh Freeze built at Liberty. He's a good coach, but I've never been blown away by him, to be completely honest with you. So I don't, and I don't know. I'd have to look more at his background, but I don't know that like that necessarily fires me up. I mean, he's a Southern guy. He played it. He's from Tennessee. He's coached at East Tennessee State, Charleston Southern, North Greenville, which I believe is a high school down south, Delta State, Charleston Southern, Coastal Carolina, now Liberty. I mean, Liberty, Lynchburg, Virginia is the most northern place this guy's ever coached, and you're going to take him up to East Lansing and have him coach at East. That would be a terrible hire, in my opinion. Like even if I'm not wrong about him as a coach, and he is a good coach, fit isn't. We just got into talking about this with northern guys going south. It's the same thing. Like I love Dabo as a coach, Sean. You know, I've always been high on Dabo. I wouldn't hire him at Notre Dame. He'd be a fish out of water at Notre Dame. Like it's not the right fit for him. He needs to be at a Southern school. He's perfect there. It's not a shot at Dabo. It's just I don't think he'd fit in as well. You know, a very outward evangelical Christian from the deep South at Notre Dame. I don't think it fits. You know what I mean? Like the most recent head coach freaking converted to Catholicism. You know what I mean? Dabo ain't converting to Catholicism, y'all. I'm telling y'all that right now. So how would that fit? I don't know that there's just if it would be a great fit. But if Dabo could do it, you know, maybe take a chance. But Jamie Chadwell going to East Lansing after spending his whole career in the South, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Would I look at Mike Denbrock? Yeah, I would look at Mike Denbrock. I mean, he's a little bit older.
I would interview him. He wouldn't be my top choice.
I think he's a smart guy. I think he's an organized guy. I think he's a good, high character guy, which that to me could be the best thing going for Mike Denbrock. Because when you do research into who Mike Denbrock is as a human being, you're a guy that had a battle with prostate cancer that he won, good family man, very well respected as a human being. After what's happened with their two most recent coaches and the scandals and all that kind of stuff, you kind of may need to make that kind of move. And you also have to consider that this next coach may be a sacrificial lamb, so to speak, to bridge the gap to your next coach. But you need to bring in someone who's going to restore character to our program. Yeah. And Mike Denbrock's in my top 3 list of guys when it comes to doing that. And then if he wins, great. But you also have to understand Mike Denbrock's not exactly a young guy either. And that's the other part is that's going to hurt him. I mean, he's 59 years old.
And I think Michigan State needs to make, once again, you have programs going into new situations. That this is a new Big Ten next year. And Michigan State, there's going to be a push, especially when they got relief from the financial responsibility of the contract to the previous head coach.
Is that been finalized? Is that been ruled upon?
I think I think there is still litigation, that's going to take place. But as of right now,
they're probably going to win that one. Yeah.
It looks like they're going to win that. And if that's the case, then they can be aggressive,
right?
And go after. Look, man, if I'm Michigan State, it's a lot of people I'm calling. If I got 9-10 million to play with. And they may say no, but I'm going to make them say no.
This is going to sound crazy, Sean. I would go after Jason Candle at Toledo. But the one that sounds crazy, I would really look at Matt Campbell if I'm Michigan State. Runs from everything I've heard, a clean program. He's a northern guy, right? He's an Ohio, Pennsylvania guy. He's from Pennsylvania, played at Pitt, played at Mount Union, coached at Toledo. Like he knows the region, he knows the character. Like I said, so supposedly runs a clean program. Kids are tough. And I think he would recruit better at Michigan State. Like that's a name that, because I know that's not a sexy name anymore, but they're still, I mean, you watch Matt Campbell's teams play, they're still a tough, fundamentally sound football team.
Yeah.
Like that's a name I would look at too if I couldn't get like a Jason Candle type of guy. But I just think Mike Denbrock being 59 is going to make it hard to go that route. I mean, if the guy's here 5 years, he's in his mid 60s. And so I just think that's probably not going to help. And I don't know that Mike Denbrock is a guy that would really be pushing for a head coach. I mean, maybe he is, and I just don't know, but I've never heard his name mentioned as a head coach. Maybe some guys are just comfortable being assistants, you know?
Michigan State usually goes heavy experience, don't they?
Mhm.
With their head
Usually.
coaching hires, whether it's heavy
Yeah,
experience
and some of the ones they
coordinator
have
or
gone with that weren't experienced failed.
hmm
Like, think Bobby Williams, because he was just
hmm
kinda they wanted to keep the Saban thing going, and that was a failure. Mark D'Antonio was a head coach at Cincinnati. They hired
hmm
him. John L. was experienced, and then Mel Tucker was not experienced, and look what happened.
hmm
Like, he only coached, like, what, 1 year at Colorado, 2 maybe? And they bring him in, and it's just like, you had that one good year and then nothing. So, yeah, I would assume so, and that's why I think, like, a Matt Campbell because, like, look, you had no shot at Matt Campbell 2 years ago.
Mm-mm.
Now you might. Now you might. But Jason Candle and Matt Campbell are the top 2 names that kind of jump out at me, although I would also then consider looking at I don't know who the coach is at Saginaw Valley State right now, but I know that they've had a really good football teams in recent years, and so that would be one that I would consider looking at as well. But, yeah, that would because I believe let me see here. Maybe I haven't checked in a couple years, but I know that they've been good in recent seasons.
Yeah.
So I don't know who their current coach is, but like that may be a route they need to go to is find somebody who's kind of at one of those smaller schools that knows the area and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just some thoughts. Good questions. Good questions.
Nicholas Grosh, thank you for the question. To help next year's schedule, don't we need Florida State and Louisville to finish in the top 10 this year?
No, I don't think how they finish this year is going to have any impact. I mean, if they finish down this really good this year, but by the end of next year they're 7-5 and 8-4, it doesn't matter what their preseason ranking is. It matters
Yeah,
what teams are at the end of the year. Like Notre Dame's not getting credit for USC being a top 10 team last year
right.
because they're 7-5 and not good this year.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Just like Notre Dame does get credit for Louisville being 10-1 this year and not punished because they weren't good last year, kind of thing.
hmm
That's kind of how I look at it. But it would help the perception, Nicholas, going into the season. But once the season starts, it's who you are,
hmm
you know. But I mean, there's not a lot like, and even if Louisville's good, it's still Louisville. They're still not going to get the respect that they deserve. Look at their ranking now. They were behind Missouri, a 2-loss Missouri team last week in the rankings, was they shouldn't have been. But they're not going to get the respect that they should. I mean, I think the only way that happens is if they like beat Florida State, but even then they're gonna be like, yeah, but they didn't have Jordan Travis. But then you got to go to the Orange Bowl, whatever, and smack somebody, or not the Orange Bowl because I think it's a playoff game this year. No, Rose Bowl is you go to the Orange Bowl maybe this year and smack somebody.
Yeah.
That's about it. But even then, it's like great year, but they'll make all excuses in the world to downplay Louisville. What Notre Dame needed was USC to still be good. Florida State
Yeah.
to still be good. Like those are the teams you need USC to bounce back. You need Florida State to still be really good. And if
If
Louisville's
they,
also good, that helps, but it's not going to be you need Texas A&M to be a 9-10 win team next year
yeah,
if you beat them. And, it's branding still matters
yeah.
from that perception standpoint. It
If
does.
they go to the Rose Bowl, they probably play the loser of Ohio State, Michigan.
Well, Rose Bowl would make them a playoff team.
No, you said that because they wouldn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Are you
They'd
saying
probably go to the Orange Bowl because I think
because you said Orange Bowl first and then you changed it to Rose Bowl? So
no, I said Orange Bowl. I said no, Rose Bowl and were the playoff games. That's what I was trying to say. It's
okay,
Rose Bowl
I
and the Sugar
misunderstood.
Bowl are playoff games this year.
Okay,
I believe. I could be wrong on that, but Orange Bowl's not one, so that's where I was circling. Yeah, so I'm sorry for not being clear on that. But yeah,
so
Orange Bowl I
then
believe is
Orange
still
Bowl,
open, and that's where the ACC
yeah,
champ goes.
yeah,
And so if Florida State makes playoff, or if Louisville beats Florida State, then they would go to the Orange Bowl,
right,
and who knows who they'd play.
right.
But go there, get a big win, maybe then. But even then, if they come out and lose a couple games early, then it doesn't matter what they
Doesn't
were ranked
matter.
coming into the
Yeah.
season. But perception wise, Nicholas, it would help. It would certainly help.
Kevin Park, do you agree with Golden that it's time for helmet mics? I mean everybody.
Again, but you're still going to need to signal stuff in, guys. I mean, whenever you're playing a tempo team, you can't just signal thing into one guy
Yeah.
And then he's got to get 10 other guys going when you're playing Oregon or you're playing a team. Because here's what's going to happen. Offensive coaches are smart. They can say something in, and the quarterback can signal to the rest of his guys much quicker than the middle linebacker can, who's got to turn around and tell, you know what I mean? And so if you're going to see more teams, if they go to helmet stuff, you're going to see more teams going faster and faster and faster on offense, which is going to put defenses at an even greater disadvantage because you still can't get that call in quick enough. You still got to signal stuff in.
Yeah.
So do I think they should go to helmet mics? I mean, yeah, if you got the technology, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
But I recently, what do you think about this? I recently heard Lance Briggs say, he does a show with Alex Brown. They're both former Chicago Bears.
Guy from Florida?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And they were talking about teams that run tempo. And Alex Brown, Lance Briggs was like, I don't care what teams call, man, do your job. You're supposed to be, this is a call, right? And Alex Brown was like, yeah, it's easy for you to say that because you're a freaking Hall of Famer and you had a Hall of Famer next to you. So it's like, dude, like you got dogs, like,
right.
And we had a good defensive line. So it's kind of easy for you to just look and say, he was like, dude, these dudes we're looking at aren't talented. They're not on the same level. So it sounds simple to say, man, just do your job. Here's the call. Because they were saying no matter what, when teams went tempo, it was only 2 coverages. And Brian would give a hand single. Urlacher would give a hand single. We're cover 2 or we're cover 3. That's it. Cover 2, cover 3. Defensive line, go hunt. And this is what we're doing. So, like you said, hand signals are important. But what's also important is the guys on the field.
Yeah.
The guys on the field at the end of the day, they can go tempo all you want. They can't protect the quarterback.
Right. But my point is if teams are going to go fast and you're relying on getting a call in over the headset, because again, it's different in the NFL because you have veterans, you can quickly get guys. But if you're a young team next year and you've got Drake Bowen as your middle linebacker and he's a true sophomore and he's got to get the whole defense line, get the call into the whole defense against a team that's playing tempo, that's not a recipe for success. What is looking over and signaling in the plays. That's still because now one guy can signal to 11 and then he can quickly make the checks and you get lined up. So, yeah, it'll be okay when you're playing teams that run traditional offenses, but it's still going to be a problem when you're playing.
I think my point was the simplification.
Yes.
When teams go tempo.
Right.
That could help out a young.
If you're talented.
If you're
not talented, you need
because
that's the whole thing. Exactly. Because if you're talented, we can just line up and play. And that's the point Alex Brown's making. You just line up and play because you also had that. Didn't you have like Charles Tillman out at corner too, like when he was a dude? And yeah, exactly. To your point. Didn't they have like Anthony Adams, who was a pretty good D tackle back in the day, right? Like
Tommy Harris before he got injured.
Right. So like you can just line up and play because we got dudes. Our dudes are like Ohio State this year. Jim Knowles, one of the smartest decisions he made is like, look, we're just better than everybody else. We're going to play.
Yeah.
So let's just let my guys go play. Yeah. That doesn't mean they're just lining up and playing 2 coverages.
Right.
But it just there's something to that. And so I'm all for it, but it can become a crutch in where you get in trouble. Now you haven't practiced signaling in the middle of a game and you're getting exposed. Now what do? You're screwed. So here we go. Here's another one.
Patrick Earwood, 2-part question with Anthony Carey decommitted from Michigan State. Does Indy go after him? And why did we not get him in the first place?
Well, they liked Anthony Carey a lot, but they like Keidron Young better.
Yeah.
And they liked Aeneas Williams better. So why they didn't get him in the first place is because they had 2 guys that they liked better. And they got those 2 guys. And Anthony Carey's a good running back. And that's going to be a loss. That's a loss for Michigan State. He's a good football player. Yeah. But to me, he's a lot. He reminds me a lot of Logan Diggs, Sean. And you know how much I loved Logan Diggs coming out of high school. Anthony Carey reminds me a lot of Logan Diggs. But Keidron Young is better than him. And Aeneas Williams is better than him. That's just the reality of it. So
and that was it was a lot of running backs that I would say Notre Dame liked.
Yes.
But you just have to make a choice.
Loved the 2 they got. Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, I want to make something clear to y'all, and I was told this from very early on. Like they view Keedron Young as a 5-star.
Mhm.
Like the Notre Dame coaching staff views Keedron Young as arguably the best running back in high school in the 24 class. I'm just telling y'all right now, and they think Aeneas Williams is a dude too, because Aeneas Williams is at camp with Jordan Marshall, who's a top 100 recruit that's going to Michigan, and Notre Dame. He was very clearly the better player than Jordan Marshall then, and he's been much more productive in high school. And Jordan Marshall's a good football player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they view him as an even better player. It's Keedron as a star. So that's why. And so and Notre Dame has 2 backs. They're not going to go after Anthony Carey. There's no need to go after Anthony Carey. I like Anthony Carey. He's a top 150 back. But Keedron Young's a borderline top 50 player, in my opinion. And Aeneas Williams is that jack of all trades, do it all, really, really talented guy.
Archer 452. Good luck this weekend with your guys up in Michigan Stadium. Archer, which recruit in the 2024 class has the best chance to start week 1 next year?
I mean, my first thought's Cam Williams, just because he's a dynamic player at a position where there's a lot of uncertainty. That would be that's the one that just kind of pops out to me as the most obvious.
But that's the general consensus, though.
Yeah. I mean, CJ Carr maybe, but he's going to have to beat out some other guys. I mean, I think Keedron Young's a stud, but he's going to have to beat out Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and Jabron Payne and his own classmate Aeneas Williams. Jack Larson's not going to be starting a tight end next year. None of the defensive linemen to me strike me as starters right now. Bryce Young might have a shot because that's an open position at big end. I mean, he'll have at least a shot to come in and compete and battle for that job. But, none of the safeties to me are day 1 starters. Leonard Moore is a very talented player that I think could play as a freshman at Notre Dame in most years, but it's just going to be tougher next year when you've got Benjamin Morrison and Christian Gray and Jaden Mickey and, guys like that. So I don't know that there's a lot of other guys that'll, be starters as freshmen just because Notre Dame is bringing back so much talent.
Yeah.
But Cam Williams is a guy that's going to be very hard to keep off the field. And honestly, depending on who stays and who goes, I could see Micah Gilbert pushing for time. He's a grown man physically. Like, he is a good football player. Somebody said Gearby. With him not being an early enrollee, that's just going to be tough. But if Blake Fisher leaves, there's a report that Blake Fisher's going to leave. I think that'd be so foolish. But if he does, then maybe Gearby could have a shot. But as of right now, that's going to be tough with him not being an early enrollee. Those are probably my best bets for that. So, and they're bringing in a long snapper as a walk-on. He'll have a shot. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Like, that kid will have a shot. I forget his name, but he's considered like one of the 1 or 2 best long snappers in high school football. And Joseph, I think it's Joseph. I think Vinci or something like that. I'm really apologize to the kid for forgetting his name, but I just know he's supposedly really good. And then, of course, Michael Vincent leaves. So I'm not even joking when I say that, because that's an important position. We don't talk about snapping in special teams, and we haven't for years. Why? Because of Michael Vincent. That's a big loss, And so maybe one of the cross kid that's already on campus now could take that job, but that's one where you could maybe see something like that happening.
Yeah. Tyler Evans, thank you for the super chat. Biggest surprise this season: Northwestern going bowling or USC 7-5? Oh, definitely Northwestern.
Yes, Sean. I said this before the year. I thought USC was overrated. Now I didn't see 7-5 coming. I thought more like 9-3, 8-4.
Yeah,
but I'm not shocked at all that USC is not as good as people thought. Northwestern going bowling, and aren't they playing for win number 7 this weekend?
Yes, they are.
That is nuts.
I have a Purdue fan, my guy Clint Cole, who's an alum there, on Twitter, and we talk Big Ten football a lot. And at the start of the game, he was like, "Man, Purdue can win this game. Like, how is this Northwestern team, going for 6 wins?" And I hit him up like, "That's what everybody says."
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, after Northwestern catches you with body blow after body blow, and they're up 10, you're like,
yeah. And Sean, their last 2 losses were games they could have won. They lost to Iowa by 3, and then lost to Nebraska by 8.
Yeah,
so
arguably could be in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, think about that. coming
It's
off the
nuts.
scandal, losing their head coach, they have played to a point where they had a legitimate shot to win the Big Ten West.
Yeah. Yep.
And that is crazy, especially when you go to their very first Big Ten game of the season,
Mm-hmm.
and it looked bad. It was like, oh boy.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's get to some more here. We're rocking through these here real quick. Here's a good one.
USA MA 87. If Chip Kelly gets fired from UCLA, do you think Dante goes to Bama? He has the connection with TR.
No, Tommy didn't like Dante Moore as much as some other people at Notre Dame did, and that's why he chose CJ Carr over him. I think there's going to be some hurt feelings there that would keep Dante from wanting to look at Alabama. And honestly, I think Tommy's happy with the quarterbacks he has. I've been told they love Dylan Lonergan. He's an elite young talent. Ty Simpson's obviously a good young player, although what the freaking heck are you thinking throwing the ball down before you get to the end zone? When will kids learn? But no, and then Jalen Milrose, what, a redshirt sophomore, I think, right? So he's got multiple years left. So no, I don't see that move happening. I don't. I think Dante would, and also Bama's not going to go buy a quarterback. Nick Saban's not opposed to the portal, but like you need to be coming for the right reasons. And as long as the same people are running Dante's portal recruitment, should that happen, are running his high school recruitment, you gotta pay to play with Dante Moore. As simple as that. So I could see him going back to Oregon. I could see that before I could see the other Alabama. Like I think he'd go back to Notre Dame before he'd go to Alabama, and that ain't happening. He's not coming to Notre Dame, right? No. But that's what I'm saying. Like that's the whole point. I don't see either one of those schools being options for Dante Moore, and I still think Dante Moore is a very talented quarterback. I hope he stays at UCLA if Chip Kelly leaves. But if Chip gets fired, then but like that keep an eye on whoever gets the head coaching job at Michigan State. If Dante Moore goes back in the portal, that would be very interesting.
Ben Tarnowski, we answered this question. He said he was talking about Mississippi State, not Michigan State.
Oh, for Jamie Chadwell, that would make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. I'm Northern. So when you say MSU, that's Michigan State for me. So yeah, it's like if you were to say, if you were from South Carolina and you came up to me and you're like, hey, what do you think of the job, the head coach at USC has done this year? I'm gonna start talking about Lincoln Riley, not Shane Beamer. So yeah, sorry about that, Ben. Jamie Chadwell would make more sense at Mississippi State because he's got a gimmicky offense and he's a Southern guy. That would make a lot more sense. A lot more sense there. Yeah. So sorry about that. Sorry about that, Ben.
99 problems, but BK ain't one. Does ATM, Texas A&M, need to move quickly to fill the head coaching job? If Saban retires and they have to compete with Alabama for that guy, when you prefer to wrap that up now rather than let that play out?
Let's just be real. Texas A&M's not picking between Bama's replacement for Saban and other coaches. No. Bama's replacement for Saban is not going to be on the board for Texas A&M right now, in my opinion. I just think it's just a different world, different universe. Yeah. I've said this before. I still think the two best candidates for the job would be Willie Fritz and Jeff Traylor. That's what I think. I think those two guys would be the best fits because they're really good football coaches who have Texas background that are not going to bring the same prima donna BS that you had with Jimbo Fisher. Texas A&M needs to say, hey, do we want a really good football coach or do we want a splashy hire? And if they care about having a really good football coach that can win there because he's going to recruit well, knows Texas, and is going to have a well-coached, tough physical football team that can also score points, you go one of those two directions. I mean, Willie Fritz is dominating at Tulane, people. Tulane. Right? Tulane. Like, that is a heck of a coaching job. Like, didn't Tommy Bowden get the Clemson job because he had like a decent year at Tulane? I actually went 12-0. Had one good year at Tulane with Sean King and got the Clemson job. Willie Fritz is now doing it 2 years in a row. He's having success, So, and again, he's been a head coach in Texas before. He's a guy from Kansas. So to me, those two guys would be great hires. Great hires for them. Yeah. Tulane the last 2 years is 22-3. Tulane, folks. Tulane.
Shout out to Lawrence Keys. Having a great season.
Yeah.
Former Notre Dame wide receiver.
Yeah. So Jeff Traylor's another one that's done a heck of a job at UTSA, heck of a job.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, and I don't know a lot about these guys' character and things like that. I'm only talking to you about their resumes as coaches. But Jeff Traylor in 4 years at Texas San Antonio has gone 38 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
Like he took over a team that went four. Like look at this is what I say. How does a guy do when compared to like what was before him? And the 4 years before Jeff Traylor arrived, Frank Wilson went 19 and 29, and in the 2 previous years was 7 and 17. That's what happened before he got there. Now you look at what Jeff Traylor's done in 4 years. They've gone 38 and 13, 7 and 5, 12 and 2, 11 and 3, and they're 8 and 3 this year. And they played half the year this year without their star quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Frank Harris hasn't played. So those 2 guys to me would be home run hires from what I know of them as football people. Now I don't know character and all that stuff. Somebody have to check that out. But football wise, that would be really good hires. Last couple, Sean, before we get out of here. Here's one from Archer 452. This is an interesting question.
Josh Pate ranked the A&M job as 3rd or 4th best in the SEC, assuming Georgia and Bama are the top in some order. Would you put A&M above LSU, Texas, and Florida, or new schools? Oh, Tennessee and Florida, or new schools, Oklahoma and Texas?
Yeah, I think Texas A&M's an overrated job, Sean. I do. And I hear, it's in Texas and oil money. And I'm like, then why have they always struggled to hire big-time coaches?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, same with USC. Oh, USC is a great job. Well, coaches don't think so. Because the only big-name coach to ever take that job in my lifetime was Lincoln Riley. And that's because he was running away from the Oklahoma job. Sean, our whole lives, every year, USC fires a coach, and you hear all these rumors of this big name guy, and they always go with like Ted Tollner, Larry Smith, John Robinson on the rebound. Pete Carroll was a great coach, but he was like their 5th choice because they got turned out by a bunch of other dudes, right? Lane Kiffin was there for a year. Steve Sarkisian, like those guys were young up and comers, but they weren't big time coaches, but they all had ties. Who are those guys right now for USC? But Texas A&M, I think, is an overrated job. It's a good job. Don't get me wrong, but people make it out to be like this top 10 job, and I don't think that it is.
No.
I think to his point, I think Georgia's a better job than that. Bama's a better job than that. Tennessee's a better job than that. Florida's a better job than that. LSU, I don't know. LSU's a really good job, but LSU is kind of nichey. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure. If you were to make a case for LSU being better, I'm not going to argue with you about it. But if you were to make a case for A&M, I don't know that I would have a problem with that too. And then when you add in Texas and Oklahoma, those are both better jobs than Texas A&M. But there's no question. Those are both better jobs than Texas A&M.
See, the Florida job, who's had success besides Urban and the old ball coach?
I still think it's a very good job. I think the problem that they've had is Dan Mullen had success, and then the 1 year he didn't, they fired him. I mean, he was coming off of 3 years in a row where he won double-digit games and then went to the SEC title game. And then half a year later, after playing the SEC title game and giving Bama a run for their money, they fired him. I think that's what makes Florida – that's what hurts Florida to me. But you are correct, Sean. Nobody else has had success outside of those 2 guys. There's no doubt. But I still think it's – but who's had that level of success at A&M ever? Name me a coach that's ever won like Urban Meyer or Steve Spurrier at Texas A&M.
The hot point was like Sumlin, right? Recently?
Well, I would say the R.C. Slocum to me was the high point.
Oh, but the RC is like a legend. Like, I put him with the old ball.
I mean, like recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you look at Sumlin, you're like, how much of that was him and how much was that Johnny Manziel?
Yeah.
Right? Because he wasn't that same guy afterwards. But yeah, and then they've hired some guys that had names like Dennis Francione, did a lot of good things at TCU, and then he goes to A&M, and everybody thinks it makes a ton of sense. And look what happens, right?
Francione failed at A&M and Bama, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he was at TCU for 3 years, did really well, gets the Bama job, leaves after going 10-3, and goes to A&M and fails, right? And then goes to Texas State and fails. So Texas A&M's a good job. It's just not a great job like people. It's like, guys, it's College Station, Texas. Y'all, this ain't Dallas. This ain't Houston. It's out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? So I just don't think it's the job that people think that it is. Yes, there's oil money, but there's oil money at every school. Guys, SMU is paying for them to go be a Power 5 school. They turned down, they said, we will take no TV revenue for at least 5 years.
Yes.
That's SMU's got that kind of money.
Right.
Everybody in Texas has oil money.
Right.
Everybody in Texas has money from a booster standpoint. That's not unique.
No.
Everybody's got
and
money.
That's one of the reasons why I think A&M really can never have an advantage.
Right.
Because, from a football standpoint, the talent is very rich in the state of Texas, right? But they're fighting national powers, Notre Dame, Alabama, everybody's coming there.
LSU does
and then
great
you got
in
to
Eastern
fight
Texas.
LSU, and you got to fight Texas.
USC's gone down in there to get kids. Yeah. So Ohio State's made a killing in Texas with wide receivers.
Yeah.
And Sean, I have said this. I want to get your thoughts on this, and we're going to wrap up here soon. I've made the case that if you look at it, that Texas A&M is the third best school in the state as far as perception of fans. Now, and it's Texas and Oklahoma. Now, again, I'm not saying they're geographically in the state, but Oklahoma is going to be considered a bigger powerhouse in the state of Texas from recruits than Texas A&M is going to be perceived by recruits and has been for a long time. So you're always going to be perceived as the third best team in the state from a loyalty standpoint, because there's a lot of Oklahoma fans in the state of Texas because it's right on the border.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing you got to factor into. You'll never be bigger than Texas. You may be better than Texas. There's been a lot of years in my life where Texas A&M was a better football team than Texas.
Yeah.
But they're never as big as Texas.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And so, no, it's not the job that people make. So third or fourth best in the SEC, that's because people only look at money and they don't think about all the other things that factor in. That's why people make these mistakes all the time with, oh, this is a great job. No, it's not. What makes you say that? Because no great coaches have ever taken that job. There's a reason for that.
A great job in the SEC? Ole Miss.
Very underrated job.
Lane Kiffin is going to be there forever.
Yeah, I
hope so. And what I mean by that, if he wants to be there, he's going to be there. And the Mississippi, you can recruit.
Yeah.
And if you can coach, you can win 9-10 games every year, compete and push Bama or have competitive games and maybe catch a year where you put it all together.
Yeah.
And they got an outside shot now. Like Ole Miss would have a chance if it was a 12-team playoff this year. Ole Miss would be right there.
Yep.
With a chance to make it.
Yep. Sean, I want to end with a Notre Dame question. So let's go to this last one here from Shaquille Oatmeal, which is
I love that name. And the avatar is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think a focus for next year should be established in the middle of the O-line. Maybe we're getting a glimpse now. Totally agree.
Yeah. 100% agree. Look, Sean, I've said this before. You could have 2 elite tackles, great skill, great quarterback. If you stink up the middle, you're going to get beat by the best teams you play, flat out.
Yeah.
You got to be good up the middle.
Yeah.
And when you look at the best teams that Notre Dame has had in the last 10 years, both of them, right, or best offenses, I should say, they always were good up the middle.
Yeah.
15, you had Q, Nick Martin, Steve Elmer. 17, you had Q, Alex Barrs, Sam Mustipher. 2018, you had it was Mustipher still. Barr started the season off at guard. You had Tommy Kramer at guard, very good players. You were good up the middle.
Yeah.
And when Notre Dame has struggled on the line, 2021, this year, what's been a constant problem? Right up the middle. Guard play or center play is not good enough. And that's true.
We were talking about, last night, we were talking about combinations, right? Like you got 3 guys coming back, experienced, if Ashton Craig and Billy Stroud continue to develop, okay, what do you do? Well, you move this person, do you put Ashton Craig at guard? Do you let him play center? It's actually, you remember I said the best thing that happened to Georgia was Brock Bowers getting hurt? Offensive line, interior, the way things have gone, could end up being the best thing that's happened to Notre Dame. These 2 kids having to play the last 3 games.
Yeah.
I hope, because Zeke will probably be back for the bowl game.
Yeah.
I would think. But still, there should be some type of rotation where Ashton Craig is playing in that bowl game. Like getting some reps, getting some plays. Billy Stroud will more than likely start.
Hey, Sean, we can talk about it now. It just got reported by 247. I guess he's not going to make his announcement at 2:30, but Cree Thomas is committed to Notre Dame. So we're going to go live at 6 o'clock to break that down. Ryan Roberts and Sean Stiers are going to talk about that at 6 o'clock. But Cree Thomas has, in fact, committed Notre Dame. So we're going to wrap this up, Sean. I'm going to let you take us out of here because I got to get the stories published and to get all that stuff up. So I thought I had
you
a
guys
couple
for
more
joining
minutes
us.
to get that out.
Great mailbag as always. You can go to Irish Breakdown. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and definitely share, and then also check out the podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. As you said before, don't forget Sean Stiers breaking down the Cree Thomas commitment with our guy Ryan Roberts. And then we'll be back tomorrow to start digging in, getting more mailbag questions, and then we'll dig in a little bit more on the Stanford matchup and start setting up the rest of the week. So for myself, Sean Davis, and that guy, Brian Driscoll, we bid you adieu until the next time right here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.